politicians to adopt group-based strategies to mobilize ethnic communities.
One problem I know they faced, which should concern every Kenyan, is that for the communities that got IDs, they got the document, the physical document, but then the document was not digitalized. So they could not use, for a while, they could not use their documents on eCitizen. Why I'm saying this should concern Kenyans, because it shows us that there is so much power in the digital, meaning that somebody can put in code that either activates or deactivates your ID and your access to services.
Well, local and presidential leaders back these communities without legal grounding. Such support risks fading if they don't serve electoral benefits. Ethnic codes lack official status. It is not a guarantee for citizenship and resources. Maka notes the progress Nubians have had since their quest for citizenship started.
The Nubian Rights Forum started with the community, came up with a petition addressing challenges of documentation and recognition. After which the report was taken to Matiang'i, the then Interior Minister, and that's when we got the code 50. You know, each tribe in Kenya has a code. Each tribe in Kenya has a code. So Nubians were others.
On September 5th, 2019, Nubian Rights Forum, Kenyan Human Rights Commission, and Kenya National Commission on Human Rights filed a petition against Huduma Number implementation. Grace explains how the 1919 Kipande system has its effect felt more than a century later.
There are many reasons for the petition, and there were several petitioners, and I appeared as an expert for one of the petitioners. But basically, the thing is, because of our history as Kenya, you know, we started having identification documents from as far back as 1920 under the Native Registration Ordinance.
In 1920, Kenya's earliest registration of individuals primarily served the settler colonial states. The Kipande system operated as a colonial identity tool to control and monitor African men, enforcing labor and tax compliance. Civil society organizations and academic groups have proposed eliminating ethnicity from ID requirements to simplify access and reduce barriers for marginalized communities.
So they were very surprised to learn that instead of coming up with a new framework on IDs, the government had just decided to amend a colonial law called the Registration of Persons Act. It is a law that was made in 1947.
It's okay to go digital. We are not fighting the government, but we are saying, why doesn't the government just address this issue first? Let's all move together. Ensure that these people that don't have get the document and they're captured somewhere. And then we move together as a country instead of leaving other people behind.
Huduma Number, meaning service number in Swahili, started its mass registration on March 2019. NIM centralizes personal data by assigning unique identifiers to all citizens and foreigners, accessible by ministries, departments, agencies, and approved stakeholders.
What the government did in 2018, they simply amended the colonial era law by just inserting a new section saying, now we also have the National Integrated Identity Management System, or NIMS, which they were marketing as Huduma Number.
The NIMS Act was introduced in Parliament on 18th April 2018 in the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill. The Omnibus Bill contained multiple unrelated changes, creating barrier from public scrutiny.
The question was, what is this NIMS? Where did you buy it from, the system? How much data will it take about us? So, who even had access to the system? What would they do with the data? And, you know, they were trying to collect very granular data, like they wanted DNA data. And they were saying they wanted DNA data so that every child can know its father.
Despite these risks, Huduma Number mass registration captured approximately 38 million people compared to Kenya's estimated population of 47 million. Grace outlines the court's response to the NIMS case.
And so the court said, we cannot interfere with a government project because it's up to the executive to set out its agenda. but we have to protect human rights. So the court said, asked the government to make frameworks to ensure that rights are protected, to ensure that there is privacy. Some issues the court outrightly said no. For example, on collection of DNA, the court just said, we don't believe that we have the framework to collect such granular data, so that one, please, no. Also with GPS data, the court completely stopped that.
The government responded to court orders by providing the legal framework for names database, Huduma Number. It gazetted Registrations of Person Rules 2020 and the Data Protection Regulations 2020. These regulations were preferred to Huduma Bill since it required Parliament approval. 2 years later, on November 1st, 2023, President Ruto launched Maisha Number as Huduma Number's successor, pledging to correct the structural flaws that undermine the original Digital Identity Initiative.
By December, we will be able to launch Digital ID, where every Kenyan don't have to carry any paper, plastic or otherwise, as an ID, that they should be able to be identified digitally using their iris or their fingerprints.
The Maisha Number system integrates Maisha Number, Maisha Card, Digital ID, and the National Population Master Register to streamline online government requests and payments.
The government will embark on registration of Kenyans onto a digital platform similar to the Huduma Number.
When someone is given that number at birth, that is the same number which will be their school identification number, it will be their university identification number, it will be their ID number when they turn 18, it will be their PIN number for KRA, it will be their number all through their lifetime. Until when they die, it becomes their death certificate number.
The third generation ID, Maisha Card, is made of durable polycarbonate material embedded with a microprocessor chip holding encrypted biometric data. The microchip expires after 10 years. Proof of identity is a basic requirement when accessing Kenya's digital public infrastructure. Unfortunately for Toma, who doesn't have a birth certificate and thus cannot access government services, her story shows digitization alone cannot fix unequal access to these foundational documents. We asked Toma about Maisha Number, and her response speaks exclusion.
Siwezi register juu sina birth certificate. Si Huduma Number ulikuwa na register na birth certificate ama?
Her case highlights how strict ID documentation create barriers to social services. The lack of a birth certificate has blocked ID acquisition and now barring her son's education.
Venye nimegrow hivi, niko hivi mkubwa. At least nilikuwa nataka ID, but nikifika pale ID wananiambia birth certificate, na give up. Mimi naenda shughuli zangu na sawa hizo maneno. So sasa unajua niko na mkidi. Kuna mkidi mwenye anaenda class 4. So sasa ndio nimechukulia iko serious juu anataka hizo vitu za shule nini na lazima ID yangu ikuwe. Nemisi yake imesimama sasa juu mimi sina ID. Naona. So ana repeat. Ata repeat grade 3 mpaka siku nitapata ID. Hiyo mambo ya birth certificate ndio imeniletea shida yote. Juu huyu venye alinichukua akiniraise hakuwa anajua kama kuna venye nafaa nipate birth certificate. Juu pia mimi unaona niliachwa. Sasa hakujua hata nimezaliwa nini hivyo. Mimi nilienda tukuzaa nikapatiana ID ya baba. Ndio wakamjaza kama next of kin. Lakini hata hivyo si yuko na babake na sijui sasa pale nitapata huyo babake nimuitisha ID twende tuchukue birth. Na ukiendea hiyo birth lazima wanataka ID ya mama first.
Her ID application involved persistent rejections until politics happened at Kamukunji, enabling her to get a waiting card.
Usijui kama kuna mtu alikuwa anataka MP ama nini ndio alikuwa na nini umeona. So nilikuwa kwa hao watu.
Biometrics are highly sensitive data, which Maisha Number is using as unique identifiers.
Biometrics is not like an ATM card. If somebody has a database of all these biometrics, if this database is breached, I can't go and say now I'm going to get new biometrics. Yeah, so biometrics are very, very sensitive, and the way NIMS or Huduma Number was designed to centralize everything just makes it a honeypot for like cybercrime. So what happens is that if you measure me now, if you take a picture now and then you take a picture 7 seconds later, you use some mathematics of probability and compare the two pictures to see whether they are likely to belong to the same person. Why? Because I said my finger keeps growing, my eyes keep changing, like cells are ever reproducing. So you can't use biometrics alone because you're using probability. And so a big question even during the case was, how are you going to determine? And there's a big popular picture, a viral picture of the late President Kibaki trying to get his fingerprints identification on an IBC biometric reader. And, the guy was even, really pressing even his own face because the biometrics were not being read. The probability was not working.
Grace critiques government's modernization rationale, noting external pressures from Europe to drive Africa digital biometrics adoption.
There were some rationales around what the people who gave us money for this project were seeking, because digital ID is not only about internal issues or your Kenyanness, it also has an aspect of it's internationalized. How? Because with this biometric identity systems, and I think a good example is the biometric passport. Yeah, it can be read and your information can easily be shared even with other agencies, including international bodies. So, for example, if you think about Europe, where they're really worried about migration, and the US, this kind of systems, digital ID, allow them to even know people before people come to their borders.
Research shows foreign technology firms dominate Africa's biometric ecosystem, with 35 out of 54 countries on the continent using biometrics in their election processes. Companies such as Udemia provide the core technology, hardware and algorithms that underpin these systems.
Biometric readers we were having, the fingerprint readers were procured from Udemia, but then later the contract was given to another company. But these NGOs were concerned about the data. It is true the contract went away, but what happened to the data? Were they still keeping Kenyan data? What were they using for? Were they using it to train algorithms?
The National Assembly voted to block the company providing the technology, that is Udemia.
In Kenya's case, Udemia's involvement has left Kenyans with costly failed system and loss of sovereign data. Grace compares Kenya's Maisha number to India's Aadhaar. In 2018, the world's biggest database of 1.1 billion people was breached, and unrestricted access could be purchased for $7 to $8.
And again, comparing with India, where it was their own companies that were doing their own digital ID, as problematic as it was, at least in India, there was proper skills and knowledge transfer. And, it was local companies that were doing the work, which is not the case with Africa, where the different levels of, whether it's infrastructure, the algorithms, the software and hardware, it's all being done majorly by foreign companies. And that is something to think about and to be concerned about, because we should at least, own the digital public infrastructure that is being developed for Africa.
Maisha number enrollment significantly impacts Kenyans, yet minimal details exist on its design, purpose, or risk to rights. For Huduma number, no official disclosure confirms data destruction, migration, or reuse, prompting privacy concerns amid fresh biometric enrollments. Article 35 of the Kenyan Constitution guarantees citizen access to information and officials to publish and publicize vital national matters. When Huduma number project stalled, the government had processed 11.2 million cards and spent 6 billion on the project. Biometrics promise unique and efficient identification, but often demand escalating data layers to compensate for probabilistic matching flows.
Biometrics, which are supposed to make you, to make life easier by making it more unique, still requires to give more and more data, which raises even more privacy questions.
The interoperable unauthorized cross-sector data access of Maisha numbers design may enable banking staff to view health records for loan decisions, or doctors to pick at financials, breaching confidentiality. The centralization of Kenyans' data giving the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration the allowance to dictate rules and guidance on ID processes could lead to new justifications known as function creep, exposing citizens to surveillance and identity theft.
Ukienda hata kununua kitu kwa supermarket ama wapi, unaulizwa wapi ID ama benki, unatoa tu BR ile code yake. Inaonyesha tu hivi, inaonyesha ni wewe, tunaonyesha sura yako, inatokea. Si lazima ubebane na ID ile physically. Unatoa simu yako, unaonyesha ID yako kwa simu yako.
Kama sisi hatuna imeinda many progress yetu, umeona. Kuanzia tu kwa vitu mingi tu, kuanzia voting, job, healthcare. Sometimes unaangalia uache vitu venye ziko, na sometimes you give up, but ku give up mimi ndo inaniumiza. Siumizi mtu mwingine, ni mimi tu.
You know, the thing about IDs, they are intergenerational because your ID is also tied to your parents' ID. It is your parents who sponsor you to get an ID. If your parents do not have an ID, it means you don't get an ID, and then over time there's a generation of people who just lack identity documents.
Recognition under Kenya's immigration and citizenship laws demand costly lawyers. For Aaron's case, this turns affidavits and evidence into financial barriers.
For example, the case you were talking about, where somebody's father passed away and the mother is not a Kenyan citizen, surely it should be as easy as the person swearing that this is what they know to be the truth. And you know, there are laws that criminalize lying under oath. So you take an oath, swear an affidavit as to what is true, provide all the documents you have to support your case, and the government should be able to resolve your issue and give you an ID, as opposed to taking you round and round, and always, because it also has a psychological effect, always making you doubt whether you actually belong to this country, also delaying your useful in society, because you can't get useful employment, you can't go to university or even to college without an ID.
Maka shares her plea addressing the government on implementation of digital public infrastructure.
Number one will be for the government to handle the current challenges that we have of the same people who don't have documents before moving digital. And then, number two, I would urge the government now to sensitize the community members by having an impactful public participation whereby communities understands why they need this digital ID.
Haki na Sheria secured a court victory in January 2025 regarding issues to do with citizenship and recognition.
Haki na Sheria has been pushing the government to ensure this situation is resolved, that these individuals who are registered when they are minors be taken out of this the refugee database once they are able to prove their true nationality as Kenyans.
Maisha Namba implementation has been petitioned in court by Haki na Sheria, challenging the constitutionality of the digital ID system. With the case set for hearing on March 17 to 19, 2026, and Kenyans having not recovered billions lost to Huduma Namba, and now implementation of Maisha Namba, we ask Grace her recommendations to solving this recognition and documentation
okay.
issue.
So we're going back to the basics where it is the role of the government to give identity documentation, and that means that where there are problems, or because the government knows that there are a lot of people who do not have identity documentation, it shouldn't be making it a burden of those people to prove themselves, or it should be the other way around.
Kenya's 2010 constitution lacks specific provisions for stateless persons, relying instead on general rights to nationality and equality under Articles 12 to 18. This isn't just their story. The 2010 constitution whispers equality, the model governance framework demands inclusion, yet for Toma, Aaron, and thousands like them, rigid biometrics build walls and not bridges. As Maisha Namba rolls out, will it finally etch their names to the nation's heart, or will it leave their dreams dead on arrival?
Everywhere there's mining.
Shit.
Unaona hiyo shimo ya nini? Unapata watu wanatongozana hapo kwa shimo.
Vijana barubaru ndio wanafanya hiyo kazi, sio kazi rahisi. Wanataka wakutumie, like anakupatia mawe na yeye anataka lale na wewe ndio akupatie mawe.
So the resource that people have is a curse to the community.
Hawa wanaume anapoenda every site lazima apate mwanamke ambaye atakuwa anakupatia mawe. Hautakuwa na kazi ngumu, sasa inakuingizia kwenye usherati.
Sex for gold.
Ati mzee amechoma nyumba na kila kitu plus yeye.
I struggled until I started selling alcohol.
Nikaanza kukuja hapa Bimbo, hii mambo ya gold. Vijana barubaru ndio wanafanya hiyo kazi kwa sababu wako na hiyo nguvu. Sasa hao vijana ndio wanachukua advantage ya wamama. Na yeye anataka lale na wewe ndio akupatie mawe.
Everybody seems to observe and enjoy her suffering.
Tunaongea tu, alafu inafika mahali tunapatana kimawazo. Tunapoongea,
but they operate in such an undercover way.
Wanaume ni wabaya, ni kama umbwa, wanakutumia bila kuvaa kondom.
It's a man have an affair with the mother, have an affair with the daughter. Shit.
Oh, it gets worse.
You're likely to get increase in terms of sexually transmitted infection.
But what options does this woman have that gives her leeway to see this as an economic form of abuse?
On the northern shores of Lake Victoria, fishing once sustained life in Siaya County. However, pollution, overfishing, and fluctuating water levels have depleted Lake Victoria's natural fish stocks. As a result, floating fish cages now dot the lake, but the high cost of aquaculture has pushed out the very communities that once depended on these waters. With fishing losing its appeal, something shinier is taking its place: artisanal gold mining. Chris Owala of Community Initiative Action Group Kenya describes a landscape dotted with mines across Siaya.
Everywhere there's mining. If you go to Bondo, there's mining almost South Sakwa, North Sakwa, Central Sakwa, all those areas mining are happening. If you go to Ariada, East Asembo is the bedrock of mining. If you come to Game, South Game, East is the bedrock. So nearly everywhere, in all the sub-counties in the Siaya County, there's gold which is being mined.
But for many women here, gold comes at a cost beyond labor. Siaya sits on the Busia-Kakamega Greenstone Belt, one of 7 belts that form the Lake Victoria Greenstone Belt. In fact, alluvial gold has been found in River Yala, which flows through Siaya into Lake Victoria, indicating presence of gold deposits in the county. But gold isn't new to Siaya. It was first discovered in the 1930s, then forgotten until explorers revived the old mines around 2020. But with its return came devastation. We investigate the human cost of artisanal gold mining in Siaya, particularly in Abimbo, Bondo sub-county, South Sakwa, about 36.7 kilometers from Siaya town, revealing how mining is tearing the land apart, endangering health, and cornering some women into choices no one ever has to make. This cost is felt most by the women, especially widows, who are left to fend for themselves and their children, sometimes in the same mines where they lost their husbands. Siaya is home to nearly 50,000 widows. In a county with a population of just over 1.1 million, that means 1 in 25 residents is a widow. Among them is Angeline, whose story reveals the daily struggles and sacrifices behind these numbers.
Nilizaliwa Sembo, Rarieda. Nikakuwa nimesoma kidogo. Nikapoteza my mom nikiwa class 6. So, sasa nilikuwa naishi tu kwa mkono ya maanti yangu. Nikaishi na aunti yangu huko Mombasa. Nikasoma hadi form 3. Nikakutana na huyu bwana yangu mwenye alinioa akanileta hapa Sako. Sasa mzee akaingia kwa hii kazi ya kuchimba gold hapa Bimbo. Alikuwa ananilisha. Sasa mimi nilikuwa mambo wa nyumbani na nachunga watoto nao wetu pia.
Angeline was caught in a long-running land dispute with her husband's 2 brothers. Her husband had gone to court over this and won. But this victory came at a hefty price. A family once united was now broken. And in 2019, the most unfortunate thing happened.
Ilikuwa on a Sunday. Sisi tulikuwa tumeenda church. Kurudi, in fact niliitwa kwa church. Ati mzee amechoma nyumba na kila kitu plus yeye.
Her world fell apart after her husband died by suicide. All Angeline has left of the home they built with love is this foundation. Her life has not been the same since.
Ilikuwa kitu uchungu sana. Yaani ni uchungu. Kisikia ni uchungu, ni uchungu. Nikabaki na watoto. Nilikuwa nalala kwa chini ya mti. 1 month.
Left alone with 6 children to feed, her only option was to find work in the mines.
Nikaanza kukuja hapa Bimbo, hii mambo ya gold. Sikuwa najua kufanya hizo vitu. Sana kuja tu na hao mama pia wanakuja. Naona vile wanafanya. Nikajifunza kutengeneza hizo vitu, kuosha. Kupata hiyo mchanga ni ngumu, but ukishapata lazima ugonge kuwe ndogo ndogo. Uanike ikauke. Ubebe upeleke kwa kisiagi. Ukisasiaga unalipa pesa. Ndio ukuje uoshe. Ukiosha mpaka utengeneze kwe hiyo gold.
She endured all this for her children. But sadly, tragedy struck again.
Mimi nilizaa watoto 6. Hao watoto walikufa. Nikabaki na mmoja. Wamekufa. Nimebaki na mmoja. 5 anagonjeka tu kidogo. Mtoto anaanza tu kama saizi mchana. Anasema, naumwa na kichwa. Sisikii vizuri. Unasema, wacha hata nikupatie Panadol. Haifiki jioni, unasikia tu mtoto amekufa. Hivyo tu. Mwingine akienda kulala, vile watoto wamelala, hata amka, utapata tu mtoto amekufa.
Angeline had no time to process the loss of all but one of her children. She had to go on, not just for her own sake, but also for her child's.
Kama uko na gunia moja, yenye ni 50 kg, hiyo mawe kupeleka kusiaga kwa machine ni 500. Utumie mercury. Mercury lazima ununue. Mercury inawekwa kwa karai, unasugua nayo hiyo mchanga.
Unaona mercury?
After that, ukishatoa nini na baki hiyo mercury peke yake. Ukichanganya na maji. Sasa unapitisha kwa kitambaa. After kutoa kwa kitambaa, mercury itatoka, ibaki tena kwa maji. Hiyo gold ndio itabaki kwa kitambaa.
Mercury is a toxic heavy metal, shiny and liquid at room temperature. These women handle it with their bare hands, mixing it in wash basins as they work. Dr. Otieno Anyango, the Sub-County Medical Officer of Health in Bondo, explains the serious health risks mercury exposure poses to their bodies.
It affects the coordination, cognitive functions of the mind, and also somebody can even have tremors, memory loss, or salivation of, drooling of saliva.
if you are intoxicated with mercury. And so that alone can make a patient have neurological presentations. If you inhale mercury and you're a pregnant woman, it's likely to interfere with the fetal inside the uterus. If that mercury goes and contaminates the fish, and somebody else comes and consume that fish, it's likely to cause some harm.
And to make matters worse, the Mining Act of 2016 explicitly prohibits the use of mercury in artisanal gold mining. Yet, it continues.
The guys doing chemicals, most of them are from Tanzania. The chemicals come from Tanzania.
And this is not the worst of it. At these large-scale leaching sites in Abimbo, cyanide is used to extract gold. Cyanide use is illegal in artisanal gold mining and only permitted for large-scale operations under strict regulation. However, these leaching sites lie dangerously close to the lake, one just 389 meters away, the other only 530 meters from the shoreline, raising serious concerns that the toxins could enter the food chain. This is a concern shared by Gabriel Oduong, Siaya County's Director for Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources.
And in most cases, the topography is that the terrain usually slopes towards the water bodies, particularly lakes and rivers. And so there are possibility or chances of the toxics being absorbed in the soil and getting washed into the water bodies.
A 2025 study conducted in Abimbo, among other areas in Siaya County, showed the locals have little to no knowledge of the environmental and health impacts of gold cyanidation. And it happens in their area. Awareness is low and the risks are serious, ranging from respiratory problems, headaches and dizziness, to death if amounts as small as a grain of rice are ingested. The risks go beyond mercury and cyanide. For some women, danger also comes from the men who work in the mines. These mines go nearly 200 feet deep from the surface, dug mostly by hand, and walls that could collapse at any time.
Vijana barubaru ndio wanafanya hiyo kazi kwa sababu wako na hiyo nguvu ya kuchimba hiyo na kutoa hiyo mawe. Sio kazi rahisi. Sasa hao vijana ndio wanachukua advantage ya wamama. Because wako mbele ya kutoa hiyo mawe. Wanapata mawe mzuri sana, tena wanapata mingi. Hao ndio wanatumia. Sasa wamama wenye wametoka nje si rahisi upate hiyo mawe. Hao ndio wanatumia.
Wanatumia, they use. She says it matter-of-factly. The sex for gold trade is so normal here, it even has a local name, Apinde, understood only by those who live with it.
Wanataka wakutumie, like anakupatia mawe na yeye anataka lale na wewe ndio akupatie mawe. Hii miaka yangu ni mingi, niko na 51 years. Ukiona mtoto mwenye anakuambia anataka alale na wewe ndio akupatie mawe, ni rika ya mtoto yako. Ni uchungu sana. Ni uchungu.
Angeline said no, but another widow, who we'll call Jane, faced a very different reality. After Jane's husband died in 2019, the little she earned from selling second-hand clothes was simply not enough to sustain her family.
Nilikuwa na watoto shuleni, boarding school. Sa unajua, ukiuza mitumba, utoe shilingi 10,000, hautapata pesa ya kuenda kuchukua zingine. Hapo mwaka wa 2021, niliamua kuswitch to gold, ambapo ilinifanya vizuri mpaka nikalipa karo za shule.
While working in the mines, she saw the terrible barter trade happen. Sex for gold. Jane had no other option. She became entangled in it, trapped by circumstance. She explains how it works.
Tunaongea tu, alafu inafika mahali. Tunapatana kimawazo. Tunapoongea, unaweza shika mtu ambao ni kiongozi katika hiyo site. Ule ambao anagawa ile mawe. Sasa atakuwekea mingi.
What pushes women to say yes to the men's offer? Unaweza taka mingi lakini hauna uwezo. Sasa kuna tamaa ambayo inaweza ingia mtu. Upate rafiki yako hapo, labda mwenye punch ama mtu step kama wewe, ambaye atakuwa na kupatia mawe, hautakuwa na kazi ngumu. Sasa inakuingizia kwenye usherati.
What she describes is prostitution, and from the way she describes it, the practice is rampant.
Wanaume ni wabaya, ni kama umbwa. Unaona hiyo shimo ya nini? Shimo ya gold. Mara nyingi unapata watu wanatongozana hapo na watu wa ponch, wale ambao wanaingia kuchimba mawe. Hawaogopi. Sasa si unajua umebaki na hao, labda ni nyinyi wawili ambao mmebaki huko nyuma. Tuseme sasa hii ni shimo, watu wamepangwa hivi na mko huko. Sasa sio hao wengine watatoka wote, mtabaki wawili. Aidha kama sio kwa shimo, kwa hizi vichaka ambazo zina surround hiyo site, ambao wengine kwa lodging. It's not just widows who are getting caught in this web.
And how girl child and who leaving school are lured by money, by this money. Because remember, most of the people doing money don't come from there, and they have free money.
The mines don't just offer money; they expose them to sexual exploitation disguised as survival. Akikuja kazi, kuna vile wao wanajifanya, vile wanaongea, vile wanajivaa, vile wanatembea, body language yani. Wanaume wataangukia, na hata kama ni mahali ambapo watu wanalipa pesa ndio uingie, wataingia bure. Akishaingia huyo, ashawekwa kwa box, ataingia kwa site, lakini hatafanya kazi. Utamwona mara moja. Siku ya kugawa mawe ndio utamwona, na hivyo inaharibu maisha yao. According to Jane, she has been with just one partner throughout the years. Vile tu umezoeana na mtu, vile tu huwezi jichanganya na watu wengi. Si ni mtu mmoja. As the mines get exhausted and gold runs out, the women are forced to move to another site. And the cycle continues. Hiyo ni makosa. Maanake hawa wanaume, mtu wa gold, anapoenda every site, lazima apate mwanamke. Hebu niambie, akizunguka 4 sites, ameokota magonjwa mangapi? Hiyo inasababisha vitu kama kusambaza ukimwi, kusambaza gonorrhea, vitu kama hizo. These men often refuse to use protection. Hakuna protection. Sasa ndio nilikuambia kuna disadvantage kwa kuwa wanakutumia bila kuvaa kondom. Chenye kimenisaidia ni kuenda hospitali. Unaelezea daktari na unapimwa na anatumia preps. There are no taboos here. The women are entirely at the mercy of the miners.
But again, when you look at that mining, you get a mother and the daughter are in the mining. So you get the same man have an affair with the mother, have an affair with the daughter, because that's the person who sustained them in their house.
The public inquiry report on mining and human rights by the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights found that in many mining areas, exploitative sexual behavior had become common, and the allure of money from the miners promotes drug abuse.
Wanasema akishavuta hiyo bangi ndio yako na hiyo nguvu ya kufanya nini? Ya kufanya hiyo kazi. Sasa ndio unapata akishavuta hiyo bangi yake, ndio hata aoni aibu. Mama mzee atakwambia nataka kuwa sex na wewe, cause sasa ana nini? Ana aibu.
But the bad thing about drug and substance abuse is that, one, where we have drug and substance abuse, we are likely to get increase in terms of sexually transmitted infection, increase in gender-based violence, increase in HIV infections.
In Siaya, where HIV prevalence was 15.3%, roughly 3 times the national average of 4.9%, according to a 2018 report, widowed women carried the heaviest burden, 26.4%, compared to 15.7% of married women. Sex for gold is not just exploitation, it is a public health crisis. To widows, kuna vile itakupeleka mpaka sasa uache boma yako, Unaona, vile uko peke yako, hakuna mtu anakuchunga. Sasa unaingia kwenye ngono. From the outside, it can seem consensual. Roslyn Orwa, director of the Rona Foundation, a widow-led human rights organization, explains why this assumption is wrong.
Critics may say this sex for gold is consented. They had also said that wife inheritance and widow sexual cleansing is also a cultural right, but is a woman violated. While it is true, it may be consented, but what options does this woman have that gives a leeway to see this as an economic form of abuse?
You might be curious about what the men think. It is not something they talk about, at least not to a stranger with a camera. However, this recording from the mines exposes the harsh reality of this trade.
Kabidi jaboya. Na jaboya unge. Hata jaboya unge la shiri. Tulishamia ni amalo kama. Oh. Nikech. Poko ndo. Dumorun si kani waro mai. Aha. Kisi nas kong ngamo na tomate. Na kubedi dap machi la des. Poken cheese. Kina korengo. Rirunya kaiwae. Mali ne dwaro bembodo, en tuma yodot. Kani mangato bende chiki ke rambe moro. Jodwa ni moro be hene. Mane kuro mako kode boya. Pero malumi. Malumi yani kuro mi mali. Dichule pesa. Ini bimi. Mandas bichambo kayo. Mali yani oande in mali. Così totanali che se lui il papar gario grama tie. Obi de caten papar ga ucel dimni chemo. No de nani pratu de biu de gini. Però gini qui tu ne e kalegi mi nyeti yeno. Oh, piccole no, kalegi mi nyeti. Ma iso ni kitu ne to ohala mode de joko de wadi yone. Wala ne bele no ala mar hot. Eno ala madu. No ala madu. Profit margin mare pack. Hey. To kidi so timona. Kidi ka be tiere gar bale lo gede ka unya ya ka kidi so. Chama mandas.
Mine ne ban tik. Nas mari goldi. Dosa la de na. En ka uyori. Kana na to po. Ora se che puntero ne.
Caroline Adhiambo, 40 years old, was widowed in 2000. For over 2 decades, she has struggled to stay afloat.
My husband only worked on the first. Our marriage only lasted 2 years. We were farmers, but after 2 years, he died. It hurt me. The passing of my husband hurt me. I struggled until I started selling alcohol. There are days when I'd sell firewood by the lake and only make 200 shillings.
Caroline joined the gold business in 2015. She introduces us to another form of payment used in the mines, a system called garama, where women offer porridge in exchange for the gold-bearing rock.
Some people were working at the mines and it found me when I was struggling. The people there asked me, could you find us something to eat? That's where I started from. I sell my porridge instead of someone taking advantage to sell me the ore. Because as a normal human, you may be tempted to take the offer.
The women are not allowed to choose the rocks that could contain the gold ore first, and regardless of whether they pay with sex, porridge, or money, they remain vulnerable to exploitation.
If you go with the money, with the intention of buying the ore with your own money, you have to wait for the men to be given the rocks and then get them. But if you take a step there, you will go and exchange with the rejected rocks, sprinkle some water, and then gives it to you. That is the biggest loss women are going through, because sometimes someone sells you rocks that don't have gold.
Roslyn explains why the Garama system is stacked against the women.
do a mathematics around our costs. Is there something wrong with that? Can we as a society question that? That this woman is providing 20 cups of porridge for 7 days, yet she doesn't know how she'll recover this money. Unless we are blind and we say it is okay for her to carry this burden and feed the miners for the rest of her life.
To mitigate these challenges, some women choose to go underground to mine their own ore. But even there, they are far from safe.
The women are most affected in some cases. You look at Ndori, in Lumba area, where 6 women died in a day.
Millicent Akinyi, aged 40, Mathlida Aoko, 42, Viola Aloch, aged 27, Caroline Atieno, 36, and 42-year-old Catherine Akinyi.
And the government has kept, things are normal. The leaders, it's okay, nothing. It's like, that's just another statistics.
These statistics also count men among the casualties. And here, where widows are many, the story becomes painfully clear. The mines took husbands, fathers, and the stability of many homes.
In terms of health, one of the things that we've seen is the traumatic accidents and injuries that have happened in the mining sites. When we have the gold mine collapse, either injuring people inside the gold mine or killing them, or even having the near misses.
Many people have perished in these mines, but one particular incident stands out. The 2021 tragedy, where 2 miners were killed and 10 others trapped after a mine caved in. The story of Tom Okwach, one of the trapped miners, made national headlines, and as Amos, an elder of the community, says, it left the people of Abimbo scarred.
Watoto wengine anaogopa mambo ya goldi kwa kulingana na kifo ya Okwach. Okwach anakufa kigafli. Okwach anakufa kwa simu ya kuenda na ya huko. Unafutafuta Okwach mwezi wangapi ya? Bwana Richard, mwezi wangapi? Abreo. Mwezi wa 7 hivyo. Kufutafuta Okwach. Alafu kupata Okwach kama skeleton.
Amos's son was a close friend of Okwach, and losing him was so traumatic that he decided never to return to the mines. When death occurs in these mines, accountability often disappears.
There's a conspiracy between the police and the community and the mining site. So when people die, if you process, do a postmortem, there's a possibility that those mining sites will be closed.
And some accidents end up being covered up. Gabriel breaks down the challenges of regulating the mines.
Not all of them have permits. Actually, a number of them don't. And because of their informal nature, it's so difficult to control them. Today is here. You intercept them and say, no, we want to see a permit for approval of this site. They disappear from that place. They go to a totally different sub-county. When they do the pits, right? At times they're following what they call them the gold veins, right? And at times the veins run across even roads. Sometimes they're even preventing homesteads, covering homesteads and blocking the entrances.
There's this sound that happens where the machines were mining. And what impact are they causing our eardrums?
The persons with equipment, some of them from China. We are seeing Somalis also in it.
Shit!
And with the use of explosives comes tremors and destruction of property.
Kukaa hapo unasikia nyumba unapata cracks. Alafu kama kujenga nyumba ya nguvu na chuma, lakini tafadhali. Lakini nyumba vivyo, mtu anapata cracks. Hapo zamani, hapa ni msituni kubwa zaidi hapo zamani.
One, environmentally speaking, we'd be losing our forests. Because those guys clear trees like nobody's business.
The damage is clear, but the bigger question remains. Where does all the gold go?
Bondo, where we sell the gold.
From Bondo?
Mostly I'm told they're in Kisumu. The real landlords who do the purchases.
After this, the trail goes cold. The Africa Gold Report by Swiss Aid shows most of Kenya's gold comes from artisanal and small-scale miners, a sector so informal, almost none of its production is captured by state records. A 2022 study estimated that these mines produce about 6.9 tons of gold every year. Kenya is also a major transit hub for gold smuggling from where it's exported. At today's prices, the annual 6.9 tons is worth roughly $931 million. Yet, at the bottom of this wealth chain are women, paid not in money, but in survival, traded one night at a time.
Which economies of the world, which currencies of the world are actually thriving at the backs of widows? Because the economies that are thriving from gold does not know that the gold mining sector is thriving at the backs and the sexual provision of widows.
After everything we've uncovered, it seems only fair that the people involved in extracting this gold would have a way to benefit from it.
But now the ultimate beneficiary is the person to whom the gold is being sold, who in most cases I've witnessed are not actually natives of these places.
However, these mines operate in a legal grey area. They are not marked, and no clear records of ownership exist.
But they operate in such an undercover way that you can't visit the site once and get to know this is the so-and-so. You'll have to visit a number of times. You have to be with the community before you get to see the real person who actually buys. That, to me, is the person who benefits most.
But some players are known. Take Shanta Gold, for example. In 2020, the company acquired Kenyan mining rights from the Canadian firm Barrick Gold. That deal handed Shanta 7 licenses across Kakamega, Kisumu, Siaya, and Vihiga, a stretch of about 1,161 square kilometers, believed to hold roughly 31,184 kilograms of gold.
So the resource that people have is a curse to the community. So it's not a blessing in it because leaders have turned deaf ears. Company, Shanta, they're saying they have to migrate to, because government is saying when a resource is discovered in your area 6 feet deep, then that's mining, that you have to get licenses from us. So the government is using that to evict the resident.
Issue of relocation, it has been said we don't sell our ancestral land, we are not being relocated, but we are told a survey on relocation has been done. What is the recommendation in that report?
A planned National Environment Management Authority, NEMA, public participation forum on the Shanta Gold mining project was violently disrupted in Isulu, Ikolomani constituency, and who have vowed to protect their ancestral land.
When you dispossess people, it's not about the land question that the people seek. There are sentimental attachment to this. There are cultural issues attached to this. There are deeper issues that what you can see and cost is never enough. The emotional trauma that comes to the people. There are old wazis that they never thought of going anywhere. When you took them out, they'll die. Completely. There are people who bury their children behind their homes, and every morning they go to the graves, and that's what they console them. If they are removed from that, they will also die. I've written to ODP, I've written to Direct IG, I've written to DCI, himself, about how the offices are being used to criminalize the community of Ramola, both in Mabona area and Ramola area. I've been beaten by these oppressors. Yes. I have a case going in the court against them. But it does not stop me from pushing for the justice for the communities.
The community has joined the fight. On November 10th, 2025, the Kojoro Artisanal Miners Cooperative Society Limited petitioned the Cabinet Secretary of the Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs, asking CK Holdings, a company based in Hong Kong, to release part of their license area.
The person must be known by full name. The person must be tamed.
We have spoken about the challenges at length. What about the solutions?
Ya chenye nilikuwa naona wenye wanasaidia wamama kama mimi. Kama serikali inaweza saidia wamama wapatie kitu kama hata pesa ya kufanya biashara ama pesa.
In response to their struggle, the Siaya County government passed the Widow Protection Act on November 13th, 2025, led by efforts by the Rona Foundation and its partners.
So we basically transferred a lot of research, a lot of social impact into a framework that would be tangible, and devolution should work for the woman who was most left behind. So this is how this law has been framed. And the widows have been centered of it. And now our prayer is the Siaya County has set up a precedence, a best practice that other counties in the region should be able to look at.
It is a hopeful start, but hope alone isn't enough, not after all the pain and struggle.
I think to me it needs collective action. And even when it comes to collective action, there has to be a lead agency. That's the way government operates. In this case, the Department of Mines and Geology, you operate this. It would be good to have consultative meetings, and not just with the government operations, the offices I quoted here, public health, county government, Department of Environment, Department of National Environment Management Authority.
As authorities fail to protect miners and their communities, widows live on the edge, waiting for a gentler tomorrow.
Mimi nataka nichunge hawa wenye nimebaki nao wasome malize shule. At least maisha yao wasikuwe kama hii yangu yenye napitia. Hata ni kama Mungu ameniongeza masiku, nione hata wajukuu wangu wakikua, yani boma yangu ikue, hiyo generation ikuwe na maisha mzuri, si kama hii yenye napitia.
Until change comes, sex for gold remains the unspoken price they pay.
You can't define her by suffering and make that her fate. That when you see her, this is her fate, she has to pay for it, she has to suffer for it, everybody seems to observe and enjoy her suffering.
Ninamuuliza Mungu, hadi lini nitakuwa katika hali hii? Mungu, lazima ubadilishe tabia yangu na njia ninayopata kipato changu, kwa sababu nimechoka. Inafika wakati ninachoka na hii kasi na natamani nipumzike, lakini najua siku moja nitapumzika. Najua hivi karibuni sana utarudi, nami nitashuhudia yote. Hiyo nina uhakika nayo.
Do you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard in the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa.
So guys,
Join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
He started asking the same questions again and beating me. After some times, akatoka nje, akafunga mlango, nikaachwa kwa room.
Tumekuwa na watu wanasema wamekuwa abducted ama wametekwa nyara. Mwishowe unapata ni watu walikuwa wanataka kupatia ama kutupa lawama kama serikali.
The crew is there. There is a unit within the police service that is acting in an extrajudicial manner.
The first thing they said, mkiendelea tutadili na nyinyi. He started asking the same questions again and beating me. After some times, akatoka nje, akafunga mlango, nikaachwa kwa room.
Tumekuwa na watu wanasema wamekuwa abducted ama wametekwa nyara. Mwishowe unapata ni watu walikuwa wanataka kupatia ama kutupa lawama kama serikali.
The crew is there. There is a unit within the police service that is acting in an extrajudicial manner.
This is a regime determined to silence Kenyans through the use of force. My name is Mulinge Muteti, and I am a human rights defender. Because we all know what happened during the events of June 25th, 2024, during the anti-finance bill demonstrations. So many Kenyans were killed. So many Kenyans lost their lives. To this day, some Kenyans are still nursing the injuries. I didn't need to wait for 25th or 24th to decide, rather to say that I'll join other Kenyans in the commemoration. It is something which I have consistently spoken about. What we are witnessing is not random disorder, it is class violence. Nothing much happened on the 24th, but I knew the following day I'll be on the streets. I'll be outside Parliament to lay flowers and remember our comrades. We joined other Kenyans to notify the police that we will be on the streets that particular day.
The procedure in the Public Order Act is to notify the OCS in the police station. Finally, that has been confirmed that notification has come from some families and citizens that they would like to carry out peaceful protests tomorrow. So there is no question.
We have not received any formal notification from any quarters.
This is to notify all Kenyans that today, united across all generations, tumeweza kufikisha our notification to the police headquarters for the June 25th commemoration.
I think towards 10, we felt we should now start our march. Even before tufike Parliament, the police were blocking us from accessing the building. Why it was very important for us to get to Parliament buildings, we lost so many comrades around that area. We approached the Parliament na kukaribia mahali walikuwa wameweka barbed wire. We started singing and chanting. This was before we could even lay our flowers. And the first thing nilianza kunotice after kufika hapo Parliament, polisi walikuwa sana wana focus na kenye tunafanya na wanataka sana hiyo kitu iishe as soon as possible.
You cannot be killing more than 500 Kenyans and still remain to be in office.
Your Honor, for the first time I appear to be a person of interest. My name is James Wanjeri. I am an advocate of the High Court. I run a law firm under my name, James Wanjeri and Company Advocates. Most of my work is a representation. I've represented a lot of activists and protesters who've been arrested over the years. Your Honor, is the record then correct in saying AK-47? Thank you, Honor. You know, Article 37 guarantees the right of everyone to peaceably and unarmed, picket, to demonstrate. That is a right in the Constitution. Unfortunately, the police seem to think that they give you permission to demonstrate.
After kuwekelea maua, tulianza tena kuongea na media. And it's now during hiyo time, tuko hapo na parents of the victims. The police started coming closer to us and telling us tutoke hapo. All of a sudden kuangalia on the other side, tukaona wameshika one of our comrades. Tulikimbia mahali walikuwa. And so there was that back and forth. And we managed kumkomboa from them. They were mixed. Wenye walimshika walikuwa uniformed na wengine wamevaa civilian. Before nirudi mahali tulikuwa tumesimama, they arrested me. They grabbed me. I think they were around two police officers wakakuwa wamenikaribia. Hawakuwa na uniform wenye walinishika. Wakanifuruta. Like now they want me nirudi hiyo side wako. Because they had surrounded us, so many police officers.
Instead of arresting your colleagues, killer cops who have killed youth, you are coming to arrest people who are commemorating those that were murdered. This doesn't make sense.
But then after media kutoka hapo, they got so violent. Now they started beating us. Na lori imeanza kutoka Parliament, inaenda mbele. I asked them, where are you taking us? And nobody gave me an answer. From that point, tulienda sana. Tulienda kufika mahali wakasimama katikati ya barabara. Kusimama katikati ya barabara, they started shouting and pushing us, telling us to get out. So now we were in the middle of the road and we didn't know tuko wapi. Within no minutes, tukaona gari 3 zinatoka side yenye tulikuwa tunatoka sasa. These were Subaru vehicles, zikasimama mbele yetu. Hapo walitoka wengi sana. Armed men. And they started beating us in the middle of the road.
In our channels, we noted that while arrests had been made, there were individuals who never turned up at the police stations. So we had lawyers go to Central Police, go to Kamukunji, what we like to refer to as the regular stations where protesters are taken. These guys were not there. Yet, they were arrested on camera, but they were being arrested by people in plain clothes.
When we arrest people, the first thing you people, particularly not all of you, but a few of you who who want to mess up the media space will quickly post that people have been abducted when they have been arrested. Number two, when we arrest them, you quickly profile them as human rights defenders, even criminals.
Hivi majuzi tumekuwa na mademonstrations zenye zimekuwa peaceful. Wananchi wenye walikuwa wanataka kudemonstrate walikuwa na nafasi, wenye walikuwa wako na shughuli zingine waliendelea na shughuli zao, na watu wenye walishikwa ama walikamatwa na polisi walipelekwa mahakamani. Sio tu hivi majuzi, juma iliyopita, na hata nyakati zingine ambao tumekuwa na demonstrations.
This, if akina Mulinge were hiding in some Airbnb as we are being told, then the police should have gone and arrested them and brought them to the courts. So why didn't that happen? So I thought it was a very casual response, but also one that is not shocking in the sense that that has been the government position for some time now.
So from that point tulizunguka sana for hours. Unasikia tu gari inaenda, inagonga vitu, inapita like kwa barabara, mpaka tukasikia gari imesimama. Akafungua na mmoja akanifuruta nje. Isikia hapo nimewekwa kwa room, kwa nyumba, kwa kama mlango, and then nikatembea kidogo tena nikasikia mlango ingine imefunguliwa na nimerushwa huko ndani. After that ndio alinifungua macho na akanitoa handcuffs. He started asking the same questions again. Who is paying me to demonstrate? Why I am coming out and criticizing the government. Akatoka nje, akafunga mlango, nikaachwa kwa room. Nilikaa for some hours and then the guy came back again. This time he came with the food. Kafunga na akaenda tena. That was on Thursday. I could tell ilikuwa usiku kwa sababu kulikuwa na giza sana in that room. The only other time I saw him was the following day. He came back, same questions, beatings, and he went back again. Came back late at night with the food, and he gave me.
It's true that Kenyans have continued to report cases of enforced disappearances, where basically one is picked, there is suspicion that the state is involved, and there is an official denial that that person is not within the custody of any of the state or law enforcement officers or institutions. And cases of torture have also continued to be reported at the Commission. And as recently as that, as of the date when we were handing over that reparations report, we had documented different cases, and torture and enforced disappearances are some of the cases that we had included.
As a matter of fact, if you want evidence that they exist, go listen to the speeches by the president in 2025.
Yale yamesemekana mambo ya abduction tutakomesha. Ndio vijana wa Kenya waweze kuishi kwa amani, na vile vile wawe na nidhamu na wawe wangwana, tuweze kujenga Kenya tukiwa pamoja.
Even the president knows those people who are abducting people. That's why he can confidently say abductions will not happen again, because he knows who to tell to stop the abductions. So I don't think it's a question of is there such a crew or not. The crew is there. There is a unit within the police service that is acting in an extrajudicial manner.
Sikumbuki ilikuwa saa ngapi akarudi tena kwa room usiku. Blindfolded me again. Akanieka pingu. And he pushed me out. Kaniambia twende. So at this time I didn't know where he was taking me. Nikaenda, nikasikia tena nimerushwa kwa gari ndani. Na gari kaanza kuenda. Ilienda for sometimes, kumbuki ili take how long, mpaka ikafika mahali ikasimama. Of course, after kutolewa nini, I could see my other 2 colleagues. The first thing they said, tusiwaone tena mahali mnasumbua serikali. Tuko na uwezo, tunaweza fanya anything, so ni nyinyi mtachagua. We are around, we are watching. After the threats nini, wakaacha tumeangalia hivyo tu. Later on, tulikuwa Ngong Forest.
And 6 people who were arrested by police during the June 25th anniversary protests before being reported missing have been found alive after reportedly being tortured and abandoned in different parts of Nairobi, including the Ngong Forest area.
Maybe not the government is getting to that place where we'll abduct you and torture you, but we won't leave any marks on you, okay? But we'll do something to you that will achieve the outcome we want. Because remember, the purpose of torture is to break someone. The MO is consistent. There's a consistent pattern, and especially the fact that you and I saw them being taken by police. So, anything that happened after that, it could only have been the police. Because remember, there is no other body that has been given the power to deal with security issues within the borders of Kenya beyond the National Police Service.
We also remain concerned that there are different violations that continue to be reported, despite the clarity on the role of the state in terms of ensuring that these violations do not continue to occur.
The National Police Service has denied any involvement in the recent wave of alleged abductions and disappearances reported in the wake of the June 25th Gen Z anniversary protests. In a statement to newsrooms this evening, the NPS dismissed the claims as false and misleading, saying some of the reported cases were stage-managed to deceive the public.
Part of the personal grieving I've had to do has been to see that, you mean we can pass a constitution and still deal with these same things? You mean you can pass a constitution and people are still being tortured? People are still being disappeared? Why did we pass this constitution? It can almost induce hopelessness. But we have to fight. Because remember, you and I will not be here in 100 years. Our kids are going to be here. What type of country are we living for our kids?
This is a regime determined to silence Kenyans through the use of force. It wasn't the first time. I remember last year, they almost did the same thing. But now, that time, they took me to court. They sent DCI police officers. They came for me back in the village, drove me all the way to Nairobi, detained me for 3 days. The only difference between then and now is that time they took me to court, but this time around they didn't. So it is something expected of a rogue regime.
The things that are happening now, for instance, when Akina Mulenge say they were taken, if you read the story of the people who were arrested for being part of the Mwakenya movement in the 80s, they'll tell you the MO is almost the same. The only difference is that Moi was ruling under a constitution that allowed him to detain you incommunicado. The constitution actually gave him the power that you can be detained and you don't have to be presented, there's no habeas corpus or anything. That is the history Kenyans were walking away from when they voted for the new constitution. But Kenyans must continue to demand that the constitution they voted for is respected and upheld.
Do you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard in the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa.
So guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
Tukana mtoi, tukaenda saloon, but tulikuwa tunaona kwa simu watu wana demonstrate tao. Tulikuwa tumelala chini, bado marisasi zinakuja. Nilisikia hapa nikaa nimegongwa na mama, mimi sikujua ni risasi juu pa kutoa damu. Nilisikia tu pain.
Walopaswa kutulinda ndio wanatumaliza, tumebaki kwenye giza. Tunajiuliza risasi zalia tuwezi kulala
hapa ndio nilikuwa ninadhani mtoto yangu atapona.
That what led to the death of Rex Masai by a single penetrating gunshot wound to the left thigh.
Mtu kama huyo apigwe risasi miguu.
Those remarks are very unfortunate.
Walopaswa kutulinda ndio wanatumaliza.
I want to repeat it here. In fact, shoot and kill.
In fact, mimi nilikuwa nimepigwa mbili hapa juu na hapa chini.
She would come there and the bullet would be removed. It's still in her leg.
Tuwezi kulala risasi zalia tuwezi kulala
June 2024 will be remembered as a defining moment in Kenya's civic history. Young people came together to unpack and challenge the Finance Bill 2024 under the hashtag Reject Finance Bill 2024. They called on members of parliament to reject it, but their online pleas seemed to fall on deaf ears.
And I want to tell them, we are not going to reject the finance bill.
The first protests took place on June 18, 2024, and were led by citizens without any involvement from the opposition.
Agombo, this is a message to you. Usitoke, don't come.
Kenyans staged protests again on June 20th, 2024, but the protests turned tragic, leaving 2 people dead.
21-year-old Evans Kiratu was hit and injured by a tear gas canister.
He was hit by a tear gas container on his private parts, and before we reached here yesterday, he passed on.
Marking the beginning of a darker turn.
Walopaswa kutulinda ndio wanatumaliza, tumebaki kwenye giza. Tunajiuliza risasi zalia tuwezi kulala risasi zalia tuwezi kulala risasi zalia tuwezi kulala tumebaki kwenye giza, tunajiuliza iko wapi.
June 25th, 2025 started like any other day for 21-year-old Rose Wanjiru, who, at the time, was working as a house help in a police officer's home in Juja.
Morning boss aliamka akatoka mapema, akaniacha kwa nyumba na mtoto.
Si tukaamka vizuri, tuka have breakfast, tukajitayarisha, tukatoka. Hakukuwa na maandamano. Tautu ndo tulikuwa tunasikia kuna maandamano, Juja hakukuwa na anything. Tukatoka na mtoi, tukaenda saloon, tukashukwa, tulikaa tu vizuri, but tulikuwa tunaona kwa simu watu wana demonstrate tao. Tuliingia saloon by saa 2 hivi, tukashukwa by saa 8. By saa 9:30 hivi nikatoka saloon. Sasa ilikuwa sasa tunaelekea home.
On June 25th, 2025, returned to the streets, this time to honor and remember those who had lost their lives. But as they attempted to access the central business district, they were met with resistance. Police blocked major roads, barring entry. What followed was hours of running battles, tear gas, and gunfire. Rose had no idea danger was closing in. And by 3 p.m., the protests had spread from Nairobi's central business district to their doorstep.
Sasa venye walianza kushutu marisasi, sasa kila mtu anakimbia kivyake. Sasa nikapata like wenye walikuwa mbele yangu wakaniambia juu nilikuwa na mtoto, wakaniambia lala chini juu kuna mtoi hizo marisasi zisikupate. Ikabidi nimeweka mtoto mbele hivi ndo sipatwe na risasi, ikabidi mimi nimemlalia.
Rose tried to shield herself and the child from the violence. But in the chaos, tragedy struck.
Tulikuwa tumelala chini, bado marisasi zinakuja. Hapo ndo nilisikia like hapa uchungu pain. Nilikuwa na simu button kwa mfuko na nilikuwa nimeshika smartphone na mkono mwingine. So nilikuwa nimelala hivi chini. Nilisikia hapa nikaa nimegongwa na mama. Mimi sikujua ni risasi juu pa kutoa damu. Nilisikia tu pain.
It was not a stone. Rose had been shot twice.
Sasa hapa chini ndo iliingia. So mimi venye nisikia hapa pain hata sikuguza hapa. Niliguza hapa mahali iliingia, nikasikia kitu moto hivi. Venye nisikia kitu moto, nikaona ni blood. Mimi nilikuwa confused, sikuwa nafikiria, sikuwa naweza hata kuongea. Nilisikia unajua sasa nilipigwa side. Nilisikia ni kama roho like I was out of it.
The child was taken to safety and left with a local security guard. And Rose was rushed to the hospital on a motorcycle.
Nikapelekwa hospitali iko Juja, ukienda side ya Thika. Sasa in fact mimi nilikuwa nimepigwa mbili, hapa juu na hapa chini. Hapa palikuwa pamefura hivi, but hapa chini ni damu tu inamwagika. Sasa venye nilifika hivi, nikaekwa shindano ya hapa, nikaekwa maji, nikaingizwa kwa ambulance na 6 people, tukapelekwa Thika level 5.
At Thika level 5 hospital, they were nearly denied admission. Rose recalls overhearing paramedics being told to transfer them to Murang'a County Referral Hospital, about 46.9 kilometers away. But the paramedics declined, citing the ongoing protests. As seen before, even medics and those offering assistance can be caught in the crossfire. And it was too dangerous to move patients at the time. Some of the injured had gunshot wounds to the chest, raising fears they might not survive the journey.
So if someone suffers a gunshot injury, the first thing is usually to try and save this patient's life. And this you do by resuscitating them with fluids, giving them antibiotics, giving them painkillers, and then since it's an open wound, you have to go in for a surgical procedure called a surgical debridement. This is basically just cleaning of that wound to prevent infection.
Wakatuweka maji nini, tukatuambia tu relax, utaenda picha, x-ray, alafu sasa ukitoka x-ray uende theater, ndo wajue like risasi imeingia mwili wapi. Hapo wakasema hakuna risasi, tumbo niko sawa, but hapa kuna risasi, but izaguza mfupa, imehang tu hivi kwa nyama.
When a bullet enters tissue, penetrates tissue, depending on the velocity, the velocity is the force of the bullet. Once the bullet penetrates skin, because skin is the first organ to be touched, once it penetrates skin, it causes something called a cavitation. So it's like a hole, let's just call it a hole. So it pierces skin, causing the hole, and then it burns the tissue around the hole that it creates, creating a path through every viscous that it passes through. So now that whole path is considered unclean. So it burns that whole region as it passes across, causing dead tissue, necrotic tissue, which needs to be removed so that to prevent infection.
Sa time ilifika nilienda theater kitu saa 5 ya usiku. Nikaenda theater, nikaoshwa hapa. Alafu sasa hapa hivi wakajaribu kutafuta hiyo risasi, but walishindwa kuitoa. Tulijaribu kutoa, but ijatoka. So, kenye iko machine zetu zimekwama, utangoja mpaka Friday. Sasa venye ilifika Friday nikamwambia sikula chochote, saa 8 ikafika time ya kwenda theater. Daktari ndo alikuja akaniambia machine bado hazijakuwa fiti, itabidi ukule, ungoje mpaka Monday tuone kazi zitakuwa zimetengenezwa. At the same time, my mom alikuwa amekuja.
Nilikuwa tu huku home, alinipigia simu asubuhi, akanieleza amepigwa biduki. Na sasa ako hosi ya level 5. Na wawezani kumtoa juu machini imeharibika. So wakanieleza kama ingefaa nimuhamishe hiyo hospitali, nimpeleke hosi ingine. Na hapo ndio nilipata changamoto juu sikuwa na pesa yoyote na sikuwa na mtu mwenye ataweza nisaidia. Nikaangalie bill ya hospitali, kwenda nikakuta tayari ngiliza 30,000 na pesa juu zimeenda. Sasa nikashindwa, sasa hizi pesa zote nitatoa wapi?
At the same time, my ID ilikuwa imepotea. So sikuwa na ID, ati tungetumia SHA. So ikabidi wameambiwa mtalipa cash ndo discharge mgonjwa mpeleke hospitali nyingine. Hakuna mtu mwenye angepata that key in cash saa hizo, juu ni kitu ya ghafla. So my mom Kenya aliona tu auze ng'ombe yake ndo apate discharge nipeleke hospitali nyingine nitolewe risasi.
Nikafikiria, nikaona mtoto siwezi mlinganisha na ng'ombe. So wenye niliwaita walinunua tu hasara tu, lakini nikasema ni sawa tu. Juu ni ng'ombe ingetoka kutoka 8, lakini walinunua 40k. Sasa nikalipa, nikamtoa huko.
Wenye walitoka nje kwenda kuchukua taxi, wakapata na mtu wa taxi akawaambia, mimi kuna hospitali najua iko huku Thika, wanadilingi na mambo na mafupa, anaweza kutolea mtoto wako risasi. Wakatuambia inaitwa Thika Sam.
The Thika Sam's Hospital is a level 4 hospital located in Kiambu County, Thika Town, 6.6 kilometers away from the Thika level 5 hospital. Rose and her family took the 16-minute ride to the facility.
Zile 10k mama alikuwa amebaki nazo kwa zile 40, ikabidi ameniingiza nazo hospitali ndo nitolewe kwanza risasi, hata kama kuna bili yenye itakuja baadaye atajua venye atatafuta doza kunilipia hospitali.
Rose was admitted on Sunday and had to wait till Tuesday to get the bullet removed.
There's a trauma of going to theater. Theater is a scary place. There are lights everywhere. There are people in funny green suits. If you've never been there, it's crazy.
Daktari akaanza surgery, akatafuta risasi, akaniambia yeye ameikosa, atanishona. Sasa Kenya atafanya, atanituma hospitali nyingine yenye iko na hiyo machine juu yeye akinitoa risasi hakuwa na hizo machines.
Rose and her family now had to cough up more money with the bullet still lodged in her leg.
Hapo ndio nililia Mungu wangu. Nikamwambia Mungu, wewe ndio unaniona na wewe ndio unanijali. Hapa ndio nilikuwa ninadhani mtoto wangu atapona na pesa zimeenda na sina pesa na wanataka ngiliete na sasa sina hizo pesa. Hapo ndio waliongea mpaka vibaya. Wakasema ati nipeleke mtoto hospitali nyumbani ama apelekwa na gari akatupwa na huko. Nikasema Mungu nisaidie.
My mom alikuwa ameongea nao madaktari, akaambia huyo daktari, amjanitolea mtoto risasi, mnafaa mtupunguzie bill, juu pia hospitali yenye tutaenda next watatuitisha pia bado bills.
Sasa hapo ndio tuliona huyo mwenye hiyo hospitali akasema akiondosha pesa ataondosha tu 20,000 tu juu amepelekwa theater, na watu ya theater ni lazima walipwe na madaktari ni lazima walipwe, so yote itakuja 60.
As the family struggled to raise money to clear the hospital bill, Rose remembered a well-wisher she had met at Thika Level 5, a man she identifies only as Goldon, a Kunadawa volunteer. According to Rose, he had been assisting other victims injured during the protests and had promised to help her. Running out of options, she reached out to him, and after getting her details, they stepped in and settled the bill. With the hospital bill finally settled, Rose and her family prepared to leave for Kenyatta National Hospital in an ambulance. But the relief was short-lived.
Hawa watu wa ambulance wanataka referral na wanataka hawa Thika-Sam wapige simu Kenyatta waseme kuna mgonjwa anatoka Thika-Sam apokelewe nini Kenyatta.
Hao tu walikuwa wanakataa kutupea nini referral ya kuhamisha mtoto.
Wakakataa kupiga simu Kenyatta. Juu wako anataka wajulikane wameshindwa kutoa risasi.
Sasa tukashindwa, sasa tena imekuwa ni kesi. Sasa wanaongea aje na tumewalipa.
Sasa at the same time akina Goldon kulikuwa na dema anaitwa Muthoni alikuwa Kenyatta.
My name is Muthoni Getao and I am a Kunadawa volunteer. So my first interaction with Rose was through a phone call where she'd given up and she was just like, I guess it's okay, I'll just go home. But I was telling her, no, we're going to figure this out, so don't worry. We'll do whatever it takes to make sure that you leave that place today.
Determined to help Rose, Muthoni escalated the matter herself, calling several officials at the facility. What followed was a conversation where concern was expressed generously, solutions less so.
Hello, hi Arnold.
Hi.
My name is Muthoni.
Yes, Muthoni.
I have been given your contacts by Gathe.
Gathe?
This is in regards to Rose. So I have a problem.
Yes.
So in the morning, mliongea na Mama Rose, and you agreed that if she found 40K, Rose would be discharged and allowed to go seek medical support from somewhere else, right? So we've gathered ourselves, but now we're being told she can't be released unless we pay another 10K. And sasa now I'm wondering, tunafanya nini?
I think that one is not correct information because I am the one who waived them.
We're in a terrible position kwa sababu Rose penye yako hata akiwa hapo kwenyu hasaidiki, si ndio?
Yeah, sikatai. Actually, I've waived you the fee ya hospitali. The 20,000 is for the hospital. The hospital nimeiacha bila kitu.
But sasa saizi, bado you want the 80K, but now she needs to go somewhere else for the very same surgery that tulikuwa tunajua will be covered there. So now you see, even if you say you are waiving ikuwe ni 60,000, twende mali pengine tena tutusha yet another 80,000. Yeah, for the very, very same surgery. She's in a lot of pain. Mguu yake inaendelea kufura, si ndio? The contract that was initially made was that she would come there and the bullet would be removed. It's still in her leg. This guy, amenikatia simu.
All this unfolded as Rose waited for her referral from the facility. The ambulance personnel quietly became the one bright spot in an otherwise slow process.
Watu wa ambulance walikuwa so kind. Wakawaambia sisi hatuwezi chukua mgonjwa, twende tumtupe Kenyatta. Tukasumbona nao manases. Kafika mahali mkubwa wao amewaambia waandikie referral. Sasa ikabidi my mom sasa watu wa ambulance wakasema sasa mmetuandikia referral. Mbona ampigi simu Kenyatta? Wanadanganyana wamepiga. Sasa watu Kenyatta wakipiga simu hakuna simu imepigwa Kenyatta. Sasa Muthoni akaniambia nyi kujeni nitawapokea Kenyatta mkifika wapokea.
The first time I physically meet Rose is outside KNH casualty while she's laying in an ambulance. Once someone gets there, they have to go into triage. So with her case was very different because when we got into triage, at first they were like, okay, so did they call, say you were coming? One of the doctors there was actually very angry, decided to call Thika-Sam's, and right there on the call, they were denying that Rose had left Thika-Sam's that night. And he was like, no, I'm literally looking at your discharge, and it says that it was done today. It was the 5th of July. It's like, it says it was today. So what do you mean? Why didn't you call? And they were asking them, you had this patient for this long, how come nothing was done? So one of the doctors there was like, if it were me, I would actually have sent you guys back. But then they're like, the person who ends up suffering is the patient. So we were lucky that we bumped into a doctor who was empathetic.
Ndo tukaenda na Muthoni, akatuingiza huko ndani, yeye ndiye alishughulika na story zote. Because my mama alikuwa amechoka, like alikuwa amechoka juu ameshughulika na mimi, alali mchana na usiku unaona alali.
Process of getting someone admitted into Kenyatta after they've come in through casualty is quite hectic. So between moving from one space to the next, it might take 3 hours waiting for something that takes 10 minutes to be done. That process, we started at like, I think it was 10, and we were finishing the admission process at 5 a.m. The time we were leaving her, she'd been booked in for theatre.
Kwenda theatre, nikadungwa. Unajua sasa niko nimeenda theatre mara mbili before Thika Level 5 na Thika Sam. Sasa venye nilifika huko wakanidunga shindano ya kugandea hapo hivi ndo nigande hivi, ikakataa kushika mwili juu nimeenda theatre mara mbili at the same way. Kunaona sasa sijakaa for long. Dawa ikakataa kushika mwili.
Anesthesia is very serious. It's not a joke. Depending on the anesthesia she would have used, they could have several effects. If you get an infection in the CSF, it's something called meningitis. You get and meningitis could kill you. Then there's something called high spinal. High spinal is when I am intending to numb this area, but my anesthesia goes higher. And you know, it numbs the muscles, it numbs the nerves. The diaphragm is a muscle. You use the diaphragm to breathe. If you anesthetize the diaphragm, you cannot breathe and you are gone.
Nikashindwa kubreathe at the same time. Ikaanza kuninyima hewa juu lazima unajua upumue na tumbo. So mimi venye nilishindwa kubreathe nikaanza kuzima. Kabidi sasa wameniekeza machine za kunisaidia nipumue.
By then, Rose had finally replaced her ID and was set to pay through SHA.
Tulikuwa na SHA, wakakataa, wakasema wataki SHA. Ati tutoe pesa. Na ile pesa wanaitisha bado ni mingi. Wanaitisha 63K.
Introducing the Social Health Authority, SHA, a new chapter in health coverage here to ease the financial burden of medical bills and offer relief to all contributors.
Ikabidi tena sasa tulipe tena cash Kenyatta. Tukalipa 63.
Risasi zalia tuwezi kulala
Rose is one of the lucky ones. Others, like 29-year-old Rex Masai, were not as lucky. Rex became one of the earliest and most prominent victims of the Gen Z-led anti-finance bill protests. He was fatally shot on the evening of June 20th, 2024 in Nairobi's Central Business District during demonstrations against the proposed Finance Bill 2024.
Rex was the first victim of the Gen Z protests, and it was around archives and then how his friend was with him at the time he was shot. And that friend narrated what happened at that time.
That what led to the death of Rex Masai was hemorrhage, which is bleeding. This was caused by a single penetrating gunshot wound to the left thigh.
Another witness by name George, who was with Rex Masai, stated in his evidence that after he discovered that Rex had been injured, he went for his rescue and he tried to beg police officers to assist, but they did not.
It's really sad that, we lost Rex, and after Rex, we also lost many others.
They were both shot in the leg. Rose survived and still carries the scars. Rex's family carries the pain of burying a son.
I find solace in the immeasurable pride I feel to call you my brother.
So painful to lose a firstborn child for no reason.
By July 9th, 2025, the death toll from the preceding days of demonstrations had surged to at least 31. On this date, President William Ruto delivered an address from Kilimani, Nairobi, demanding an end to the violence and controversially authorizing security forces to shoot protesters in the leg if they were destroying property.
Mtu ambaye anachukua moto, anaenda kuchoma biashara ya mtu, anaenda kuchoma mali ya watu wengine. Mtu kama huyo apigwe risasi miguu, aende hospitali, akienda kotini.
These remarks sparked reactions across the country. Some Kenyans responded with satire and humor, and others, like Belgut Member of Parliament Nelson Koech.
Wakati jana umesema shoot but do not kill. I want to repeat it here. In fact, shoot and kill.
I think the president's remark on shooting in the leg are very misplaced. Those remarks are very unfortunate. You see, when you see someone in the streets and you take action against them, you are basically determining guilt before you take him to a court of law. The only institution that is allowed to pass innocence or guilt is a court of law, not a police officer.
Rose was not a looter. She was caught in a situation that could have ended tragically, but she survived to tell her story. An official report was filed, an OB number was issued, but 1 year later, Rose is still searching for answers and justice remains out of reach.
OB yenyewe saizi hata ng'ombe niko naye kwa nyumba because sijui nda start naye wapi, unaona? Kwa sababu saizi siwezi toka hapa niende ati kwa police station fulani nianze kuripoti nilipigwa risasi. Like mtu mwenye alinipiga risasi, the first thing sikumuona, sijui ni nani. Kitu yenye ingeniprovia ni nani ni risasi, unaona? Risasi yenyewe sina. Madaktari walichukua wakasema ni mali ya serikali na wakairudi, hawakunipea anything. Sasa OB yenyewe niko naye kwa nyumba but hainisaidii with anything.
For survivors like Rose and for families who lost their loved ones, the question now is, what comes next?
Recently, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, which is mandated by law to address issues of reparations, compensation and all that, announced that they're developing a framework to determine how to compensate victims of protests. Not far back, the president announced that the government is planning to compensate victims of protests from 2017 to current. And with that presidential announcement, and of course with the mandate of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, they set out as the commission to develop that framework. Currently, they're in the process of considering claims by the victims who have so far presented their cases. But this is an ongoing process. Kenyans, wherever they are, should know that they can go anytime to the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights and present their claim.
As the pursuit of justice continues, the scars remain.
Kama correct, unaona pia mimi ningekufa na ningekufa with no reason. Sikufanyia mtu chochote, unaona?
But beyond the pain lies something stronger. A determination to ensure that what happened is never forgotten and never repeated.
Kenyans, wherever they are, please don't allow yourselves to remain passive. We each have a role to play in making Kenya a better place. Don't ask what the country can do for you, but what you can do for your country.
Umekuja mikono tupu, umekuja sasi na marungu. Umekuja kwa amani, kujavuja haki. Umekuja mikono tupu, umekuja na risasi
na marungwe. Nimekuja kwa amani, pigania haki. Wapi haki? Uruko wapi? Freedom is missing. Iko wapi? Wapi haki? Uruko wapi? Freedom is missing. Iko wapi? Justice is missing. Haki is missing.
You care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard and the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa. So, guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
Nikikuambia mambo ya match fixing, hii ni kama drug dealing. Unajua wale watu wa chini ndio hukuzwa, lakini ule drug dealer mwenyewe hajawahi fikiwa.
Okay, then deal is on. Okay, that first half draw, what we want must come. Okay?
Now, for the game to end 3-0 tomorrow, we have $14,000 for you.
Wewe utakata hiyo offer? Huwezi kataa.
These things are affecting the league. They are affecting even trying to get sponsors.
We must bravely address the ills that have bedeviled our beloved sport. Ni wakati tupambane.
Are you comfortable to name them? Bana, piga hii shughuli. Confederation.
Football is Kenya's favorite sport, a national pastime loved by millions. But in stadiums across the country, a dark cloud is looming over Kenyan football.
Nikikuambia mambo ya match fixing, hii ni kama drug dealing. Unajua wale watu wa chini ndio huguzwa, lakini ule drug dealer mwenyewe hajawahi fikiwa.
International match-fixing syndicates have infiltrated Kenyan football, exploiting players, referees, and officials in schemes that investigators say generate millions while leaving careers in ruins.
That mimi kama mkule have been approached.
Now, for the game to end 3-0 tomorrow, we have $14,000 for you.
Wewe utakata hiyo offer? Huwezi kataa.
This investigation by Africa Uncensored reveals how individuals entrusted with interpreting, enforcing, and safeguarding the laws of the game instead became its greatest threat. Their actions fueled match fixing to unprecedented levels, drawing dozens of players, referees, and officials into a deeply entrenched network of corruption from which many now struggle to escape.
Okay, then deal is on. Okay, that first half draw, what we want must come. Okay?
Hiyo sasa ndo match fixing. Unaona hiyo federation imeenda, walikuwa wamejaa hivi.
Are you comfortable to name them?
Bana, piga hii shughuli kwa federation.
Kaulunga bao 2-3 mimi nafunga. Kaulunga makeki kao 3 nikipula. Kaulunga bao 2-3.
For decades, a perpetual hope for glory has driven Kenyan football through its highs and lows. The history of Kenyan football is defined by a series of big moments and even bigger failures. Kenyan football finds itself at a crossroads. While match fixing has threatened the integrity of the competition on the pitch, persistent leadership battles, governance concerns, and allegations that have attracted international scrutiny have compounded the sport's troubles of it. As this investigation established, the rot goes deeper than you think. The last embers of hope in Kenyan football are on the verge of being snuffed out by a vicious network engaged in match manipulation, commonly known as match fixing. Beyond the immediate damaging impact of match fixing across the entire football ecosystem, including the national team, leagues, clubs, talent development pipelines, sponsorships, and broadcast deals, the careers of dozens of players and match officials now hang in the balance as they are trapped in blackmail schemes, with betting syndicates and their influential associates threatening to expose them and end their careers unless they continue to manipulate games and recruit more people. According to World Football governing body FIFA, matches are typically manipulated for two primary reasons, with the biggest being betting-related financial gain. Individuals conspire with betting syndicates to fix results in order to win illegal sports bets. Teams or players may also deliberately perform poorly or lose to gain a competitive edge in a later tournament stage, avoid a difficult opponent, or prevent relegation. Kevin Tea, a Nairobi-based sports journalist, has covered Kenyan football for over a decade, earning the respect of fans who see him as one of the game's credible voices. The rise of match manipulation in Kenyan football is among issues Tea has reported on extensively, including scandals at different clubs.
Definitely, these things are affecting the league. They are affecting even trying to get sponsors, because no one wants to come and put his money in a league with so many questions. New fans, if you can't attract new fans into the game when the goals you're letting in are cheap, because with all these man of allegations, it becomes really, really hard. It's actually affecting the quality of the game. You can't really attract sponsors with such. You can't attract new fans with such, and even the old fans, they'll get tired. Why am I going to the pitch every week to watch a game that looks predetermined in quotes? And yeah, it's affecting football in general. I think as early as probably 2016, 17, there were those rumors, but again, it's a phenomenon that I was not familiar with. You just hear people saying, this game has been sold, this game has been fixed, this one has been manipulated. But there's really no proof that that game has been manipulated, because it's not something you're used to. But I think when it hit home, or rather when I realized that probably this thing is actually happening, was I think in 2019, when FIFA banned the former Harambee Stars defender George Owino over a game involving the national team that had happened years back. That's when I realized, oh, okay. So this thing that people are really talking about in low tones could actually be happening.
In 2019, FIFA banned former Harambee Stars defender George Owino from all football-related activities for 10 years and fined him 1.5 million shillings after an investigation found he had worked with Singaporean convicted match fixer Wilson Raj Perumal to manipulate matches involving Kenya's national team. Among them was a World Cup qualifier between Kenya and Nigeria, which Kenya lost 3-2. Perumal claimed to have flown to Kenya and convinced 3 Harambee Stars players to manipulate the outcome of the match, which secured Nigeria's place at the 2010 World Cup in South Africa. 2 years after Owino was banned, in 2021, the FIFA Disciplinary Committee found Kericho-based club Zoo FC guilty of having been involved in match manipulation in violation of the FIFA Disciplinary Code. The decision followed a series of matches in the Kenyan Premier League deemed to have been manipulated between 2018 and 2020 by individuals belonging to the club. Zoo FC was expelled by FIFA from the Kenyan Premier League and relegated to the 4th-tier FKF Division 1.
Coming from FIFA, you realize that, okay, this thing is probably actually here with us.
The sanctions did not end there. As investigations into match manipulation widened, further disciplinary action followed. In January 2023, the Football Kenya Federation provisionally suspended 16 players and coaches, including several linked to Zoo FC, as part of efforts to safeguard the integrity of Kenya's football leagues and stem the growing influence of match fixing within the sport.
There are suspended players, there are referees as well, others are club officials, others, unfortunately, some are allegedly a journalist as well. So it's a broad, it's a broad chain of people. I think the whole ecosystem has the representatives of match manipulators.
The FIFA sanction on Zoo Kericho in 2021 was emblematic of the decline of Kenyan football and its top-flight league, particularly under the stewardship of then Football Kenya President Nick Mwendwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the returning officer, I declare Nick Mwendwa as the winner of the election of President of FKF.
During his tenure, Kenyan football lost its broadcast partnership with SuperSport, while several sponsors also withdrew. The departures followed a series of public disputes between the broadcaster, league managers, and the federation, including disagreements over the number of teams participating in the league. The loss of SuperSport as a broadcast partner cost the Kenyan Premier League an estimated 300 million shillings in annual revenue, including multi-million shilling grants that clubs had come to rely on. A 5-year, 1.2 billion shilling title sponsorship agreement with betting firm BetKing was terminated after just a year, leaving clubs without critical funding. The exit of major betting companies led by SportPesa from sponsorship of local football clubs, including Gor Mahia and AFC Leopards, at the height of a government crackdown against firms in the gambling sector, further exposed the vulnerability of clubs across the Kenyan football ecosystem. According to players and match officials who spoke to Africa Uncensored, the decreased visibility of the league, along with the poor financial conditions for players and officials, contributed significantly to a surge in match fixing. Mwendwa's tenure reflected many of the governance challenges that had long plagued Kenyan football, continuing concerns that had dogged the game for years. His predecessor Sam Nyamweya, for instance, presided over a scandal-ridden tenure in which player welfare was often disregarded. Mwendwa was eventually replaced by Hussein Mohamed in 2024. He decried the downfall of Kenyan football and pledged to transform its fortunes. Among issues he promised to tackle decisively was match fixing.
We must bravely address the ills that have bedeviled our beloved sport. Ni wakati tupambane.
But despite the lofty promises, Mohamed's tenure has also seen numerous coaches and club officials come out to decry rampant match manipulation in Kenya's top-flight league. In the most recent SportPesa League season concluded in June 2026 under FKF's watch, several football stakeholders, including coaches Charles Okere and Abdallah Juma, called out the dangerous rise of match manipulation.
Kwa wachezaji hata katika ofisi ya federation pia wanafanya hizo vitu. wana deploy, the referee wanakuwa deploy na referee. So hii ni kitu Kenya hatuwezi kuacha. It's the thing that we cannot tell traffic not to collect money in the road. Tutamwambia traffic ndio.
In their last game of the season, then Sofapaka coach Edward Manoa stormed onto the pitch as he accused his own players of match manipulation in the game against Kariobangi Sharks, owned by former FKF president Nick Mwendwa. For Kariobangi to have a chance of surviving relegation, Kariobangi Sharks needed to score at least 5 goals against Sofapaka. They scored 6. Patrick Korir is the chief executive of Nairobi City Stars, which featured in the Kenyan Premier League between 2016 and 2025 when it was relegated to the second tier. Korir's frustrations over match manipulation paint a picture of a dysfunctional system, one in which even owners, executives and coaches are powerless to stop the vice in their own organizations, and the bodies tasked with stopping the vice are either toothless or complicit.
Match manipulation is where you guarantee. You see, now in betting, it can go either way. City Stars can win, Team X can win. Or they could draw, and no one wins it. But now match manipulation or match fixing is whereby you now guarantee the results. And it happens in so many ways.
After being confronted with rising incidents of match fixing in the league, Korir decided to take matters into his own hands in 2023 and set up a sting operation meant to catch the fixers red-handed, offering a rare, in-depth look at the match-fixing underworld in Kenya.
Festo Omukoto, who was a former City Stars player, scouted through Aspire, went to the Aspire Academy in Senegal, and then later came back, played for City Stars. I think was called up to the under-20. Very good midfielder. While he was at Homeboys, there was a time there was an allegation of fixing of games at Homeboys. Eventually, some players were suspended. He was one of them for 4 good years. So he served his suspension is over. So Kefu gave him a role as an ambassador. So he calls me one evening and tells me, "Hey, CEO, so unajua ile story ya mine nikikuwa suspended." Nikamwambia, "Hiyo story naikumbuka." So akaniambia, "The guys who are behind what happened have reached out." So I'm like, okay. So they're in the country. Wako Kenya. We're talking about somewhere Feb, March 2023. So I'm like, okay, so unatakaje? Kaniambia, Korir, vile nakujua kama journalist na umekuwa on record upendangi history ya match fixing. Tuduaje? Si tupige mpango tushike hawa wasi. Hey, I'm telling Festo, "Wewe kesho tuko na game ya sofa." So he tells me, he calls me, he tells me, okay, so these guys have said I organize. So he talks to me, now Festo talks to me for City Stars to organize for 7 players. And I'm calling the cops. So the plan was we present ourselves wherever they want us, but then in the background, we get one of the people mic'd so that every conversation can be had outside somewhere, and then we get the cops. So kidogo, these guys say no, the players must be 7. They say those 7 players must be in the starting 11. And they make it very clear. Goalkeeper, 3 defenders, 2 midfielders, the striker. They came to 7. But anyway, since you decide to do it, call. So we agree on who to call. Yeah. We're like, Pigia, so-and-so. So they came. So in fact, we made it 8 because we got a midfielder who is also a defender. So we had 8 players.
After gathering the players, Korir alerted authorities and Citizen TV sports reporter Mike Okinyi, setting up the match fixers.
We are on Thika Road, headed towards Kasarani, but we'll be given the location of the exact place where the meeting is going to be. We don't know where it is, but we understand that the fixers are ready, the money is there, all they need is the players and agreement on how to fix the game.
Eventually they get to some building, someone in Roysambu. So they go up, I think, to the 4th floor. So I'm in the office, I'm just monitoring on call what's going on. So they get into a room, so the conversations begin. Now they said, tomorrow you're playing Sofapaka. So plan ya kesho is that you lose this game by 3-0. 3-0. So you concede in the first 10 minutes. First 10 minutes, make sure you've conceded. And then in the last 20 minutes, you concede the other 2.
For that, for the last 15 minutes, you're working for 10,000. Then plus 1,000? Yes. That's 11,000 in total.
$11,000. If you will do confirmation and mistake work, will not pay.
At the right moment, police pounced with TV cameras in tow.
Once the police had had enough, they swung into action, bursting into the house. 1 Russian, 1 Ugandan, and 1 Kenyan from the match-fixing gang were arrested.
Sit down, you, my friend. Sit down. Where? Sit down, you. Sit down. Sit down. Let's go.
But despite Korir having gone above and beyond to nab the fixers, justice would prove elusive. The 3 suspects arrested would be released just weeks later after being charged with conspiracy to commit a felony and cheating, in violation of the Penal Code, due to the lack of an explicit law criminalizing match fixing, a massive legal loophole. Just 3 months later, Korir would suspend 2 Nairobi City Stars players over their alleged involvement in match fixing: veteran striker Ezekiel Odera and a defender, Salim Abdallah.
So that took a really big hit on us, because Federation did not act, which I found very disappointing, because for the 3 months we had suspended them, Federation literally did nothing about it. So when I checked on how far the case was going, is when they asked me to submit evidence, and I'm like, my first report came with evidence. So they're like, yes, what else have you found? I'm like, I clearly mentioned that I will not investigate because I don't have the capacity. But since you have an integrity office, it was your role to investigate. So what happens?
A year later, 5 match officials would be suspended by FKF over alleged match manipulation after a match between Nairobi City Stars and FC Talanta in Machakos, after Korir filed a report on suspicious behavior by referees. Edwin Mukolwe was the player in goal for Nairobi City Stars versus FC Talanta and was named the player of the match for his heroics as he saved 2 controversial penalties.
Kuna game tulicheza na Talanta pale Machakos. In one of my best years nikiwa City Stars, I got the highest number of clean sheets I've ever gotten in my career. So ilikuwa game ya Talanta tunacheza. Game yenyewe haiko kwa TV. Game yenyewe haina fans. Tumepelekwa wapi? Machakos. Nakwambia kwa hiyo game nilisave pena ngapi? Na ni pena yenyewe hakuna pena hapa. Unaona ile ni 50-50. Hakuna pena hapa. Lakini ref asha call. Hakuna pena hapa, ref asha call. Akaona huku ni kunoma. Akapeleka pena huko side nyingine. After hiyo match week, like 2 weeks after, kuna watu walikuwa suspended. Kulikuwa na allegations za match fixing kwa hiyo game.
The goals that we scored, I'd say, were too easy. The penalties that we got to score the 3rd goal was too easy. The penalties awarded against us were no penalties. So I called 2 guys at the Federation, told them that. I sent a WhatsApp on the same. The next day I sent an email just to say, kindly investigate that game, because I didn't feel it was normal. As much as I'm happy we've won, but you're feeling like it's a kind of game where you'll also be told you're part of the deal. So, and I didn't want that. So I wanted to separate City Stars from whatever was going on. And sure enough, one of the referees came out and said, hii game ilikuwa fixed.
I actually think the referees are the biggest players in this vice because they have the powers to determine how a match goes. You may talk to defenders that you want them to let goals, but the other team decides not to attack. So the referees have the biggest power. They can give out penalties, they can give out red cards, they can ignore penalty calls, they can ignore important cards. For example, a dangerous tackle goes unpunished. So they are the biggest players because they are the person who can easily determine how a game goes, whether a team wins, loses, or draws.
FKF has suspended several referees in recent years over alleged match manipulation, but investigations have not progressed further. The careers of many referees suspended over match fixing currently hang in limbo. For this investigation, Africa Uncensored tracked down for several months a Kenyan Premier League referee who was suspended by FKF over alleged match manipulation, ultimately convincing him to speak on the operations of match-fixing syndicates in the country. Our investigation uncovered allegations that match-fixing networks have infiltrated parts of Kenyan football. The referee, who asked not to be identified for his safety, says referees were approached by people with advanced knowledge of their match appointments, sometimes before those appointments were officially communicated. He also alleges that, in some cases, the approaches came from within the football administration itself.
Nikikwambia mambo ya match fixing, hii ni kama drug dealing. Unajua wale watu wa chini ndio huguzwa, lakini ule drug dealer mwenyewe hajawahi fikiwa. Yeye ndio ana manage pale juu, anajua huyu na huyu, lakini wakishikwa anaenda missing. Hautawahi sikia ati kuna mdosi fulani alishikwa juu ya drug dealing. Hiyo sasa ndo match fixing. Unaona hiyo federation imeenda, walikuwa wamejaa hivi.
Federation yani?
Yannick, hapo ndani walikuwa wamejaa hivi. Kuna referees hapo ndani, hao administrators hapo ndani, hao wote. Utasuspendiwa ati so and so amekuwa suspended. Hata hautawahi jua ni duration gani. Wangapi wamesuspendiwa tangu Nick aingie federation? Wengi. Umewaisikia matokeo ati investigation imefanywa ikaisha. Juu ule akitoa hiyo evidence yake, atashikwa. Ukimchukua umuulize nani alikuleta hapa, juu ya uoga atasema jamaa fulani. Jamaa fulani akupeleke kwa jamaa fulani. Huyo akupeleke kwa mdosi mwenyewe. So ndio maana hapo ndani ni noma.
According to John, whose name has been changed to protect his identity, senior figures in Kenyan football administration work closely with the match fixers.
Hao watu wa federation si ati hawajui. Mtu fulani akona appointment. Huyo Masia anajuaje we ndio uko na appointment ya game fulani na we ni referee? Amepataje contact zako na akakupigia simu? Amefikiwa aje na ye hayuko hapa? Simu inaonyesha ako nje ya country. Alijuaje we ndio uko na hiyo appointment? Unapata mtu anakupigia simu before hata we mwenyewe upate appointment. Before ujue utaenda game fulani. Venye iko, we utaapproachiwa. Wakuambie hii game nataka bao 5. Hii game tunataka bao 2. Hii game hatutaki bao. Na hii offer ni pesa fulani. Watakuambia game yote tumekupea kama ni 1 million ama 500k ama 100k. Hii game tutakupa 300,000 ama 200,000. We unaweza fix match juu ya 20k.
He argued that many referees take the offers due to their dire financial situation, which is exacerbated by months-long delays in payments from the federation and little consideration paid to referee welfare.
Mtu akikukall atakuambia kuna game fulani. Nataka ufanye hivi na hivi. Na we ukatae ama ukubali. But kulingana na venye kuko, itabaki umekubali. Wewe umechorwa job, umefanya job 3 months, hujalipwa. Familia kuna wenye wanakutegemea. Unasomesha. Ikifika end month, hauna do. Boss, Unabishiwa nyumba 3 months hujalipa keja, alafu mtu anakuletea offer. Wewe utakataa hiyo offer? Huwezi kataa, utasema kama mbaya.
With players and referees now roped in by the match-fixing cartels, a new danger looms over their careers. Threats, intimidation, coercion and blackmail are all part of the package. John said referees can face retribution for refusing to play ball.
Niliapproachiwa na mwenye alini-approach ni mtu wa federation. Nikatravel hadi mahali tulikuwa tunacheza game. Akanipata. Usiku naingia hivi, napatana na gari yake, ameningoja. Nafika hivi, gari iko kando yangu. Panda tuende. Kufika huko, napata niko na players wote hapo. Wote wa team A. Akaniambia hii game, first half, inafaa hii team ishinde. Away team. Second half, inafaa home team ishinde. Nilijaribu kukataa hiyo game, walikataa kunisikiza. Then ikafika match day. Nikapiga game. First half away team ikashinda. Na tena walikuwa juu venye hawajai kuwa game zao zote. Walikuwa juu sana. Wakashinda first half vizuri. Second half kurudi, wakaongeza bao. Then after hiyo bao, wakarudi chini. Blanda defenders walianza kufanya, inakuonyesha tu nini inaendelea hapo. Away team ikapata bao 2-1. Blanda tu ya kipa. Kocha kakasirika. Kumbe hayuko kwa hii shughuli. Ni technical bench yake iko na yeye hajui. Ana demand keeper apigwe sub. Team manager wake anakataa. Then wakapata bao ingine kwa 2-2. Game inaenda kuisha. Then game ikienda kuisha, wakapata bao ya 3 ya 3-2 ya home team kuwin. Nilikataa bao. Ilikuwa on goal. Mimi nilikataa. Utafanya? Uliniletea deal nikakataa. Hiyo deal wewe ukaunda na players. After kukataa bao, ilikuwa noma. Kuna mabao hakuna mtu anateta, ni kocha kwa huko peke yake. Wale players wa ndani hakuna mtu anateta. So hapo ndio nakwambia, venye nilikataa bao ilinipea noma mingi sana. Na nilitafutiwa makosa mpaka ikapatikana. So after hiyo shughuli, venye nilikataa hiyo bao, na hiyo bao ilikuwa bao ya pesa. Juu hiyo ya 3-2 ndio pesa yake ingeingia. Ilibidi huyo msee anitafute hadi mtaa. Uzuri hakuwa anajua mahali naishi. But sasa asubuhi nikienda zoezi, alikuwa anajua time yangu ya zoezi. Nilipatana na gari yake, nikaiona kwa umbali. Nikajua hii ni gari ya jamaa fulani. Hiyo siku train. Nilirudi home.
They are trapped because I can assure you the messages we've seen out, the videos you see out of players that have been leaked, they have been leaked by the people they were working for. Because you decide that now, let's say a player has gotten a call-up or the career is in an upward trajectory and they realize that no, this match-fixing thing is something that I really now need to drop and focus on my career. I probably could actually go even and play in Europe or somewhere. But now, you've done a good job for the fixers before and they're really not going to let you go. What do? Leak those messages, leak those videos, leak those photos. And yeah, you're trapped. So basically, once you get into much manipulation, unfortunately, from the information I've gathered, there's really largely no way out.
Bro, what we want must come. Okay?
The case of former Harambee Stars goalkeeper Patrick Matasi, in which a leaked video appeared to show him discussing match-fixing plans, shook Kenyan football to its core.
Yeah, because it was actually an old video. It was an old video. The video recorded or the video leaked was when he was playing for Kenya Police FC. And when it was leaked, he was at Kakamega Homeboys. So the video was leaked way many months later after it was recorded. So there can only be one reason why such a video will be let out. And your guess is as good as mine.
So I feel like they have avenues za hide their tracks na kuficha hizo interaction. Ndio kwa maana unapata hata kesi kama ya yule goalkeeper ambaye kulikuwa na video, ilikuwa from an angle, ilikuwa kujificha. Mimi ukiniuliza hata huyo jamaa ambaye yako kwa hiyo mwenye ana record ni mtu mwenye unaona venye tunaongea hivi. Hakuna mtu hawezi kuwa anani record na anafanya kitu mbaya na nisimkataze. Unanipata? So mimi my idea about hiyo case, which is totally my opinion, is that mtu ambaye aliseti huyo goalkeeper, labda huyo goalkeeper alikuwa anataka kujitoa kwa inoma akisema mistaki, but unajua venye mikora saa zingine huwa anakuchukulia ka evidence.
When asked to name figures at the federation whom he claims were involved in match fixing, John, the suspended referee, offered an interesting connection that would put Matasi in the same place with alleged fixers before it all came tumbling down. The national team Harambee Stars.
Are you comfortable to name them?
Bana, Roni anapiga hiyo shughuli na Roni ako federation.
John had good reason to be afraid of Ronnie Oyando. He was not your ordinary football administrator. Despite previously holding several senior roles over the years, including as team manager of Harambee Stars under Nick Mwendwa and fixture secretary at the federation in the Sam Nyamweya era, Oyando was a feared figure in Kenyan football. According to John, Oyando approached match officials on various occasions to manipulate various games, many of them involving Sofapaka. Notably, Oyando was also suspended by the Confederation of African Football for 6 months in January 2021. The sanction was for breaching COVID-19 protocols during an AFCON qualifier against Comoros, which included delaying testing and fielding Harambee Stars players who tested positive. Milton Nyakundi, a sports journalist who later sought the office of FKF president, came face-to-face with Oyando while trying to expose alleged corruption and mismanagement of funds at FKF under Nick Mwendwa. It all came to a head at a press conference he called at the Ngong Hills Hotel on October 17, 2021.
It goes without saying that the Nick Mwendwa administration thrived on threats, intimidation, and violence. Anybody that held an opinion different from theirs was targeted for intimidation, and I am not the only one that got, that. So in the course of our processing what had happened, reaching out to the police, and, some of the, then they are the ones who, told us and gave us that information that they had been instructed by the then president of FKF, Nick Mwendwa, and the person who gave them the brief and the instructions was one Ronnie Oyando. That information, we made it public. We shared it. The media reported about it. We did report at the Kilimani police station. And to date, nobody has ever challenged that position. I've never been sued for stating that, and I therefore believe that that is the correct position.
I can say it's actually getting worse because for once, we don't have any measures to curb it. Those involved, the suspected fixers, are just with us here. They are known people. They come to the stadium to watch games. There is really nothing to fear for them to fear. So the lack of mitigating factors or the lack of consequences for those involved in the vice has made it even more prevalent. It's probably they are braver. After all, what can we do? Let's say I'm already suspended or I'm already banned. If I continue with this thing, there's nothing worse will happen to me. There's no law in Kenya that probably will be taken against me. So I think it's getting worse, and the manipulators are getting broader by the day. And I don't know, it's a bad sign for the game going forward.
Mukolwe, who retired in January 2026 at just 28, says many players in the top flight league and second tier fall into the fixers trap because of financial challenges. Kenyan football players routinely go months without pay, with delayed or unpaid salaries being a persistent crisis across several top flight clubs, sometimes forcing players to seek aid from well-wishers after being evicted from their homes. The situation is compounded by low wages. Over 90% of players in Kenya earn less than $600 a month, according to Players Union FIFPro, pushing many to seek income outside of football just to survive.
It's worth noting that my body is at its best condition. Sahi, as an athlete, I am the strongest I have ever felt as an athlete, but I'm 28. I was 28 when I was retiring. I just turned 29 a week or two ago. So decision yangu ya kuacha ball ni kwa sababu hakuna do kwa ball. Kuna timu hata nilikuwa date 11, hakuna mtu alikuwa na do. Date 11. Na hii ni across the team. Kuna team zenye nimekuwa hadi coach anaomba mchezaji do. So unaona inoma ni si ya wachezaji peke yake, but I can say it without blinking. I can say it without flinching that players are not being paid their work's worth in the Kenyan Premier League.
Mukolwe revealed that he too had been approached multiple times to manipulate matches while he was still an active player in the league.
That mimi kama Mukolwe have been approached na watu wakiniambia ni manipulate games. For example, kwa mtu anakupigia kwenye WhatsApp, mtu anakutext kwenye Instagram, anakuuliza wenda unacheza hii weekend, unasema naweza cheza, rada shida iko wapi? Anakuambia nataka ufanye hivi na hivi, nataka umanipulate outcomes ya hii game. So it's up to you as the individual kusema kama utakubali ama utakataa. So I can't speak for players who said no. Kuna mtu labda ataapproachiwa na aseme by the job ana miss na rent, kama unaweza nisotia tu rent nitakuwa sawa.
In the past year, there have been new efforts to rein in match fixing in Kenya, namely a proposed anti-match fixing bill tabled in Parliament by nominated MP Irene Mayaka, which would criminalize match fixing, and the formation of a new sports integrity task force set up by the Sports Ministry. Whether these efforts will be successful is up for debate, with players and officials arguing that any real solution must first address long-standing issues on pay and welfare.
So we need to change nini tunazungumza about match fixing. Kama hatutaki kutafuta solution, tunaharibia tu watu life. Juu kuna goalkeeper saizi hawezi cheza kwa sababu wali allege ali match fix. Unaona? Wali allege ali match fix. So ile pesa anawadai ya 6 months haizi enda mahali kudai juu alimsuspend. Na ni suspension ambaye mchezaji hajakuwa hard.
With Kenya preparing to co-host the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations, restoring integrity in football is no longer optional. It is essential. The country faces a critical test, proving that it can not only host Africa's biggest football tournament, but also protect the integrity of the game. For the thousands of footballing talents across the country, millions of fans and stakeholders of the game, eradicating match fixing is a matter of life and death for Kenyan football. Match fixing hollows out the very soul of the sport. When results are predetermined, every goal, every save, every last-minute drama becomes a lie sold to fans who gave their time, money, and genuine emotion to something rigged from the start. For betting enthusiasts, in a country with one of Africa's highest populations of youth engaged in sports betting, the threat is even more immediate. When syndicates manipulate outcomes, the odds are designed to deceive you, meaning your money isn't lost to chance, but stolen through fraud. You're not gambling, you're being robbed.
But now, one of the days now we're sitting with Interpol, now we are sitting and the OCS is now asking us, okay, sawa, sasa hawa tunapeleka kotini, tunawashtaki. Lakini sasa tunawashtaki na nini? That's when for the first time I saw the penal code. It's a massive book. So we're trying to go through. Sasa hii match fixing tutapata wapi? There is no law that we could use. So I think they were being taken to court with attempt to steal or conspiracy. There was something, there are two cases on them. Conspiracy to defraud and I think attempt to steal. Because there's nothing about match fixing. So I call him, so again he's like, huyo ni Koril. City Stars. Pole nilisahau kukuambia. Ile kesi yako file ilifungwa. I'm like, what do you mean file ilifungwa? He's like, yeah, because these guys came back through their lawyers, changed the plea to guilty, and they paid the fine that went with that case. They were released and the file is closed. So funny enough, I meet the OCS of Kasarani Stadium Police Station. So like, na wale watu tulishika wako wapi? Bado wako kotini. Nikamwambia ile kesi ilifungwa. Siele, funny enough, just as he was asking me that, the Kenyan guy sells TheraBands. Alipita tu hapo. Akasimama kuzia mtu TheraBands. Nikamwambia si hata huyu ni mmoja wao. Right there in front of our eyes. The guy is looking scot-free. So, you can do anything and everything. But first, if the federation is not serious about, if they don't have a serious integrity office, which unfortunately is the case. And that time when that case was dropped, I was very disappointed. I made a plea to the government, please, can you enact a law? Because I can't be subjecting my players to some cold night to arrest people, and then they walk scot-free.
Responding to questions from Africa Uncensored, FKF President Hussein Mohammed denied the claim that the federation had failed to address match fixing as he promised in his campaign for office. The presence of allegations does not necessarily mean there has been a failure to act. Match manipulation is a sophisticated crime that requires evidence-based investigations, intelligence gathering, and due process. The federation cannot sanction individuals based on speculation, rumors, or public allegations alone. Since taking office, we have strengthened collaboration with FIFA, CAF, and integrity partners, enhanced awareness programs for players, referees, and clubs, and continued reviewing our reporting and investigative processes. This is not a challenge that can be solved overnight, but our commitment to protecting the integrity of Kenyan football remains unwavering, Mohammed said. Nick Mwendwa, in a message on WhatsApp, said he did not wish to comment on matters football as he left office 2 years ago. Patrick Matasi denied allegations of involvement in match fixing after the video surfaced, and has challenged his suspension by the Football Kenya Federation in court. Ronnie Oyando was yet to respond to requests for comment by the time of publication.
Cannot be reached.
Kaulunga bao mbili tatu mimi nafunga. Kaulunga makeki kawa tatu nikipula pula.
So what happened?
Before we understood the scale, there was an audio recording, and what it captured was deeply disturbing.
Some of the victims I've talked to, there's one who really singled out an issue of the director touching the breasts of the girls.
So he is also a grandfather.
This is a story about alleged repeated sexual abuse committed against the most vulnerable children in society in a charitable children's institution by a man tasked with protecting them.
So what were you doing?
In Kajiado County sits one such institution, Ebenezer Children's Home.
My age, I'm about 70 years of age.
Anajifanyanga na Mungu ati God bless us, God will do this.
God is good. I love the Lord as my personal savior.
Which God?
So what happened?
Before we understood the scale, there was an audio recording, and what it captured was deeply disturbing.
So what were you doing?
This recording captures a conversation between a social worker and a teenage orphan inside a childcare facility where vulnerable children are supposed to be safe.
Nani alikuwa anakuambia?
director. Anajifanyanga na Mungu ati God bless us, God will do this. May you live to see the God in the land of the living. Which God?
This is a story about alleged sexual abuse committed against the most vulnerable children in society in a charitable children's institution by a man tasked with protecting them. Their voices guide this story. Whistleblowers who worked at the facility claiming they endured harassment and abuse in silence and are finally exposing it. In a country of nearly 48 million people, childhood should be a promise of safety, care, and opportunity. But for at least 3.6 million children in Kenya, that promise is fragile. Many are classified as vulnerable or orphaned. Even though some still have living parents, they're absorbed into a system that decides where they live and who raises them. Across the country, a portion of these children are housed in controlled care facilities meant to protect them. Yet, how they are managed and whether they truly serve the best interests of the child remains largely obscured from public scrutiny. According to the Directorate of Children's Services, there were over 850 charitable institutions in Kenya by 2020, housing over 45,480 children who are either disabled, orphans, or rehabilitated street children. Only 30 of the 850 institutions are managed by the Directorate of Children's Services under the Ministry of Gender, Culture, the Arts, and Heritage. The other 810 are privately run.
The history of child protection in Kenya, we can say it began in 2001. Initially, they used to be there, but we used to call them children homes. But there's nothing homely about an institution. No matter how much you pep it up, it is still an institution because it has guidelines, it has rules, it has regulations, there is expectations. So that's where we began.
On the surface, some of these institutions have the facade of facilities filled with altruistic love. But beneath the facade is a culture of abuse. In Kajiado County, near Kenya's capital Nairobi, sits one such institution, Ebenezer Children's Home.
Documents in our possession show that Ebenezer Children's Home has between 50 and 77 children at any given point. The home was established to rehabilitate street children. It sits on this parcel of land 50 kilometers outside of Nairobi City. But according to our sources, the home is a nightmare beyond your imagination.
The two audios you're about to hear were secretly recorded inside the facility. Warning, it contains a vivid description of alleged sexual abuse.
So what were you doing?
The audio is a conversation between a staff member at Ebenezer Children's Home and a 17-year-old under the care of the facility. The minor, who is in tears, is revealing disturbing details about alleged repeated sexual abuse. The minor heard in this recording had been committed to Ebenezer Children's Home for over 2 years. According to an official letter by the Kajiado West Sub-County Children's Officer, she was placed in Ebenezer Children's Home because she, quote, was in need of care and protection, end of quote. She says that not long after seeking shelter at Ebenezer Children's Home, she began experiencing sexual abuse.
Director.
The minor identifies the alleged perpetrator by the nickname Daddy and Director.
So he is also a grandfather of 6.
Thank you, Canon. My name is Martin Koigo. I love the Lord as my personal savior.
According to multiple sources in our investigation, they point to one man, Martin Mugo Koigu, as the individual identified by the minor. He is the founder and executive director of Ebenezer Children's Home.
Nilikuwa naona aibu, but hakuna aibu tena, you know? And he knows he did that.
Susan, not her real name, recorded the audio. A survivor of sexual violence, she plays a crucial role in the story, not only as the whistleblower, she also claims that she was directly affected.
Aliniita tu kumfanyia project proposals, resource mobilization. Why? Because pale alinipata, in fact, my former boss alimwambia, meet my resource mobilizer. This girl writes good projects.
Susan started working at Ebenezer Children's Home shortly after meeting Koigu, but after joining, she noticed stark differences between Ebenezer and other institutions she had previously worked for. She narrates the events that transpired moments before the recording. According to her, it was a normal working day at Ebenezer. After arriving, she went to see a colleague who she says had been detained by the executive director for theft. On her way back to the office, what she witnessed changed her life.
Before I went to see her, nikaita huyu msichana, nikamwambia, hebu enda kwa ofisi ya director, uchukue vyombo viko hapo upeleke pale kitchen. Vile niliambia msichana aende, mimi nikajishughulisha kuenda kuongea na huyo mama na kuenda kitchen hivyo kuangalia. Akili ikarudi ikaniambia, you've taken too long. Hebu niende sasa nikafungue laptop nione emails, nianze kujibu, nione ni nini ina happen. Sikuna meza. Na hii side nyingine ni kiti yangu, meza iko hapa. So they are on the other side. So immediately waliona the director of course ndiye aliniona. Na vile niliuliza msichana aliniambia amemwambia toka haraka uende. Na yeye akaingia wapi? Kwa ofisi yake, na msichana naye akatoka na vyombo. So mimi kuenda nilishindwa hata kuingia ndani because of course nimeshaona, so there is no need ya kuingia ndani. Msichana tulikutana hapo tu. Juu mimi hata yani I was so surprised.
After the incident, Susan secretly drew more information from the girl. What she says she witnessed is exactly what the minor describes in the audio recording.
Umeshazoea aje? Sana gati nikikujubu. Lazima nifanye hivyo. So it happens. Mimi nikitoka huku kwa ofisi nikienda, mnaenda hapo. Anakuita hapo. Anakutumananga. Sometimes anatumanga watoto. Kuja ni anajifanya tani mpango kuleta. Ukienda kushitashi. I was like, director kwambia hivyo. And I trusted her. I trusted her because I am a victim. So what were you doing?
To understand the effects of the alleged abuse better, we reached out to a child therapist.
Actually, in this case, what I picked, that is defilement. Because this is a child who is below 18. And with a child below 18, we don't talk of consent or no consent. It's bad, it shouldn't be happening. And so defilement is because there is penetration of the sexual organs. So one of it is complex PTSD. It's complex because it's chronic. She talks of it having been happening. And even as she's being, is it really interviewed or interrogated, the person is trying to get the information. You can see she keeps holding back because there's a lot of fear of maybe being blamed, because it is unfortunate that the victim is always the one who is blamed.
The children taken in by Ebenezer Children's Home are vulnerable. The institution describes itself as, quote, a place of refuge and sanctuary for vulnerable groups of citizens, mainly street families and mentally and physically challenged children, end of quote. But who is Martin Koigu? And how has this continued uninhibited for years in a crucial sector such as child protection?
Martin Koigo Mugo established Ebenezer Children's Home in 1994 in Isinya Sub-County, Kajiado County. In the over 31 years of its existence, the institution claims to have rehabilitated over 1,000 children. His Facebook presence paints the picture of a devout man passionate about child protection. The institution is visited occasionally by well-wishers who often bring with them food and compassion for the children. Koigo is also the vice chairperson of the Children Home Founders Association of Kenya, according to the association's website. A society which claims to, quote, work together for the common goal of the welfare of the children homes founders for the best interest of the children, end of quote. According to the Street Families Rehabilitation Trust Fund website, an institution by the name Ebenezer Children's Home is listed as a partner. But in a letter responding to Africa Uncensored, the National Council for Children's Services said that Ebenezer Children's Home is not validly registered, saying, quote, its registration certificate issued on 15th of November 2020 expired on 15th October 2023 and to date has not been renewed as provided for in the Children Act 2022 due to non-compliance, end of quote. Effectively, the Council for Children's Services verified that the facility was not operating legally. The Street Families Rehabilitation Trust Fund was established in 2003, and part of its function is to manage donations for the rehabilitation of street families through a trust fund run by government appointees.
I would not really put an estimated figure on that, but I know the National Fund for Disability has funded the institution and even built a workshop for the institution. The Street Rehabilitation Fund has been funding the institution yearly. I don't know how the government is bypassing all these instances of abuse. Either there's something they're not really looking into, but if they really wanted to find this information, I think they wouldn't just do the superficial, because majority just come to look at the books. The books is not where the information is.
A leaked internal document shows that Ebenezer Children's Home spent over 1.44 million Kenya shillings from the Street Rehabilitation Fund in 2022. But behind this facade is a man whose actions have left many broken lives, lives which trusted him for protection. We interviewed former employees of Koigu's who blew the whistle on the harassment and abuse they witnessed. We'll call them Mary and Cindy.
I worked as a social worker. I came in as a consultant. So I came in 2 to 3 days a week where I had to prepare anything administrative. I was in charge of working with the children there, ideally child protection. So that was ideally what I did, handling child protection related issues.
Better than anyone, Susan, Mary, and Cindy know Martin's management of the institution.
So ideally, most of the staff, including myself, you just have to limit yourself to whatever you can do in your own power. So if it really is beyond you, you just leave it at that. Yes, because you can't ask further questions.
It's been years since Mary left Ebenezer Children's Home. But before she left, she had worrying observations about the familiarity Martin Koigu had with the female children under his care.
Some of the victims I've talked to, there's one who really singled out an issue of the director touching the breasts of the girls in broad daylight in front of the staff. And I think I asked her, it is not something that he's concealing, it's something like he's doing it even in front of you people.
During their time at Ebenezer, all 3 women we spoke to alleged that they had been sexually harassed by Martin Koigu. Because Ebenezer Children's Home is in a remote area with limited transport, Mary and Cindy had no choice but to take long rides to Isinya with Koigu.
I'd say the most uncomfortable situations for me was really riding in his car to work. It really It really didn't sit well with me, especially when switching gears. I remember because he drove a manual Prado. He used to rub his hands on my thighs most of the time when driving. When we are in the store trying to rearrange the store, he would grab me by the waist most of the time and push me to himself.
According to Susan, Koigu continued to force himself on her. The anguish in her voice mirrors her account of that time.
I've never shared this, but now I have a forum. Maybe I can say it. I am a victim of that. And nilikuwa naona aibu, but hakuna aibu tena. You know? And he knows he did that.
After the alleged sexual assault, Susan says Koigu coerced her by handing her 2,000 Kenya shillings. Desperate for employment, Susan says that she didn't have an option but to take it. Susan alleges that Koigu sexually assaulted her repeatedly in the same office she was meant to work in.
So, that night now, after ametoka bank nini, sasa nataka nikupe nitakudrop sijui nini. He came, niko hapo nimengoja. Kafunga zikonji ya juu na chini. Mimi nishamalizana na kazi, nimetoka kwa desk, nimekaa kwa couch. Ni kuna couches. Watu wako, pesa iko. So mimi nimekaa kwa couch hapo. He was like, leo unanipatia. Today we are having sex and I was like, na one thing mimi niliona itanisaidia ni kukubali, kusema it's okay. Because at I relax, I would be able to figure out what next.
According to Susan, Koigu continued to force himself on her.
Ninafanya kazi, very important, ananiambia stop sending that email. Kuja unibebe. I knew, siko najua kunibeba ni nini. Ukisikia akikwambia kuja unibebe, he's sleeping on you and pumping on your thighs and just releasing on you. The last few months before I left, ilikuwa mara mingi. It was many times. Mpaka nilifika a point siwezi nikavumilia. Because ile siku mtu ataniwekelea gun vizuri, nitafungua hiyo miguu vizuri sana. And I feared. And he threatened me the very last day ndio nitoke. He did. Ufute hizo recordings na ufunge mdomo ama tutajuana.
According to our interviewees, in addition to the abuse, the children at the institution are not being reintegrated as required under the Children's Act.
Pale watoto hawaendi nyumbani. That is why unaona hiyo namba iko tu constant. Kama ni kuongezeka inaongezeka, but hawapungui. Na ukijaribu kusaidia mtoto ati nimepata watu wao sijui nini, it becomes a problem. Because hiyo ni mali yangu, that is why I'm getting money from, you shouldn't touch that.
According to the Children Act 2022, quote, unless there are compelling circumstances, a child shall not be placed in a charitable children's institution for a period exceeding 3 years, end of quote. Many CCIs did not want to comply with what you call exiting the children, because once you have this child, they are not yours. You're supposed to exit them. We have scenarios where the children call the managers of the institutions dad and mom. We have scenarios where children are rescued, practical example from Machakos, placed in a CCA in Kajiado. And their parents are they have been looking for these kids for a very long time. They even gave up. So once this child gets to 18 years old, where do they go? And the reason why some of these CCIs want to maintain that is because of the funding, yes, and to maintain the institution. In 2022, the government of Kenya launched the National Care Reform Strategy for Children in Kenya for the period between 2022 and 2032. Among the report's goals is to, quote, transition from a system of care where many children and young people are living in institutional care to a system which allows children to live safely, happily, and sustainably in family and community-based care, end of quote. But enforcement of existing regulations remains a problem. The Children Act of 2022
establishes devolved levels of oversight and enforcement. Ebenezer Children's Home is in violation of multiple regulations, and it is not licensed by the National Council for Children's Services. Among the rules in the Children Act 2022 is that every charitable children's institution is supposed to be inspected by the National Council for Children's Services. According to a former employee, due to Martin Koigu's influential status, he gets prior notification of inspection visits.
I also shared the conversation with some of the child protection stakeholders we're working with in the county, and so far I'd say nothing much has been done. The institution still remains in operation despite such allegations being made.
All of Koigu's former employees and alleged victims have mentioned his powerful connections. This, they claim, is the reason Koigu remains untouched. Martin Koigu sits as the secretary of the board. There are 3 clergy members, including Koigu's partner, the local Sholinke area chief, and Nakuru's first governor, and then state comptroller Kinuthia Mbugua.
The director has friends in higher places, so tackling this issue would really mean you drab some feathers the wrong way. So when we come to, let's say, the chair of the board, this is someone who's well known, it's a prominent politician. So really reporting the matter even to authorities would not really assist that much, because if the person has friends in high places, you'd report to this office, and probably by the time you're leaving that office, he's already have word that a certain person ABCD was in this office reporting that your institution ABCD.
We reached out to the alleged perpetrator, Martin Koigu, for his response on the allegations made against him in this documentary. So, Martin, I'm reaching out because there's some allegations that have been made regarding your management of the facility. To be specific, allegations of sexual harassment and sexual abuse, both by minors within the facility and employees at the facility. And we believe in fair reporting. That means giving you a fair chance to respond to the allegations.
As we talk, I'm in the hospital.
Okay.
I'm admitted in the hospital. Would you kindly maybe call me next week when I'm through?
All I'm seeking is your response to the allegations. I'm just trying to get to that.
It's an allegation. Allegation. Anybody can. People can call you Amanda. They can see anything. But will I concentrate with my health, or I'm first concentrate with what people are saying?
All right. So just that.
My age, I'm about 70 years of age.
All right.
So I think I'm so old for. I think for some of the things which I've already been told by somebody have called me. Yeah, about the same.
Right.
But please, because of my health, give me a charge. Let me first recover.
Okay, I hear you, sir.
If I pass on, if I die, it's okay. Somebody will take over from Ebenezer.
Well, look, sir, I hear you, but you're going off of public interest in this case, and it's a matter of grave concern. And I'm not looking for a 2-hour sit down with you. I just would want to know your response to the allegations. That's all.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So, what's your response to the allegations that I've mentioned? Are they true or are they false?
Of course, it's not true.
Okay. So,
I'm telling you, I'm quite old. I wish I can be able to talk to you, but give me a chance. Let me first deal with my health.
During our initial conversation, Martin Koigu denied the allegations made against him and requested more time to respond, citing ill health. We honored that request, but subsequent efforts to reach him for further comment via calls and text messages were unsuccessful.
Kwanza, those days were my worst, because hata nikirudi kwa nyumba, I used to kwanza akili nimefungua mlango, hata sijaoga, sijafanya anything, akili inanirudisha huko. Naanza kufikiria what has been happening the whole week, the whole 4 days.
Koigu's standing in the church as an elder and lay reader is evident from the comments under his posts on social media.
I'd say people hold him in high regard in society. You know, people would not expect that he would really do this. And I think that's the reason why majority of the people who have reported have not been seen as credible. You know, how do you tell us this person? We know him. You know, he's known by almost everyone.
To be the father of my children. And me and him, God has blessed us with 3 children. So he is also a grandfather of 6.
What she did not tell you is that I'm the oldest serving reader in this diocese of Nairobi.
This is pure hypocrisy. This is very wrong. We are ni sawa, tuko na watoto watatu tumebarikiwa na wenye mmeweka pale. What about the girls? What about me?
Her pain has persisted long after she left Ebenezer Children's Home. The emotional trauma is something she has had to live with every day.
Child protection in Kenya currently, I'd say, it's not really in a good state that would say the children are receiving the necessary care. It has not been highlighted in a long time. And so institutions, we only hear of certain institutions have been, especially when they're run by foreigners. But there are so many institutions in the country that are also being run by Kenyan citizens where abuse is still taking place. And the government has yet to probably highlight the issue or is aware of the issue but really is not acting on it.
At the time of filming this documentary, Martin Koigu, the executive director of Ebenezer Children's Home, was not under arrest or investigation.
I also shared the conversation with some of the child protection stakeholders we are working with in the county, and so far I'd say nothing much has been done. This institution still remains in operation despite such allegations being made.
In a response to Africa Uncensored, the National Council for Children's Services dismissed the claims as misinformed. The council maintains that it has no record of any complaint or information regarding the alleged abuse of minors at the institution. It adds that when cases are formally reported within charitable children's institutions, they are handled through established legal frameworks. But in this case, the council insists that no such report was ever made.
For the child, my heart goes out. Being a child protector in the child protection space, my heart goes out. One, in knowing that as long as the perpetrator is out there, many children could be falling into their hands. Many children are having their lives ruined. Many children are being robbed of the opportunity to be children. Very many. So my prayer is also that that child is going to receive trauma-informed care and that child is to be rescued. That is not a place for that child to be in because you don't know how much can they stomach.
We sent questions to both the National Council for Children's Services and the Directorate for Children's Services. We sent questions to the Directorate about their criteria for licensing charitable children's institutions like Ebenezer Children's Home and about their monitoring of the well-being of children placed in institutions. In addition to that, what action the Directorate will take in light of the allegations and whether they are aware of any reported complaint against Martin Koigu as alleged by our sources. We asked the Council for Children's Services, among other questions, about allegations of inaction after complaints were brought to their attention. The council responded, saying that it had not received any complaint. It added that, quote, the council has not renewed the license of Ebenezer Children's Home as it has failed to meet the set standards. The council added that it will, quote, conduct necessary investigations and due diligence to institute necessary actions. The Directorate of Children's Services, DCS, had not responded by the time this documentary was published. As plans to transition from residential care to family-based care are underway, claims of widespread child rights violations persist. Vulnerable children rescued from the streets deserve the highest form of care. One can't overstate the importance of heightened monitoring to ensure regulations are adhered to.
Do you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard and the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa.
So, guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
Wamama wako nje sasa, hizo wanazalia hapa nje ni Kapondori Hospital. Huyu ni mama amezalia nje, alikuwa amefungwa nje ndani.
Tiare na rurigirwa gova mwana rurira na tutia ina kawende. Manda mwezi wa ugeta no ugeta rurigirwa kirato.
Because the complaint yenye tulikuwa tunasikia kulikuwa unasemekana kwa hakukuwa na stima.
Gari mtu akufie mikononi yao kuliko watu madaktari wakimwangalia hivyo tu.
Inaletwa kwa akaunti yangu na mimi ni mama, ati mama anazalia nje. Shetani ashinda.
No puede ir murenyo wagisaga na gaka. Ni kwa alieri atena mbere.
What happens when your life depends on a system that is already broken?
Mimi nilikosa tumaini kwa sababu hawakumsaidia. Nilikuta mamangu ameenda.
Kuona mama akizalia nje ya hospitali ambapo ni hospitali ya public ambapo sisi wenyewe hatuwezi saidika. Tulipata mama mmoja akipata mtoto kwa floor ya hospitali. Ndani ya hospitali hapo nje.
This is not fiction. It's Embu County, a region with 7 hydro dams, yet sometimes no electricity in hospitals and generators not functioning.
The watchman ni alikuwa ameambiwa na daktari, hakuna daktari, so amesema wakae nje because hakuna daktari ambaye angeweza kuwatibu. So that is why I repeat once again, we don't have trust in healthcare, especially in Embu County.
This is the untold story of a health crisis, of broken promises, silent suffering, and voices demanding change. In Embu County, located in the eastern region of Kenya, just approximately 130 kilometers from Nairobi, the promise of healthcare has turned into a daily struggle for survival. Giving birth on a cold hospital floor was more than a moment of suffering. It laid bare the failures of the system meant to protect her. Kenya's vision is bold, universal health coverage for every citizen. But how close are we to achieving it? Devolution placed healthcare into the hands of counties, empowering local leaders to transform access. But in Embu, the healthcare system is buckling under pressure, leaving residents to bear the cost. A mother of two from Mutobare village in Mbere South constituency knows what it means to be failed by the system. She gave birth on the cold hospital floor of Kiritiri Hospital. No bed, no nurse, no help. What happened that day was not just a painful ordeal. For many residents here, it reflects a healthcare system that too often isn't there when it's needed the most.
On
that fateful day at 7 p.m., accompanied by her relative, boarded a motorbike to Mutuobare dispensary, but they were later referred to Kavondori Hospital. Upon arrival at Kiritiri Hospital, they met security and two doctors.
Okay, on that day nilikuwa nimetoka kunywa mafuta petrol station and it apply, nikaona umati wa watu pale kwa gate ya hospitali ya Kavondori Kiritiri ambayo ni hospitali ya serikali, na nikasimama. All of a sudden nikapata is a boda riders na live about boda riders. Kulikuwa na wagonjwa wawili ambao walikuwa ni wazito, ni mama ambayo walikuwa naelekea kupata watoto.
We call upon the county government sisi Lebarire uangalia wa mama.
Mimi nikaamuliza ngeti ifunguliwe because I understand that Kavondori hospital it is a public hospital. Nikakimbia police station Kiritiri ambapo nienda kureport for the security of my life.
She was not alone that night. A relative stood by her side, watching helplessly as she delivered her baby out in the open corridor of the hospital.
Murwaru akwa turwavaunza nivaukire mengi tugikinya iri maria mai marwaru mauka nivaukire ucio waukire kwira osimani atuvingurire aukatetia osimani muno osimani atuvingurira murwaru akwa nire angwatire agindira ng'ino wa murugi winige kuma nyene na mwamatire njara ngimwetwara vuvaya ya sibitari farandari ngimwire karande vau na tukimutandikira gacuka univa murwaru akwa aukire atethekera.
Angalia hao na mama anatesekea hospitali. Huyu ni mama amezalia nje, alikuwa amefunga nje ya gate. Na sio mmoja ama wawili wamefungiwa. Waaskari walikuja, na wakati walikuja because niacha kama wale wa mama wamefungiwa pale ndani kwa hospitali, tulipata mtoto, mama mmoja akipata mtoto.
Tutiare na rurigirwa kwova mwana rurira na tutiare na kawembe. Manda musu augeta rurigirwa kiratu ni watutethirie naguo kawembe aina kamwe twaunana na munanano twa thinja rurira na kamwe na twatiga kamondu nake angitetheka atethwe ni aka kengi.
It was very painful kuona mama akizalia kwa floor whereby ni hospitali ya serikali whereby inafaa kumanage na county government. So for me the experience it was very painful because those things zilikuwa zinafanyika 20 centuries, watu kusaliwa nje ya hospitali ama kwa njia. Unasikia mtu amezaliwa kwa njia anaitwa Wanjira, but for me it was very painful actually. It happened hata nilikaa almost 1 week bila kukula.
Ile vile na muno tondo anangia kwa ina ndo mengi muno ndia anangenia ni matia no so nduciori mwega no so nduciori musuku muno no ndagitari ninge ndagitari sisi on duty
mangi kiriathi
nimange tikiogo mero no gandu ari tuma murikiro niguo ngande gutetheka na mone maregire.
In the critical hour, Millicent delivered her baby with no support but strangers.
The mother alikuwa na bleed sana na hiyo mwingine bado alikuwa on pain. So nilikimbia hapo because ni karibu na rami, nikasimamisha gari na nikaelezea mzee lazima intervene ili tuweze kusaidia hao mama.
A good Samaritan offered to ferry Millicent from Kiritiri Hospital to Kiritiri Medical, a private facility, where, together with the other expectant mother, they were treated with dignity.
Ndio twathirwe gacibitari ge Kavondori kena vau medical tukirwa tuthie thaa icio ni twamuvithinya thigiri twarigwa ni tumitwara kwa nake twamuthambu twovanirie na cuka thigiri iyo tukithie nayo igitaga thakame ku.
The tragedy was a turning point. It exposed the cracks in Embu's healthcare system. Witnesses allege a total system failure, including a lack of electricity and emergency transport, which reportedly only became available after the birth occurred.
Because the company yenye tulikuwa tunasikia kulikuwa wanasemekana hakukuwa na stima, hoyamba tulipata hakuna stima, but because the hospitali kubwa ilihitaji kuwa na generator was there. Tuko na ambulance ambayo haikuwa inafanya kazi, but sasa after this incident walikuja wakatengeneza. So we blame the county government.
This is Jane, not her real name. Accompanied by some family members, she rushed her mother from Riandu to Siakago Hospital for treatment, a journey that ended in heartbreak.
Ulikuwa usiku wa saa 8 usiku, nilipeleka mamangu na tulikuwa tumekaa hapo hospitali hizo dakika nyingi na tukatafuta daktari, hakukuwa na mtu hata watchman.
In the dead of night, Jane rushed her ailing mother to the hospital, hoping to find help. But what she found was silence. 1 hour and 40 minutes later, help finally came, but it was too late.
Mimi tulipofika hospitali, nilikuwa na matumaini nitakuta dawa, nitakuta daktari. Niliporudi kwa gari, nilikuta mamangu ameenda.
Just moments before her final breath, Jane's mother spoke of life and hope while on their way to the hospital.
Hata alikuwa akiongea vizuri sana, akaniambia mwanangu, nikipona nitafanya, nitarima, nitawasaidia. Lakini kwa dakika chache tu akanyamaza, tukuwa hapo tu.
The medic was just steps away, in the ward, but they wouldn't help with an excuse that they were on strike. Upon confirmation by the medic that Jane's mother had passed on, Jane was told to go for the OB at Siakago police station. She was then forced to transport her mother's body from Siakago to Embu Level 5 Hospital. Her story reveals a painful but familiar crisis. Patients abandoned, basic care out of reach, and families left with only questions. We met a Boda Boda rider who's involved in a road accident. Hit hard, bleeding heavily, and bones fractured. His friends rushed him to Embu Level 5 Hospital, but there was no working x-ray and no emergency intervention. They desperately lifted him onto a hospital bed and carried him to Nema Hospital, a private facility. At Nema, he received a dignified treatment, but at a cost he couldn't afford. Within days, he checked himself out. Now recovering at home, he explained to us off-camera what happened on that day and how he lost faith in public hospitals. He asked for his face to remain hidden, but hoped his pain would not be ignored. Joseph Muni, a local Boda Boda rider, confirms the story and says it's just one of many healthcare tragedies.
For me, because I'm a rider of bike, hiyo ni mbere. Hiyo maneno naijua na pia nimeisikia ya kwamba jamaa alipata accident na alipoenda pale hospitali in Embu hakupata matibabu. So that is why I repeat once again, we don't have trust in healthcare, especially in Embu County. We call upon the directors, even the governor, to pull up their socks because watu wanaendelea kuumia.
We met John, not his real name. He's a medical practitioner in Embu, but his work is not just treating patients. He's fighting the system that is failing both the workers and the sick.
Tunaona kuna issues mingi. Kazi unaweza pata nini, mgonjwa amekuja tuseme ni usiku, hakuna ambulance, madawa zingine hakuna, unapata tu itabidi tume mgonjwa place kama Embu General Hospital, na wengine walikuja usiku, unapatanga ambulance tunaitisha hizo kutoka Kibitiri ama kutoka Embu, na most unapatanga patient wengine wanaambiwa walipe 3500 ya kufuel ambulance. Sasa utapata bembea ameambiwa lipe hiyo kitu kama ambulance 3500 na iko emergency, so utapata patient wengi watakufia tu hapo hospitali tu akingoja apate hiyo pesa 3500.
Unfair contracts, delayed pay, and overwork have pushed healthcare workers to the brink. Medics like John are only paid a fraction, feeling regular strikes and resentment within the system. Wage disparities demoralize workers, and the cracks show in patient care.
Kama sasa mimi niko universal health coverage, tuliingia contract ya 3 years, tukaongezwa 3 years, then ile challenge tunapata kubwa sana, tunafanya the same job na madaktari wengine, lakini napata wengine wenye wako permanent and pensionable wanalipa mara 3 ya mshahara yangu, na leo tunafanya kazi the same.
At the helm of Embu County Health Docket is Jamal Abdul, the man tasked with fixing a broken system. He sits at the center of the storm, his docket facing mounting criticism over collapsing hospital services.
We have really done quite some transformation. I know health is a challenging docket across the counties and even the country. But in Embu, we have managed to calm the ship from where it was. We are currently operating between 71 and 88%. Now, our major suppliers basically are just KEMSA and meds.
From the outside, it looks like neglect. But from inside, victims say the system is strained. One side waits in pain, the other works without rest or refuses to work at all.
Kushughulikiwa hakuna. Ukienda hapo asubuhi utatoka hapo jioni na daktari wako huko na hakuna watu wengi na wanakataa tu kutibu watu.
The one thing that we must say, and I must put it clearly, that the population of Embu is rising every day. And we have seen, and as I've already explained, that in the last 6 years, Embu has employed less than 10 doctors.
According to data from Kenya Health Information System, Embu has 108 registered health facilities, from dispensaries to hospitals, but still falls drastically short in staffing levels. Behind those numbers lies a painful truth. Facilities are empty, staff overwhelmed, and lives hanging by a thread.
When I came to the department, there was a lot of hue and cry on staff shortages, which is still currently not yet fully alleviated. But my first order of business was to take to cabinet an agenda of ring fencing all the personal emoluments that were coming from health to stay in health, because we had cases of retiring officers, so that when somebody is retired, we immediately recruit to fill those positions.
John recounts one incident he won't forget. It was late into the night when a stranger was brought in hospital by kind strangers. No name, no electricity, no ambulance, just silence and helplessness.
Siku moja nilikuwa kazi usiku, patient alikuwa aliletwa na well wishers, hatuna ambulance, patient ako in a critical condition, hawezi ongea, hana simu, hakuna stima. Ambulance tunajaribu kupiga na saa 9 usiku, tunajaribu kutafuta ambulance, unapata ili tucharge sana.
From broken promises to buried hopes, these faces tell the true cost of neglect.
Angeniambia juu mtoto akulia akizaliwa angepatwa na cerebral palsy. Angeniambia na miguu zake hazikuwa sawa.
One tragedy after another, each life lost stands as a testament to systematic neglect.
Kitu ya kwanza tuache siasa ya uongo, because when the governor was campaigning, because he has control of the health, he promised kina mama, especially mambo ya maternity levels na mambo ya uzazi ya wazazi ya kina mama watashughulikia. Lazima county government iangalie maneno isikuje ikarudia tena, especially here in Mbeere South. Bear in your mind the governor of Embu is hata ni mwanamke.
politics zile mingi zinachezwa na hospitali. So utapata hata mgonjwa huyo kwenda kuongea huku nje itakuwa ngumu sana juu haizienda kuongea juu kuna watu wengine wanajaribu kupinga.
Jamal warns against turning healthcare into a political battlefield. But for many on the ground, the line between failed systems and political promises is already blurred. With feedback systems and union talks in place, the county says it's listening. But fixing a broken system takes more than just conversation. It takes commitment.
Sisi kama community tunataka tuletewe dawa, lakini tukiletewa dawa tunapewa dawa siku 2, ya 3 unaambiwa nenda ukanunua. Hata Panadol, hata Piriton tunaenda kununua. Kwani Panadol ni kitu ya kununua na tuko na hospitali yetu hapa.
In the 2023 to 2024 Auditor General's report, over 9.4 million shillings spent on health facility upgrades could not be supported with documents like the bill of quantities. Pending bills worth over 1 billion shillings were not disclosed in official records. That is money suppliers never received and services never delivered. Meanwhile, patients are told to buy their own medicine, even the most basic painkillers. Despite yearly health budgets, only a small fraction of funds reach where they are needed most. Poor budget absorption has paralyzed service delivery. The report also reveals irregular procurement practices and staffing mismatches, overstaffing in admin roles, while key medical posts remain vacant. All this while healthcare workers protest unfair contracts and overwork. Some hospitals have medics serving hundreds.
Sisi kitu kile tunataka sana, daktari wao makini sana. Mgonjwa akifika kwa hospitali au akiangaliwa. Afadhali mtu akufie mikononi yao kuliko watu madaktari wakimwangalia hivyo tu.
Residents are beginning to ask questions. They're demanding answers. They're demanding better.
Atenda kile ndio yasokere keringi. Madaktari mwongere ayarodia mfuwa madaktari mwongerereke. Na kile ndio yasokere keringi Embu County. Na dina kafana na telekera vonja na teleka na vile mwana rurika na rurikirwa kiratu. Diso angiru tokeria. Jo kuma.
I want to tell the people of Embu County that we are on a journey of continuous improvement. You might have not been very happy previously with services that we are offering, but we are focused on improvement. We apologize to anybody who has maybe not had the best experience.
The system is trying, but without urgency from those in charge, pain will remain constant in Embu's health story.
Most utapata kwenye counties sa hospitali na depend na governor. Kama governor kuna goodwill ya kusaidia hospitali, utapata hospitali zitapata madawa, lakini utapata kama shughuliki na vitu zingine mostly ya hospitali kisaurika, utapata tu wananchi tuendelea tu kuumia tu.
In Embu, healthcare is no longer a right. It's a gamble with life. As long as systems remain broken, ordinary citizens will continue to pay the ultimate price. The quest for dignified healthcare continues in Embu and beyond. People demand transparency. They demand better healthcare. The question remains, who will listen?
you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives,
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
Early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard in the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa.
So, guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
My friend, I went through hell in the hands of Chinese. Yani, he did whatever he did and then he left.
Akikuuliza unaenda Thailand kufanya nini? Mwambie unaenda vacation.
the promise was simple: a well-paying job abroad, a means to change not just their lives, but those of their families.
Piga hesabu vyenye unaenda kutengeza pesa, that's not a problem. All we need is money, 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 making money.
Hello, is this agency ya Jane? Nataka kumwongelesha tu kuhusu job. Liacha kushtuka kama nashika peke yangu.
Oh, my friend, what happened in there? Only God knows.
Nimekununua kutoka kwa agent yako kukuja kunifanyia kazi. Hapa hakuna mshahara, hakuna kitu naweza fanya.
Tumekubaliana ya kwamba lazima tupange ajira ya vijana mahali kazi itapatikana na huko vijana wataenda.
Akikuuliza unaenda Thailand kufanya nini? Mwambie unaenda vacation.
The promise was simple: a well-paying job abroad, a means to change not just their lives, but those of their families.
Piga hesabu vyenye unaenda kutengeza pesa, that's not a problem. All we need is money, 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 making money.
But the reality is vastly different. A nightmare where people are stripped of their freedom, sold into forced labor and trapped, not in the countries they were told they will go, but somewhere else, with no way home.
So every day, unaongea na more than 1,000 people.
In the dark room, they are curfew, tie your hands, and place upside down.
For more than 8 months, Africa Uncensored dug into the hidden reality of what happens when people are trafficked, exposing a pipeline that lures vulnerable individuals halfway across the world with promises of legitimate work. But what awaits them is far from what was promised. Many end up trapped in exploitation, enduring harsh conditions with little protection. Their stories reveal not just the reality of trafficking, but the human cost of systems and governments that fail to protect their own people.
Nimekununua kutoka kwa agent yako kukuja kunifanyia kazi.
Fraud, especially online fraud, is booming.
Billions of dollars scammed from hard-working Aussies.
It's a multi-billion-dollar crime industry.
Scammers are targeting vulnerable individuals all over the world, promising romance, finances, and more. The hotspot for these scams is Southeast Asia, where multi-billion-dollar criminal fraud industry has emerged, fueled by human trafficking and brutal violence. The scamming industry is complex and far-reaching, luring and trapping victims for money. A new trend has emerged, where people are being lured, but for something more sinister: to worker scammers. These workers have endured grim conditions far from home. A growing number of these workers are from East Africa, driven by high unemployment at home to look for opportunities abroad. They are lured by genuine job prospects, often ending up with nothing to show for it.
78 more Kenyans were rescued from compounds in Myanmar.
Trapped in a high-tech scam syndicate run by armed rebels.
Enda uchape job, wacha waka mambo ya pesa, wacha akili yako ifikirie pesa.
In the crowded streets of Nairobi, thousands of young people chase the promise of a job and a better life. Each year, over 1 million enter Kenya's job market, but jobs are few and far between. Youth unemployment among those aged 15 to 34 hovers at 67%. 2 out of 3 young people are unemployed.
How come ofisi zingine wanalipa na nyinyi hamlipwi? Mnafanya the same work. Hiyo sio poa.
The voice you have just heard is believed to be that of Grace Eshiwani, who, according to survivor accounts and our investigation, is a key link between traffickers operating across Southeast Asia and Kenyans being trafficked to work there. Kwamboka, not her real name, is one of such victims. What she described was a nightmare no one should ever have to endure.
My friend, I went through hell in the hands of Chinese.
The 31-year-old single mother of 2 once dreamed of a better future for her daughters. She wanted to give them a chance at the life she never had. So, when an opportunity to work overseas surfaced, it felt like the break she had been waiting for.
So, a family friend who is an agent akaniambia nitakutafutia kazi. Bora after umepata, umeenda kwenye umeenda, utanisort. Akakuja one night akaniambia kuna kazi, lakini si kazi ya Uarabuni. Akaniambia ni ya Thailand. Tukaenda kwa ofisi iko Ngara Street. Akatuambia kazi yako nazo ni cleaners, secretary, customer service. Nikamwambia mimi I will go with customer service because haina mambo mob, it is better.
Kwamboka identifies an individual named John Juguna, who she says has a travel agency on Nairobi's Ngara Road, as the person who handled her travel documents after she paid a processing fee. Within 3 weeks, everything was set for her to leave. Before she departed, she was introduced to Grace Eshiwani, the person who would become her main link to the supposed employers overseas.
Sasa huyo Grace ndiye alinipeleka cyber nikachukua live interview ya typing. Toka John aniachilie, Grace ndiye alinilid mpaka Bangkok. Within 3 days, akatupigia simu, akatupeleka hadi embassy ya Thailand.
With that assurance, Kwamboka got ready for her flight to Thailand. Before her departure, Grace pulled her aside with the final piece of advice. What to say if immigration officers at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport questioned her.
Usimwambie unaenda kazi, mwambie unaenda vacation. Kwa hiyo ticket kuna siku ya kunini ya kuenda na kurudi. Everything iko hapo.
Throughout Kwamboka's 9-hour flight from Nairobi to Bangkok, Grace stayed in constant contact on Telegram.
Tulipofika Bangkok, tulipata watu wameshika picha zetu. Not 1, not 2. Wakatuonyesha taksi. Ile Uber ilitubeba ilikuwa BMW. Maisha London.
Kwamboka was there for a better life, a fresh start. However, what was supposed to be a short trip to her new workplace spiraled into an 18-hour ordeal.
Sawa mama, tutaongea ukifika. Wewe kula na kama hujashiba uitishe ingine, sawa?
Grace constantly reassured Kwamboka on the phone that everything was proceeding as planned. Meanwhile, the day's plan kept shifting.
Nikauliza Grace, what is going on? Grace akaniambia, niko huku, ukifika unipigie nije nikuchukue. Nikasema, that is fine. Kama kuna Wakenya huko, ni sawa.
Kwamboka did not know it at the moment, but she had gotten caught up in a seedy underworld. The first red flags appeared, and soon Kwamboka realized that she was in danger.
Wakatu check up. Wakatupora kila kitu. Wakachukua passport, wakachukua simu, lakini yangu wakasahau. Nikachukuliwa, nikapelekwa room za madem. I had my phone, but haikuwa na network. Kuna mahali ukisonga ilikuwa inashika. Nikatumia huyo John location, nikatumia mama yangu na a friend of mine. Nikawaambia, this is the place, but si vile nilikuwa na expect. Nje ni construction, but ndani there's another business that is taking place. Within 2 minutes, masoja wakaingia. Wakaanza na makofi. Wanaongea Kithai, mara si Myanmar. Hata sielewi walikuwa wanataka nini. So ndo roommate tulikuwa naye hapo, akaniambia they want your phone. Where is it? Nikawaambia it's just there.
She wasn't alone. Sam Wakoli, a father of 3, had arrived at the same compound days earlier.
Nimekubaliana na nyinyi kufanya mahojiano ndio at least inaweza saidia mtu mwingine kama kijana mwingine ambapo anategemea ama anatarajia kusafiri vile mimi nilisafiri nikajipata babaya.
Also through Njuguna and Grace, he had paid 170,000 Kenya shillings in 2 installments as processing fee. This was not his first plan to leave Kenya. Wakoli had hoped to travel to Spain, but he could not afford the processing fee of 300,000 Kenya shillings. The job he thought he was going for was a supervising manager of a supermarket in the suburbs of Bangkok, Thailand. He had a meeting with Njuguna in an office house at Africa House along Nairobi's Koinange Street.
Ndiye akaniambia hapana, sasa juu pesa imekuwa shida kupata, kuna kazi inatokelezea huku side ya Thailand. So unaweza enda na ufanye kama miezi 3, utakuwa umeraise up pesa yako na uende Spain vile walisema.
Kwamboka and Sam were put to work immediately, doing strange tasks they did not understand. Trapped in a compound with high walls akin to a prison, forced labor in cyber scams, cryptocurrency theft and extortion stripped them of dignity and hope.
Nisikia tu meze megongwa pa. Hey, kashtuka sana, kashindwa shida ni nini. Niambia hapa nimekununua kutoka kwa agent yako kukuja kunifanyia kazi. Hapa hakuna mshahara. Kitu ya kwanza, kitu ya pili, contract hata nikupatie karatasi usaini. Hakuna kitu naweza fanya.
The dream quickly faded into a nightmare. It is in this sprawling compound, the Hengshin camp located in the mountains along the Thailand-Myanmar border, that Sam and Kwamboka say they were trapped, forced into a system where workers use fake identities and emotional manipulation to defraud victims across the world.
Every day unapewa 50 numbers. So every day unaongea na more than 1,000 people.
Reports from early 2026 by the Federal Bureau of Investigations, FBI, show that the scam centers in Southeast Asia have morphed into industrial-scale human trafficking operations involving cybercrime, money laundering, and exploitation, trapping workers from East Africa and beyond. Unsuspecting victims are coerced into cybercrime, particularly into conducting quote-unquote pig butchering, romance scams coercing victims into investing in non-existent schemes, online fraud, money laundering, and illegal gambling operations.
After like 2 weeks, Ndosa akasimama meeting akasema, hapa sasa niko na wapea target ya kila mwezi. Pesa yenye unafaa uwe umepea kampuni ndio tukupatie commission. Sema kila mtu anafaa awe ametengeneza $15,000 every month. Ndio hii $15,000 we upewe commission ya 700. Na hiyo 700 hauko sure, si guaranteed. Kila mtu tulilia kwa hiyo ofisi hiyo siku nakumbuka.
Grace Eshiwani, John Juguna, and Jane Thiongo. These are the people repeatedly identified as the agents sending Kenyans to these camps. We set up an undercover operation in a bid to understand their modus operandi and gather first-hand evidence of how these individuals carry out recruitment and trafficking for the scam camps in Southeast Asia. The Hengjin camp, Sam endured brutal punishments for missing his targets. He was beaten with thorn bats and electrocuted, suffering injuries that still affect him to this day.
So mdosi vile alikuja akaangalia hivi akaona, oh, umedrain na client alikuwa anaenda kurecharge. Hapo sasa ndio nilipelekangwa dark room. Kitu ya kwanza nilifanywa nilipigwa mashocks. Afu hapo wanakuacha. After 3 hours wanakuja tena na tocha ingine. So after 3 hours mimi walikuja na tocha ingine ya kunigonga na hiyo rungu ya mamiba.
Kwamboka held on to hope to survive, enduring shameful acts at the hands of her captors.
Nikiwa nimelala, ilikuwa around saa 9. Nilikuwa na translator. Akakuja akaniambia, boss wants to see you. Nikamuuliza, what did I do? Juu ukisikia boss anataka kuongea na wewe, obvious kuna kitu. Oh, my friend, what happened in there? Only God knows. He did whatever he did, and I was so weak. Actually, very weak. He forced me to do it. To suck, and I had to do it. And after that, he left. Now, after whatever happened, they found out I was pregnant. In there, kuna ka pharmacy. Kuna kadaktari kako huko. So, ali notice I'm pregnant. Kuna kale kapili wanakupatia umeze to take care of the mtoto. After that pill, ikaosha kila kitu. Nikableed. Na nikikumbuka vizuri, nilibleed around mwezi na wiki 2. Cha kushangaza, wakikupeleka hosi, wanakuambia hiyo pesa itakatwa kwa mshahara wako.
As hope faded, families back in East Africa searched desperately for their missing loved ones. In August 2025, we traveled to Uganda to meet some of them. We've just arrived in Entebbe, Uganda. While pursuing this story, we have been in touch with 2 families who their kin are still stuck in Myanmar. They are willing to share their story. I'm from contacting them and they have changed their mind, making us realize speaking about Myanmar in Uganda is quite a sensitive topic. But nonetheless, we are going to travel up to Kampala, where there is an individual who was just repatriated back to his country and is willing to share his ordeal.
I was born here in Uganda, Kampala. This is where I grew up, and I also work from here.
This is Malcolm, not his real name. He fears retaliation from traffickers in Uganda if his identity is revealed.
As you know, these things of recruiting people, it is like a big business, and so many people are in the business.
He returned home in early 2024, days before Kwamboka and Sam's arrival in Myanmar. He knows the horrors well the two faced.
They had something called a dark room. In the dark room, they handcuff you, tie your hands, and place upside down, and they subject you to torture for almost 2 weeks.
The 27-year-old information technology graduate is now back in the bustling streets of Kampala, rebuilding his life. He carries deep scars from a year of inhumane treatment and was only able to return home after the Ugandan government arranged his rescue. Hi, how are you?
Hello. Fine. How are you?
I am good. My name is William.
William, eh?
Yes, I'm a journalist at Africa Uncensored. On 2nd September 2025, 35 years old Henry Wambua and 30-year-old Joachim Titus contacted Africa Uncensored via WhatsApp. How did you end up there?
As we're just lured by, we saw some online jobs and we never had jobs, so we decided on checking them out.
Estimated at 5 kilometers from Hengjin camp is the infamous KK Park, where according to Wambua and Titus, they were being held for a ransom. KK Park is another scamming camp reportedly run by Chinese criminal syndicates. The story of the two echoes the same tragic search for greener pastures. The captors who ran the park, infamous for human trafficking, online fraud, demanded $860 ransom for each for their freedom. What is the challenge yenye mnaface sahi?
Hatuna kwa sababu hata mshahara yetu wamekataa naye.
Diplomatic efforts by Kenya's embassy in Bangkok secured their release. Back to our covert operations in Kenya, we managed to locate Jane's office, situated in Nairobi. Our agent visited Jane's office looking for work.
Hello? Is this agency Jane? Is she, it's Ababa. Ako?
Ulikuwa umekuja interview ama?
No, nataka kumwongelesha tu kuhusu job. Mostly Asia. Nilikuwa nimetravel Gulf before. So sitaki Gulf.
Asia.
Yako nao mostly Thailand.
Thailand say tuna. Thailand imekuwa na issues. I can't assure you. Hata sasa upate visa hata kwenda tu utapita airport. Yeah. Thailand has a lot of issues. So I can't assure you.
Mysot, a city at the Thailand-Myanmar border, is the main gateway between the two countries. As a result, many of the victims of trafficking are brought here before being smuggled across the Myawaddy River into Myanmar. Judah Tanner, founder and director of Global Advanced Projects, has rescued dozens of trafficked individuals.
At first, when we first kind of didn't really understand what was going on and didn't identify what was happening, of course they come through the normal channels, the normal routes, getting on a flight into Bangkok and using Thailand as a transit country into Myanmar. More recently, those trends have become quite complicated, and so now we're seeing new trends where these African nations are flying into Malaysia, where they don't require visas, and illegally crossing the border of Malaysia into Thailand and then being trafficked down to Myanmar.
Along the border, Tana encounters traffickers like Mr. P, as he is commonly known, a smuggler profiting from illegal border crossing. Taking us along through some of the many illegal routes they use along the borderline, Mr. P paints a grim picture of what awaits victims who fall prey to human traffickers. In February 2021, a military coup plunged Myanmar into chaos, collapsing law and order. From this emerged a sinister new economy. Once quiet frontier regions along Myanmar's border with Thailand and China became fertile ground for fraud syndicates who lured workers with fake job promises, cyber fraud and human trafficking. By 2025, human rights monitors estimated that tens of thousands, possibly over 100,000 people, were trapped in scam compounds in Myanmar.
We're talking about individuals who are being trafficked, no longer being low skilled, or people who are less educated, people actually who have their own degrees.
The Nairobi-based anti-human trafficking organization's head of advocacy, Winnie Mutevu, warns that the number of human trafficking cases could be higher as there are no proper channels in place to report them.
And what's happening is majority of people who are being trafficked are young people, majorly between the ages of 19 to 35 years old. These are young people, most of them graduates in university, so they have the skills and they know what it means to actually be able to operate computers. So it's not that they're very specific on whom they're going to target for this crime.
While the concern of scamming and the prostitution, human whatever sale, organ sale, whatever that is taking place in Myanmar, should be entirely a concern from the colleagues in the receiving states and also those who are affected.
But who runs these networks? Reports reveal a complex alliance of Chinese groups and local militias, some aligned with Myanmar's junta. English-speaking victims from East Africa are heavily exploited as forced labor. The United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime reports over the past 5 years, human trafficking has surged. Governments in East Africa admit that this new trend has presented an enormous challenge for authorities.
The bigger problem is the trafficking in persons domestically, within in-country and within the region. The other second challenge which you are alluding to is the smuggling of migrants, which requires now that people are smuggled to another country only to end up in a third country where they are being used as slaves.
Karibuni nyumbani, I'm very happy to receive you.
On April 5th, 2025, while receiving 78 repatriated Kenyans from Myanmar at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, Principal Secretary Diaspora Affairs of Kenya, Roslyn Jogu, asserted so as to curb the trend, the government will commence pre-departure checks.
Under the guise of labor mobility, we have had a rise in human trafficking.
In Kenya, what is alleged to be Jane's recruitment firm, Unique Global Genuine Agencies, remain fully operational. The agency's offices, located at Bazaar Plaza along Moi Avenue in Nairobi, are still open to the public.
Jen is usually not in the office, so she operates. That's interesting.
Yeah.
But what has come out clearly is, for now, they are not doing any recruitment. But they have confirmed earlier on they were taking people to Thailand.
For the better part of 2025 and into 2026, the government of Kenya has run an intensive media campaign, making appeals to Kenyans to verify every job opportunity that they come across through the National Employment Authority that licensed recruitment agencies. Apparently, Jane's Run Farm does not appear on the list of accredited agencies nor any companies associated to Njuguna or Grace. We contacted Jane Thiongo, granting her a right of reply regarding allegations raised by findings from our investigation, linking her to Unique Global Genuine Agencies. In a written response sent in May 2026, Thiongo denied that the agency participated in the recruitment of Kenyans to Southeast Asia and stated that the matter is currently under active investigation by authorities. She declined to provide further comment until the investigations are concluded and indicated that she did not wish for herself or the agency to be featured in this documentary. So we have heard from Jane Thiongo after writing her a letter to grant her a right of reply. And now we want to hear from John Njuguna and also Grace Eshiwani. We reached out to John Njuguna and Grace Eshiwani through multiple phone calls and messages to afford them a right of reply on the allegations of human trafficking raised in this investigation. However, by the time of publication, neither had made themselves available for comment nor responded to the questions put to them. Kwamboka and Sam were among 153 Kenyans repatriated by Kenya's government. In Kampala, Uganda, Malcolm is living a day at a time. As for Henry and Joachim, the last update we received was on the 23rd of September 2025 when they informed us they had successfully reached the airport and were en route to Kenya. Since then, multiple attempts to reach them have gone unanswered. Kwamboka has been reunited with her children. Individuals named in this publication, Grace Eshiwani, John Njuguna and Jane Thiongo, have previously appeared in media reports in relation to alleged recruitment activities. As part of this investigation, Africa Uncensored wrote to the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and the State Department for Diaspora Affairs, specifically seeking comment on Eshiwani, Njuguna and Jane. We requested details on whether these individuals are under investigation or facing charges, the status of any related cases, and the identities of other suspects linked to these networks. By the time of this publication, the DCI and the ODPP had not responded. Only the State Department for Diaspora Affairs replied, confirming that at least 87 human trafficking cases are currently ongoing, and the department also confirming that cases involving Grace Eshiwani and John Njuguna are active before the courts and could not be discussed further, while indicating that any details regarding Jane Thiongo fall under the mandate of the DCI.
Nilitoka hapa nienda nitafutie watoto wangu. Nilitoka hapa na pesa nimekopa. Obviously, nimerudi poor than I left. Hatukupewa simu, hatukupewa nguo. Nilikuja na slippers. Kila kitu. Nilipokuja hapa, nimeanza fresh.
Mbona? Because me, kwa akili yangu, kwa watu wawili, najua mtu mmoja alikuwa anajua vizuri sana anatuuza. Na unatuuza kwa wale, na huku umechukua pesa yetu, mbona?
Kwamboka, Sam and Malcolm, they deserve justice, not just rescue. Yet, the government largely watches from the sidelines, proudly framing the export of labor as a mark of national achievement, even as questions about responsibility and protection go unanswered.
Do you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
Early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard and the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa.
So, guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
Introducing the Social Health Authority, SHA.
We are leveraging on AI to do our means testing.
That's the first time I hear proxy means testing and we get curious.
This mean testing tool is an algorithm. And I was like...
That seems so absurd to me, that an algorithm reviews things like whether you own a cow or...
Kanuza kama nasha choo, yani choo yetu ni public ama.
Maswali zina feel uncomfortable because wengine wana feel ni kama wanachunguzwa.
You pay rent. How much rent do you pay? That would determine if you qualify for a high premium or a low premium.
People really wanted to understand what is it that is happening behind the scenes.
Therefore, SHA is not working.
Please be aware, it is not working.
This model overcharges the poorest Kenyans while undercharging the richest Kenyans.
Kila mwananchi atalipa kulingana na mapato yake.
Unapata mtu hawezi afford a meal a day, inamwambia hiyo she is supposed to pay 650 and above. Penye pesa hata yeye hawezi afford.
In real sense, that formula had a huge impact on real people's lives.
For millions of Kenyans, how much you pay for healthcare and whether you even receive healthcare has been decided by an opaque artificial intelligence system. You don't get to see it. You don't get to question it. You just get a number.
This system is watertight, is anti-fraud. This system will give you the best affordable, accessible, equitable healthcare.
Introducing the Social Health Authority, SHA.
This system is the centerpiece of Kenya's President William Ruto's newly established Social Health Authority, or SHA, which is said to have been designed to expand access to care for all Kenyans, including those in the informal sector. According to the government, the AI system will ensure that everyone pays their fair share. They have promised that it is objective, scientific, and fair.
Kila mwananchi atalipa kulingana na mapato yake.
But for many on the ground, an entirely different reality is unfolding.
In the community perspective and expectations, walidhani ni kitu itawasaidia kulingana na venye ilitangazwa na serikali. It is so tricky. Unapata mtu aweza afford a meal a day, unapata anaambiwa he or she is supposed to pay 650 and above. Pesa hata yeye aweza afford. Kwa hivyo tangu SHA ikuje kumekuwa na crisis.
Reporters at Africa Uncensored, Investigative Newsroom, Lighthouse Reports, and The Guardian spent months investigating the technology and decisions behind SHA's huge gamble.
Training data set had like over 900 variables. But the form people were filling had like 17 questions or 20-something questions. So we really wanted to know, did the government use these 900 variables and how did they narrow down to these 17 variables?
We spoke to inside sources within the government, frontline health workers, and obtained damning, never-before published documents. After months of back and forth with SHA over access to information requests, we managed to obtain data and documents that allowed us to reconstruct its secretive AI system. That access allowed us to test how the system works in real life. Our audit found that it overcharges the poorest Kenyans while undercharging the wealthiest. We also obtained a document showing that the government knew of these risks but launched the system regardless. This investigation, for the first time, takes you inside SHA's means testing AI system. It shows you how it works, the choices behind it, and the deadly consequences when it goes wrong. Ever since its launch in 2024, Kenya's new public health insurer, the Social Health Authority, has been mired in controversy.
We begin with drama at the Ministry of Health.
We have been in Kenyatta waiting for that portal to open and it is not opening, it is not working. Please be aware, it is not working.
The system, she is there, but it is saying that she cannot be admitted, she is not eligible.
Some patients describe being denied care. Others say they were asked to pay more than expected or more than they can afford, while some report no challenges at all accessing services.
Nasikia tu haifanyi, but venye nilikuja huku niliambiwa niregister na nikiregister imefanya.
The reasons behind these differing experiences, though, are not always clear. For now, we take note. The system seems to be working for some and not for others. We will come back to this later. Many people's first experience with SHA involves registration.
Some they have their own phones because it is star 147 hash. That is how you have to register.
Grace, not her real name, is a community health promoter based in Nairobi. She is one of thousands of volunteers embedded across the country, helping to deliver basic health services. The people she helps are some of the poorest in Nairobi.
The majority of Kenyans are in informal employment, not formal employment. Majority kwa hii barabara yetu kufika mwisho tuseme iko na more than 2,000 households. Lakini watu unaweza hesabia wanaenda kazi ni wachache. Most of them ni wavibarua, wengine wanategemea kuajiriwa wedding, wengine wako kwa hizi jua kali, yani informal employment.
Each week, she helps dozens of them register for the Social Health Authority. Registering requires asking them a series of questions about their lives.
Maswali itakuuliza unaishi wapi, unaishiaje, kimapato yako uko na nini, the things you own, kama uko na shamba ama uko na nini yako. The same tu kama wakati wa census. Yani maswali zina feel uncomfortable because wengine wana feel ni kama wanachunguzwa. Sio kama mambo ya SHA, wanaona ni kama wanachunguzwa.
These answers are entered into a digital questionnaire through a phone or a computer. At the end, a number comes out, their SHA premium, an annual amount they must pay to access public healthcare. For many of the struggling clients Grace helps, that number is far higher than they can afford.
Sasa, tangu SHA ikuje, malipo kuna wale wanalipa juu sana. Lakini kitu mimi ningetaka serikali ijue, hiyo mambo ya kuregister online bila kuwatembelea is so tricky. Unapata mtu aweza afford a meal a day, inamwambia ako supposed kulipa 650 and above. Pesa yenye hata yeye haweza afford. Na maybe uko chini na uko mgonjwa. Kwa hivyo watu wengine kwa hizi household wanakapitia.
Faced with premiums they cannot pay, Grace says people are unable to access essential healthcare, sometimes with deadly consequences.
Imekuwa ngumu because unapata most households wameregister. Kulipa ndio shida, they can't afford it. Zingine it's painful, wengine hata tumepoteza because utapata mtu umempeleka anahitaji matibabu, hawezi afford SHA ndio atibiwe. Zile vitu anaambiwa unapata tunapoteza watu. People are dying.
What Grace is witnessing is part of a much bigger shift where governments are turning to AI to deliver services. Across the world, algorithms are now being used to make decisions that shape people's lives, from who gets a loan or a job to who can access public services, as in this case.
One, we are leveraging on AI to do our means testing instrument for how we are distributing education money. What is the financial status of which parent? We are using the same to desegregate how we distribute our fertilizer to farmers. And we are now using it for the beneficiaries of our universal health coverage program.
But what is playing out on the ground isn't by chance. It is a result of deliberate choices. And to understand how we got here, we have to go back to 2023.
The establishment of this social health insurance bill is going to ensure that there's transparency, there's accountability.
Is the one dealing decisively with cartels.
Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay?
The ayes have it.
In October 2023, Kenya's parliament passed a set of laws that laid the foundation for a new health system, the Social Health Insurance Act. The previous system, National Health Insurance Fund, or NHIF, was primarily supported by salaried workers who paid 2.5% of their income. Informal workers, who comprise 80% of the workforce, could voluntarily enroll for a flat fee of 500 Kenya shillings. Under the new act, informal workers would also pay 2.5% of their income. But this creates a fundamental problem. How do you charge people fairly when their income isn't clearly known? It is a question that surfaced early on. Just a few months after the law was passed, government officials and stakeholders met in Naivasha to discuss how the new system would be funded.
How are you going to determine contributions for this big pocket? And the feedback in that meeting was, we will use proxy means testing. That's the first time I hear proxy means testing, and we get curious.
Dr. Brian Lishenga, chairperson of the Rural and Urban Private Hospital Association of Kenya, the country's largest private hospital network, was among them. He wanted to understand how the government planned to bring in millions of informal workers into the system.
The argument was you can't spend what you don't earn. Okay, so if your house has things, you must have made that money somewhere, and therefore that is a surrogate for consumption and therefore income. And then, so once you estimate that income, a fraction of that, 2.75%, was proposed as your contribution.
Proxy means testing, or PMT, is a long-standing and controversial idea that economists have been toying with since the 1990s. Instead of asking how much people earn, they argue, collect other data, and use an algorithm to predict how much they earn.
So all these observable things, whether you pay rent, how much rent do you pay? So all these things. If you have cows, if you have chicken, the type of livestock, how many of them, what is the size of land on which you live, the acreage. So all these were being fed in and giving out an output. And that output would compare with what they had collected in the field, the data set, the earlier one. And then that would determine if you qualify for a high premium or a low premium.
Soon after the meeting in Naivasha, the government would publish a vague formula for the system, buried deep in a gazette notice.
And when the cabinet secretary gazetted the formula, because the law required that she gazetted, that's CS Nahumicha at that time. If you looked at the gazette notice, I don't know how many Kenyans looked at it, but the gazette notice looked like it could have come out of a mathematics essay question. So I don't think anyone paid attention to this formula, because it was meant to be consumed by mathematicians and statisticians and technical people. But in real sense, that formula had a huge impact on real people's lives.
A few months later, on 1st October 2024, the Social Health Insurance Fund, or SHIF, was officially launched, replacing the National Health Insurance Fund, which had been in operation for almost 6 decades and had built up significant debt. Now, let's go back to the beginning of this story. Remember this note? The system seems to be working for some and not for others. This is where we begin to make sense of it.
The most comfortable thing, the most sure thing to say about myself is that I'm a mathematician, because that's what I studied in school, that's what I understood more easily than everything else. So I always feel like I'm inherently a mathematician as an identity.
One of our reporters, Purity Mokami, is a data journalist and statistician. One day, she heard Parliament debating the exact proxy means testing formula mentioned by Dr. Lishenga earlier in this story.
And the Social Health Authority has has developed a benefits package.
For a while, I didn't even pay attention to what they were saying until this moment when one of the member of parliament was on the mic and said,
The means testing instrument is an algorithm that will be applied to an assessment done on households. An algorithm is blind to realities. AI is insensitive to real life.
and I was like, why is a Kenyan MP discussing algorithm? And it's in parliament, like it's not an academic or a technical kind of sitting. Like it was very surprising that they were discussing an algorithm in the parliament.
And I'll give an example of an elderly lady in Nyeri known as Mama Waziri, who is about 87 years old. She lives in a stone house that has corrugated iron sheets. She is supplied with piped water and she has a TV. But Mama Waziri has been a widow for the last 27 years. At any one time that we distribute relief food in Roringo Muslim village, she is always #1 on the list. How will this algorithm capture the reality of Mama Waziri's life despite the appearance of her dwellings?
I did not expect such things to be happening in my country. I thought this is like an advanced economy kind of problem. 2 weeks before, I was reading this thing, imagining it will never happen in Kenya soon. And then 2 weeks down the line, it's being discussed in parliament, which means it's very important and very critical in the country. So I started thinking, how can I get hold of this journalist who worked on investigating this other algorithm?
A month later, at a conference in Belgium, Purity meets Gabriel Geiger, a reporter from Lighthouse Reports specializing in investigative journalism into AI systems, along with an Africa Uncensored editor.
That seems so absurd to me, that an algorithm would use things like whether you own, a cow or whether your toilet sort of flushes to a septic tank or not in order to predict something like household income. I wanted to understand whether in a country where 40% of the population is below the poverty line, this system was fairly calculating people's healthcare premiums.
We embark on a journey to make sense of Shah's AI system. First, we obtained the data used to build the system from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, KNBS. But we still needed more information, so we sent a request to Shah under Kenya's Access to Information Act, which gives citizens the right to information held by the government.
In Kenya, you have to give them 21 days to respond. 21 days are over, they have not responded. So again, Africa Uncensored are underway, like they had filed 4 years before. So they write to Ombudsman to say these people have not given us answers of which model they used and how everything specific. And one day we get this email from the Ombudsman. We are copied to this email that they've sent to Shah, and they're telling them, if you don't provide this bunch of journalists with the answers to their questions, we are going to recommend you for criminal prosecution.
After months of waiting, we finally get a response that gives us what we need. We get the variables the model uses, and we get the formula. And what that allows us to do is to actually reconstruct this means testing model and test it against data we have to understand whether it is accurately calculating people's healthcare premium.
Meanwhile, online, Kenyans were already expressing confusion and frustrations about their premiums. Armed with Shah's response and the KNBS survey data, we were able to reconstruct SHA's system. Our work was reviewed by academic experts at the University College London, Georgetown University and Delft University of Technology. This is the first time journalists have obtained such deep access to a proxy means testing system. And now, for the first time, we explain how the premiums are calculated. Think of it like this. The means testing formula works almost like a judge deciding how much each person should pay into SHA. It begins with a set of official questions provided by the SHA system itself. Let's take an example drawn from the KNBS survey. We will call this family the Kamaus and use their situation to illustrate how the system described in the FOIA response arrives at a premium. Kamau and Wanjiku are farmers living on a small plot of land in rural Murang'a County. It's been a tough harvest, but the SHA system doesn't know this. The system starts by assuming that the household makes 18,500 Kenya shillings. Then it adjusts one answer at a time. They are married and have 2 children. They live in rural Murang'a County, where they own a house and grow maize on a small plot of land. These increase the prediction. The house has an iron roof. Their primary source of drinking water is a well. These decrease the prediction. More than a dozen variables are about their home, including toilet facility, wall material, and electricity. Another dozen about what they own, like a smartphone, a bicycle, and so on. And another dozen about who they are and how they live. After all these questions are answered, the system adds up a total. The total is meant to predict the household's income, but then it says they earn twice what they actually do. So it charges them a premium twice as high than it should be. Why? Because they finished high school and because they live in a county that the system labels as prosperous. They have access to electricity, things the system associates with wealth. But Kamau and Wanjiku live below the poverty line and they often skip meals. But the system doesn't know this either.
What we start to understand is that this model overcharges the poorest Kenyans while undercharging the richest Kenyans.
In other words, our audit reveals that the system misclassified many actual poor people as living above the poverty line, meaning their SHA contributions ended up higher than they should be. The poorest of Kenyans, those who were supposed to benefit the most from the AI-driven health reforms, would end up having to pay more than they should for health cover. Take a moment to think about that. People involved in designing the system knew that this was the case. The government also knew, but moved forward with it regardless. The question is, why? In the next part, we answer that and reveal for the first time a previously unseen report warning of serious risks tied to this system's rollout.
Harambes for raising hospital bills would be a thing of the past.
We decided, okay, it's better for us to have these poor people overcharged, because when they are overcharged, they can come back and complain. To know that they knew that was the case was like more disappointing for me.
What she is calling the means testing tool is a very, very complicated tool. Who will actually be carrying out the means testing? And isn't it true, Minister, that the results of this will be very subjective?
Means testing is a scientific tool
that's developed by actuaries and health economists. But I want to confirm that we also have CHPs on the ground who know the real and true characteristic of each of the community members.
We supported the government to generate a tool, but in terms of the tool and its accuracy, of course, you will not get 100% accuracy.
David Kawaya was one of the first people to work on the means testing system. In 2023, he was working as a health economist for Palladium, a consultancy funded by USAID that advised the Ministry of Health during the initial design of the tool.
There will be instances where the tool is able to identify somebody who ideally would be rich as a poor person, or identify somebody who ideally would be poor as a rich person. In statistics, we call them type 1 and type 2 errors. One of the things we were trying to avoid is a situation where you identify a rich person and categorize him as a poor person. And we had a specific reason for that. Of course, there was a lot of back and forth in terms of which of those two errors should we focus on.
In the days before its launch in October 2024, SHA received a damning report about the potentially catastrophic implications of this choice. It was written by another set of consultants who had been hired to examine the initial AI means testing system. In this never-before-published report by international data consultancy ID Insight, obtained by Africa Uncensored and Lighthouse Reports, the consultants wrote that SHA's means testing was, and I quote, inequitable, particularly for low-income households, and that it was highly likely to miscalculate means and the corresponding contributions, particularly for low-income households. The consultants recommended a series of fixes, but even if all of them were implemented, they warned the improvement for poor households would be just 7%. We decided to put the new adjustments to test. We found the changes did not improve the system's accuracy. We also found that the system continued to overpredict the income of many low-income households. These 100 dots each represent a Kenyan household arranged by how much they earn. 40 of these households live at or below the poverty line. Less than half are predicted correctly and placed in the low-income band. Many poor households are placed in the middle-income band. However, higher-income households follow a different pattern. They have their incomes underpredicted. In response to Africa Uncensored and Lighthouse Reports, ID Insight confirmed that it had worked with the government to refine the model. They said, and I quote, "While continuously improving overall model performance was outside the scope of our engagement, we provided technical recommendations and collected up-to-date data to mitigate the risk of the model overestimating income, especially for low-income households." End of quote. So, in both audits, what we observe is that some poor households are charged premiums hundreds of shillings higher than they should be, while the wealthier households pay thousands less than their fair share.
It costs them money when somebody who can pay for SHA is given a lower premium, okay? So they fear that more than classifying a poor person as rich. You understand? Which goes against the whole concept of universal healthcare, because universal healthcare means 100% coverage regardless of your income status. That's what it means. Using this tool, people's assets as a surrogate or as a way of determining their income overestimates. This is the key point here, is that it cuts out many poor families. It tends to overestimate their well-being. Therefore, truly poor people are excluded from government support, which is a big problem. But then the question is why they did that, and that is mind-boggling.
So, why did the government proceed under these conditions? Why implement a system that disadvantages the very people it was meant to protect? We asked the government these questions, but by the time of this publication, they had not responded to any of them, including whether any of those changes were ever made. However, we do know they pressed forward with a system they knew would overcharge the poor. As we dug deeper into the system, we found poor households were being dramatically overcharged, even when accounting for the changes proposed by these consultants.
I did not expect it to be at that magnitude and to be like so unfair to the very poorest, because the exact reason why they were using it is to find a way everyone get to contribute something that is proportional to their income. And they kept telling us no one will be left behind. Some people will pay even lesser than they were paying in the previous planning, the program. So the findings were a bit shocking.
On the ground, these numbers become real people like Grace.
Wacha nikufanyia kwa mfano, mimi naishi kwa nyumba ya mabati. A one room house. Nilijaza tu vizuri nikidhani itanipea 300, which I can afford. Kwa hivyo yearly ningelipa pesa ngapi?
3,600.
Kitu ninge afford. But unaona yangu ilinipea premium gani? 650.
Double what you expected.
Yeah, kwa hivyo singeweza kulipa na si kulipa. Mimi nafinyika, nategemewa kusaidia watu wengine, lakini mimi siwezi jisaidia.
The transition from NHIF to SHA has turned into a bureaucratic nightmare.
Wengine wako kwa hospitali, bili inakwama, inabidi tuwasaidie, tuwachangie. Wengine wanakufa kwa hospitali because they can't afford even healthcare.
What both David and ID Insight say is that having an appeal mechanism is the vital correction process for this system, which basically puts the burden on correcting mistakes on the poor.
So ideally, those were the errors we were trying to work with to ensure that we minimize inclusion error, because if you include a rich person, it's unlikely that he will raise his hand and say, look, I'm not poor, I will pay. But if you exclude a poor person, we knew that a poor person will not pay in any ways. Therefore, we allowed a mechanism to actually appeal. The poor person could appeal and then say, look, I don't have that income as per the tool, and this is the information I have.
Away from policy tables and into lived reality, those decisions take on a different weight, one that can be harsh and at times deeply damaging for those affected.
We've gone to talk to people, all sorts of people, on the street, at their homes. And a lot of these people, they did not even see the option for appealing. They did not even know it exists. It was not even marketed as prominently as everything else about the program.
For many, that promised appeal process appears not to be a viable option. In places like Huruma, a low-income neighborhood in Nairobi, where many households depend on unpredictable incomes and informal work, that gap becomes part of everyday life.
Kwa majina mimi naitwa Florence Atieno, natoka Richland. Mimi sina kazi, niko tu kwa nyumba.
Meet Florence. She is one of the people Purity spoke to at her home here in Huruma.
Neno kudo place poa affordable houses ziko. Kwa nishi Mathare North. Huko nilikuwa na stay na wazazi.
Florence is currently unemployed. Her husband works as a casual laborer with no stable source of income. Like many informal workers, their earnings shift from day to day. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. Just recently, Florence became a mother. But it was during her pregnancy, months ago, that she encountered the new SHA system for the very first time.
SHA nilisikia wakati nilienda hospitali ndio nikaambiwa saa hii NHIF hakuna, saa hii lazima ukuwe na SHA. So nikaambiwa kama una SHA utalipa hiyo bili yote ya usi. Okay, waliniambia SHA inaweza nilipia hiyo bili nini ya usi, hiyo vitu nini kama hiyo chakula, hiyo nini mwenye ananihudumia hiyo pia inaweza nilipia yote, like nilipia hiyo bili ya usi yote, kitanda, chakula, kila kitu.
Like everyone else registering, she was taken through a series of questions about her home, her family, and her living conditions.
Waliniuliza kama nimeoleka, nikamwambia nimeoleka. Wakaniuliza niishi kwa nyumba ya ghorofa ama mabati, nikamwambia mabati. Wakaniuliza kama nasha choo, yani choo yetu ni public ama, nikamwambia yani public. Wakaniuliza kuna watoto wangapi, nikamwambia niko na mtoto mmoja. Wauza kama niko nafanya kazi gani, nikamwambia sina kazi yenye nafanya. No, wakaniuliza kazi yenye mzee wangu anafanya. Nikamwambia ni just ya mabati. Nikamwambia napika na stove. Maji wakaniuliza nachota wapi, nikamwambia kwa plot.
At the time, Florence says she did not know what those questions were for.
Okay, wakati sikuwa najua, sasa nilikuwa naona ni kama anauliza maswali mingi zenye yani sijui kama zitanisaidia.
Then came the results. A number calculated from her answers.
Nimaliza ndo akaangalia akanionyesha message nini amount yenye nitakuwa nalipa per month na per year. Ndo akasema per month nitakuwa nalipa 550 na per year nitakuwa nalipa 6600. Hapo nilisikia vibaya juu according to mimi hiyo amount ilikuwa high sana. Nilikuwa nataka ikuwe reduce kidogo at least. 300 iko sawa. According to me siendi job. Na mzee sile job ya permanent.
Based on her responses, Florence fits the profile of the people this system was meant to support. Low income with no stable source of earnings. But as our investigation has shown, these are the very households the system often overestimates.
Niliona kama nimeoverchargiwa juu. According to me, niliona kama nimeoverchargiwa. Juu at least ningekewa nini kiasi chini. Nisikuwe kumwela, lakini niliona ni kama venye niko na husband, so that's why imewekwa at least iko high. Nilibidi nijinyime juu nilijua itanisaidia hapo mbeleni juu size huwezi save wewe mwenyewe. Sasa niliona pale ni pali save pa kusave, at least najua niko sure bet siko pale itanisaidia juu nikisema ni save inaweza pata matumizi. So ninaona acha nijinyime niweke pale juu wakati nitaenda kujifungua ndajua niko na pesa pale itanisimamia. Yani kujikaza utafuta hiyo pesa upate uweke, hata kama ulikuwa unafaa ufanye matumizi fulani inabidi uachane na hiyo matumizi uiweke.
Florence's case is not unique. It is yet another glimpse into how the system is performing on the ground. On paper, there is a way to challenge this, an appeals process meant to correct such cases. But according to Florence, that option was never made known to her.
Feel vibaya, mbona tunafichwa? Inafaa tuambiwe at least mtu aone venye anaweza eka standard yake, at least hiyo amount yenye anaweza lipa aikewe at least ya chini kidogo. Nataka tu kuuliza watu at least watuoneshe hiyo method, at least tujaribu kutumia, tuone venye tunaweza reduce hiyo nini.
So, we walked her through it, step by step, filing an appeal, hoping the system would reconsider her premium. For Florence, this moment was a chance, a possibility that the number could change and that the burden could ease. Then came the response.
Dear member, your premium amount does not meet the minimum threshold for an appeal.
Her appeal was denied.
What do you feel? Baya. Sasa kama ituwezi punguziwa.
No adjustment, no relief. The amount remained the same. Florence is not alone.
Kuna watu nilikuwa najazia na kuna watu tulikosana kwa households. Ilimletea anafaa kulipa 1050 per month. Akaniambia nimemjazia vibaya, premium imehike. Nikamwambia aende arudie, kuna ile inasema kuna kureappeal. Ukireappeal, hakuna kitu ina reappeal kwa SHA. Kwa system, inakuambia unaweza reappeal. Hata yangu nilijaribu itoke kwa 650 to 300 na imekataa. Imekwama hapo tu kwa 650 na nimeshindwa kujilipia. Because kupata hiyo 650 inakuja 7,800. Kupata hiyo pesa pamoja nilikosa, kwa hivyo hata mimi inapitia kwa shida.
In the cases we looked at, the appeals process, the very safeguard meant to correct the system, did not deliver as intended, which raises deeper questions. If the system miscalculates and the mechanism to fix it falls short, then who is it really working for? And who is left to shoulder the cost?
People are wondering, what is this thing that is able to tell what I'm earning and so on. And so there was that issue. People really wanted to understand what is it that is happening behind the scenes. You are aware that some people kept trying different answers to reduce the premiums and things like that. So those are challenges that will come with a system like that.
Both of these systems, the original one that SHA told us it was using, and the tweaked version that ID Insight told it to swap over to, revolved around a fundamental design question: making the poorest take responsibility for fixing mistakes the algorithm imposed on them.
So the model has been heavily criticized because in no single instance where it's been used has it been able to reduce poverty, and has it been able to correctly identify those people who require support. And the other thing we are seeing is that the legitimacy of the social reform has been undermined, okay, with the people, okay, because it's very unpopular now. Very unpopular because people feel more burdened. So the premiums have gone up. You've also added a requirement that the premiums must be paid annually, okay? And therefore, and a lot of poor people now are facing high premiums.
I feel vibaya juu ningejua hiyo wakati at least ningeka hiyo, ningereduce hiyo amount niweze kulipa for the whole year. Kwa mimi na feel vibaya juu at least wangeangalia ile standard ya mtu venye yako life yanaishi ndo aone, si wanaweka kwa ile life. Sasa ni mtu hawezi afford hiyo pesa.
Unaona, ukijaza SHA ni bahati, haiko specific. Unapata mwenye unajaza na yeye atajaza the same wewe umejaza, yake ikuwe the lower premium, yako ikuwe the higher premium. Kwa hivyo ni bahati. So hatujui ni nini na kuanga, ndio maana tunasema ni bahati tu. It is just like lottery.
Since its rollout, the government says millions of Kenyans have had their premiums calculated by the means testing algorithm. But the response to this has been swift and often angry. Across Facebook, TikTok, and other social media platforms, Kenyans are sharing accounts of premiums they say they simply cannot pay.
The promise made by none other than the head of state himself, and in fact I remember the words that he used, that Harambes for raising hospital bills would be a thing of the past because the medical scheme that we are going to put in is going to cover healthcare for all. And there was no rider. At that particular moment in time, nobody told us, Honorable Speaker, that it would be for 10% or a portion. That is the justification, Honorable Speaker, why my contribution moved from less than 1,000 to 33,000. And he was telling us that those of us who are able to pay more should do so that Harambes are a thing of the past. Are Kenyans still holding Harambes to fund Medicare? Yes, they are. Therefore, SHA is not working.
Of the more than 30 million registered, only 5 are regularly paying their premiums. At the same time, some hospitals are reporting mounting deficits as promised reimbursements from SHA remain unpaid. Others have been linked to fraud investigations said to have cost the agency more than 12.7 billion Kenya shillings.
In any civilized society, if a headline like this was screaming out there, the health CS would have resigned. In China, you would be in jail today. Why?
In March 2026, former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua claimed the system would collapse within months.
I have information that SHA will collapse in another 6 months and will have a crisis of unknown magnitude.
A claim the president rejected.
Msikuwe na wasiwasi. Hawa watu wa porojo na propaganda tutawaaibisha na ukweli. Na tutawaaibisha na matokeo. Nyie mnanielewa? Tumelipa the highest amount paid by any social security in the Republic of Kenya using SHA.
Together, these developments have placed SHA under intense scrutiny, with growing questions about its financial sustainability and long-term viability.
To me, these are teething problems which I think will be sorted by time, but of course, sometimes we put too much politics in what we do, to the extent that now it becomes difficult to weigh and see exactly which one is good, which one is bad. But if you analyze it objectively, then you see that we are better off with this system than the previous NHIF. Here now we are saying let everybody pay a solidarity premium. Meaning you pay, I pay, another person pays, all of us, when we pay, we are able to get our services. So I know that implementation of a system like this sometimes, because of the too much politics, it hides the good things and also hides the bad things. So we hope that as we continue implementing, we continue improving.
I think that as a country, we will have to redesign universal healthcare. And we should have the courage to throw away this experiment. This is an experiment that has failed, and we don't need to even spend time, can we tweak here? No, it's not worked. There is data out there that shows that it will never work. It's a really poor tool for identifying poor households. It's a great tool for helping government run away from responsibility. Very great tool for that.
For some, the conclusion is already clear. The what was meant to expand access may instead be missing its mark. But beyond the data, beyond the debates, there are people living the consequences. For Florence and Grace, it meant a number they could not afford and a system they could not fully challenge. For others like them, it is a promise still being tested in real life.
What do you think this investigation means for Kenyans?
I think it's a gateway. So they'll be able to ask their leaders specific questions when AI solutions are being thrown at them with this huge of a promise. They're going to be able to ask, is this going to be the same as what they used for our healthcare system? Like they're going to relate to this AI in a more informed and more accessible way, so they are going to be able to hold them accountable, just as they know how to hold them accountable for corruption and other wrongdoing.
So, this is no longer just a question of design or data. It is a question of direction. What's at stake now goes beyond policy to the real lived impact of the system itself. Does the government now refine it or rethink it entirely? Because for those at the heart of it, like Florence and many others we spoke to, the system is not an experiment on paper. It is their everyday reality. And now, the question that remains is who decides what comes next?
Every year, when heavy rains pound Nairobi, the same scenes return.
Nyumba, barabara na biashara za maelfu ya Wakenya yamesombwa na maji.
Given our recent experience of destructive floods, the urgency of focusing resolute interventions to mitigate flood risks cannot be overstated.
Wase wengi walikuwa medozi, so ilikuwa kupiga nduru, kupiga manyumba za watu mateke. So nilikuwa napata makole, nani hapatikani, vitu kama hizo. So tukaanza kuingia kwa rive tukitafuta wase, na tukapata wase wengi sana pia wamededi.
So Eric told me that nimeanza kupanic na nimeanza kuuma na kichwa.
I've been to denial and just to come in terms with what currently happened.
The truth of the matter, the development is uncontrolled.
I want to squeeze the river so that I can have some garden after building beacon to beacon.
Yo bulldozer ilienda ikasimamia Budhaiga huko kwa mababi kawacha. Mbona sisi tubomolewe na wengine wasibomolewe?
Every year, when heavy rains pound Nairobi, the same scenes return. Roads turn into rivers. Lives are lost. This is not a new crisis.
I myself have been to denial and just to come in terms with what currently happened.
The county has had an outsized impact on Kenya as a whole and on East Africa region, as evidenced by the diplomatic, economic and political activity here, explaining why for years billions of shillings have been allocated to drainage, Nairobi River regeneration, disaster response and urban management.
This is supposed to be a property apparently. So this structure is sitting on the river.
In 2025-2026 alone, Nairobi City County set aside 710 million Kenya shillings for disaster management. But despite such investments, the flooding returns again and again. Audit concerns and expert warnings point to gaps in planning, implementation, and enforcement.
Development is uncontrolled, as is the drainage system.
From Evans Kidero, who served from 2013 to 2017, to Mike Sonko from 2017 to 2020, to Johnson Sakaja in office since 2022, the promises have remained consistent. But on ground, drainage systems continue to fail, development sprawls, and communities are left exposed. Africa Uncensored investigates how the flooding crisis in Kenya's capital keep occurring despite years of funding, and what can be done to keep the rising waters at bay. Nairobi, derived from the Maasai phrase Enkare Nairobi, meaning the place of cool waters. It is a city crisscrossed by a network of rivers and streams. The Nairobi River Basin is made up of 3 main rivers and their tributaries. The Nairobi River, which gives the basin its name, originates in the Ondiri swamp near Kikuyu and flows through Westlands, Parklands, the Central Business District, Kariakoo, and Mathare. The Mathare River cuts across Muthaiga, Pangani, Mlango Kubwa, Huruma, joining the Nairobi River in Kasarani. The Ngong River originates in the Motoine swamp near the Ngong Hills to the west of the city, flowing through Karen, Langata, Kibera, and the industrial area. It joins the Nairobi River to the east of the city. These rivers converge and eventually drain into the larger Athi River, flowing out of Nairobi towards eastern Kenya and ultimately into the Indian Ocean. Rapid urbanization along these rivers has led to encroachment on riparian land, narrowing their channels and reducing their ability to flow freely. During heavy rains, water quickly overwhelms what is left of these rivers, turning natural drainage corridors into conduits for flooding instead.
Nyumba, barabara na biashara za maelfu ya Wakenya yamesombwa na maji huku mvua ikiendelea kunyesha.
Already, the ministry, according to the PS, has earmarked close to 12 buildings erected on road reserves or on riparian land.
This pattern is not new. Nairobi has over the years experienced recurring flood crises with devastating consequences. Long before these disasters, there were warnings.
Initially, Nairobi grew quite haphazardly, without plan, just around the railway caravan, establishing residences for the Europeans and Indians.
When Nairobi was first established as a railway depot, engineers flagged the area as poorly drained and prone to flooding. More than a century later, that warning still echoes. The El Nino rains of 1997 killed dozens and were one of the first widely recorded major flood events in the capital. Fatalities were reported during the 2012 rains, the 2015-2016 El Nino season, and more recently in 2017, 2020, 2023 and 2024 when heavy rains left several people dead and many more displaced. Since then, Nairobi has experienced a recurring cycle of deadly flooding with repeated loss of life. Fast forward to the evening of March 6, 2026, when the skies above the city darkened, once again followed by a relentless downpour.
My name is Eugene Orimbo. I am a friend to Eric Mutua. 12 midday. So that's when we parted ways. Now fast forward, that was early 7 p.m. He told me, you know, we called each other Buddha. We're like, hey, Buddha. And of course I'm going to quote his words. He's like, Buddha. And nimekoma kwa traffic, na hii inakanoma. I'm like, okay, what is this issue? He told me that the traffic, there's a heavy snarl up at the T-Mall section.
For many city residents, the journey home became a desperate race against the rising water.
So Eric, told me that vehicles in front of him and vehicles behind him had stalled. They were not running anymore. And the reason was because water had already started, the water levels had started rising. So he shared photos on WhatsApp, told me that this is where the water levels had started. He called me using one phone. He also had two phones. So he called me using one phone. And at the same time, he also called the wife with the other phone. So all of us, the three of us, were having a conversation using the two phones.
For hours, the three stayed connected, keeping track of the rising water, hoping it will subside. But at around 9 p.m., the calls stopped.
Typically, we will always downplay everything, yeah? But he told me, and of course I'll quote him again, Buddha, nimeanza kupanic. Nimeanza kupanic na nimeanza kuuma na kichwa. Slightly after 9:12, this is about 9:13, thereabouts. The wife now knocks at my door.
Speaking at the bank of the polluted Nairobi River in September 2024, President William Ruto called for an urgent focus on dealing with floods in the city. He said this while launching the National Climate Resilience Program.
Given our recent experience of destructive floods, the urgency of focusing resolute interventions on riverine areas to mitigate flood risks cannot be overstated.
At the Baraza, Calvin Shikuku, a youth from Mathare, was listening to the president.
Watu walikuwa wametorokea huko juu. Hizo magoro ndio watu walikuwa wanaweza tokelezea.
Earlier that year, Calvin became a frontline responder when floods hit. He helped evacuate his neighbors, saving lives even when he lost his own home.
So nakumbuka hiyo usiku kuanzia masaa 5 maji ilikuwa imeanza kujaa. Yaani maji haikai ya kawaida. Ikafanya wasee wakaanza kutoka kwa makeja. Tunaamshana. So nilikuwa napata makole, nani hapatikani, vitu kama hizo. So tukaanza kuingia kwa rive tukitafuta wasee. Na tukapata wasee wengi sana pia wamededi. Personally, wale wasee tulitoa kwa rive wenye physically nilikuwa part of wasee 4. Kuna zingine niliondokea cause kama kuna mother best yangu sana alikuwa anaitwa Mama Victor. Alikuwa amelost, watoi wake hawajulikani mali yako, jirani alipatikana kwa keja, maji lijaa ikawa mada wote.
In Nairobi, people living along the riverbank were ordered by the national government to relocate. This was after years of unchecked construction along riparian zones, which are stretches of land 30 meters on either side of a river. As a result, river channels have become constricted, limiting space for water to flow. The relocation order was enforced with violence, and a cloud of stinging tear gas and the sound of echoing gunshots. Baton-carrying officers were deployed alongside green bulldozers from the National Youth Service.
Mabuldoza za NYS zikaanza kukam. Zikaanzia huko gateway. Zinakuja zikifagi. The thing ni kitu pia ilisaidia kwa sababu ya trauma ya maji vile uliona imefanya watu hata ukiambiwa ondokea hii maji ukiona hiyo memory enyewe unakakana. Kitu sad sana kuhusu hiyo story. Hiyo bulldozer ilienda ikasimamia pale Muthaiga. Huko kwa mababi kawacha. So wase wakaanza kujiuliza, kwani rada ni gani? Kwani hii kitu 30 meters ilikuwa ina apply to ghetto na apply places zingine.
But this is not just a question of fairness. It is a question of how the city functions. What happens upstream in areas like Parklands and Runda directly shapes what happens downstream in communities like Mathare and Mukuru.
The upper catchments which are feeding the water down into those low-lying areas and causing the flooding, topography is flat, so water is slow to evacuate those areas.
While building in riparian zones in informal settlements such as Mathare, Mukuru and Kibera were cleared, homes flattened and livelihoods wiped out, displacing over 100,000 people. As Calvin explains, while their neighborhoods upstream faced little to no enforcement, even in places like Runda, where homes located precariously near riverbanks were also flooded as a result of this proximity. Who bears the cost when the city moves to reclaim its rivers? It is often those who can least afford it. To understand the technical context of why these floods are so severe, we spoke to Dr. Sean Avery, a civil engineer with decades of experience in hydrology and stormwater management.
These heavy rains are often blamed on climate change, but they are to be expected, and stormwater drainage systems should be designed to cope with them. I think there's no doubt in my mind that the problems that we're seeing these days are a direct consequence of urbanization.
Dr. Avery warns that without strict enforcement of zoning and land use regulations throughout the city, flood risks will remain.
And upstream, well, you know, they're not people being moved out of areas because they're not informal settlements, but in my opinion, some of those developments which have been built right up to riverbanks should be removed. They should be removed because the river needs that space. And as the years go on and as these plots become more and more densely built upon, the floods are going to get bigger. That's not because there's more rain, it's just because the water has nowhere to go. There's no ground or green space for the water to soak underground. It just runs off into the river.
Also, this flooding is being intensified by the way Nairobi is rapidly changing its surface. Over the years, the city has gradually transformed into a concrete environment. Roads expanded, parking areas paved, open soil replaced with materials like cabro and concrete. Experts further warning, in a city where drainage systems are already under strain, this adds another layer of pressure to an existing problem.
The water that we are now calling flood should be going back into the ground. Are we working towards making that water go back to the ground, or now we are adding more cabro so that that water can keep flooding downstream now?
You were telling me something about the river and in connection to this building that is coming up. What were you saying?
Yeah, this river.
Yeah.
In Parklands, one of Nairobi's most affluent neighborhoods, Ted Obiero, the secretary of the Residents Association, takes us along the river. Here, the rules appear to apply selectively.
The river passes right there. This building has been stopped more than 3 times by construction authority and through our petition as well in court. So we've been stopping this building, but you can see work is continuing.
One cannot fail to notice the contrast. In Mathare, demolitions and evictions have been carried out in the name of protecting riparian land. In Parklands, there is construction going on right at the edge. Same river, same law, different reality.
Some of them are sitting on top of these canals. And what do you do to save space? Because every square foot in Nairobi is paid for. They squeeze the canals. Nobody has actually verified some of these tall structures if that canal is exactly to the standard that is supposed to be there. You're given an approval to continue their construction. Nobody supervises. There's no engineer from the county who come and supervises this construction. So every single rogue developer does what they want. I mean, I want to squeeze the river so that I can have some garden after building beacon to beacon. That is exactly what is happening. Hence the mess we are seeing we are living with today.
But as questions deepen over the consistency of the law and its enforcement, reports of missing persons persisted, losses mounted, and the death toll continued to rise amid the devastating impact of flooding. For one family, the night of March 6 changed everything.
My name is Sylvia Njeri Kithukia, a lady who is currently about to turn 33 years, and a career woman as well, and I'm a mom of 2 young kids, and a wife as well.
Eric Mutua, a husband and a father of 2, was last heard from on the night of the 6th. According to his wife, he had already been missing for hours.
So every time I'll hear maybe a car moving closer to our home, I will just peep to check whether it's him. But time moved fast until 4 o'clock, and I thought, like, no, I need to go and see what's happening out there. So since we had even his location, we thought, let's drive towards this place. So we're driving just across, and now it's like 13 meters to where Eric was. And then we're like, according to our conversation, just to take you back, he had mentioned that he's near a petrol station Shell. So we just pointed it out along Langata. So we walked towards that place just to inquire, right, if they know of any scene that had happened yesterday. And a guy came in and told us, yeah, if you're looking, yesterday there's a lot of cars were towards the police station around, so maybe he could be there. So the only thing was to go to this Langata police station. So we drive there, and towards just getting to the gate, we spot the car. So they told us, yes, that car was brought yesterday around 2, but we don't have further details. So by that time now it was around 8. This senior officer came in. We told him what has happened and what has brought us here. And he told us, yeah, it was quite chaotic last night because of the flashlights. But apparently the car that was brought in with 2 passengers inside. But these passengers did not make it. So he told us, we're so sorry, but we're not so certain that the people you're looking for are the one at the city mortuary.
As Sylvia and Eugene drove towards Nairobi Funeral Home, holding on to hope, a different response was unfolding online. Senior government officials led by President William Ruto made new promises of swift intervention and long-term solutions through the Nairobi River Regeneration Program. At the county level, Governor Johnson Sakaja defended his administration, describing the flooding as a result of generational infrastructure challenges.
Jeff, now with the resources that we're getting, imagine in one day of signing we got 80 billion from a 40 billion budget, 80 billion worth of interventions. How long would it have taken me to collect parking to be able to get that? The river program alone is 50 billion, you know.
Since devolution, Nairobi County has consistently allocated millions for disaster response, yet floods persist. Under former Governor Evans Kidero, emergency funds derived from the legal 2% of county budgets average 6 million to 700 million Kenya shillings annually. Under former Governor Mike Sonko, only about 80 million Kenya shillings was clearly documented in 2018-2019. While under the current Governor Johnson Sakaja, allocations have risen from 193 million Kenya shillings in 2023-2024 to about 250 million Kenya shillings in supplementary funding and 710 million Kenya shillings in planned disaster spending. But questions have been raised about how these funds are used. Reports by the Office of the Auditor General have flagged gaps in project implementation, where spending does not clearly translate into functional infrastructure. At the national level, the Nairobi Rehabilitation Program under President Uhuru Kenyatta had a budget of about 30 billion Kenya shillings, while the Nairobi River Regeneration Program under President William Ruto has a projected budget of approximately 50 billion Kenya shillings. Despite these billions, the floods keep claiming lives and destroying property.
Have you seen any net effect of the billions invested from 2024 to date? Nothing. 2026 we're investing more billions. Same problem. This problem is not resolved. We're going to have it in 2027, 2028, and continuously. Probably it's going to get worse.
The urbanization is inevitable, but it is uncontrolled. And it's uncontrolled not because we lack legislation, it's because the regulations are not being enforced. Now, they're not being enforced either because the people who are managing that process are incompetent or they're compromised. And unfortunately, in my experience, corruption is a major factor which is hindering our development.
Pressed during a media interview on immediate steps being taken, Sakaja indicated that part of the county's response will involve moving people who have settled on riparian land. But his answer had a peculiar angle to it.
Just simple things that, look, I am an MP or I'm an MCA and I have my people who have got in a container, we're putting it here. I will not listen to that.
No.
You can't.
But forget the Kibandanskis or whatever they call those things. The big buildings. The big buildings. They're propping up all over the place.
The options you must give them is to see whether there can be any mitigation and to discuss with them.
Under Kenyan law, riparian land is a protected hydrological buffer meant to regulate river flow. Hydrologists say the system is under strain with encroachment upstream, including in affluent areas, reducing absorption, increasing runoff, and narrowing channels. The effect, they warn, is that water is forced downstream, where drainage can be overwhelmed.
The last time we had flooding of a similar nature, they blamed settlements along the Nairobi rivers. And they kicked out many of our people from those settlements. And we thought that was the solution.
Then we're talking about demolition. Start with this.
Mbona sisi tubomolewe na wengine wasibomolewe? Hatutaki pia wabomolewe. Si ati tunataka tiju kitu mbaya imetufanyikia ifanyikie mtu mwingine. Lakini hiyo selective application ya kitu kama kubomolea watu. Kwani mbona ilikuwa inabomolewa?
Unfortunately, politics looks for short-term gain. And unfortunately, some of what we're doing in the short term is not necessarily in our long-term interest. And part of that politics is allowing these illegal developments. Because to stop people doing this is not popular.
The pin location that Eric Mutua shared to Sylvia and Eugene pointed to a location along Langata Road near Timol. But just a few meters from here, Ngong River crosses the road, winding its way towards the city. A visit to the area reveals a different reality. Just as witnessed in Parklands, developments pressing right up to the riverbank, narrowing and choking the waterway. And on the night of March 6, as heavy rains pounded Nairobi, the river swelled, spilling over, flooding every space it could find. This was the last known location of Eric Mutua. Hours later, at Nairobi Funeral Home, Sylvia still held on to hope. However, that hope will give way to her worst fear.
After the first check on our left, I spotted Eric's African band, so I knew that is him. I quickly rushed to him. His clothes were all wet. And from the first photo where he had just folded his trouser, it was still folded. So I'm there shaking him like, okay, we had a pet named Han. So I'm like, Han, like what happened? And I can see he's already bloated, so he has a lot of water. And the magician is standing there just checking at me. And I'm like, bro, how can we do this transfer? Because this guy's gonna make it.
Eric Mutua, a 35-year-old father of two, was among those who died. One of the more than 25 who perished in Nairobi, and at least 81 nationwide.
Poleni sana to the family, to the colleagues, and to the friends.
If rest in peace meant return if possible, Eric and Phil will want you back.
The floods triggered by the torrential rains of March 6, 2026 were a deadly reminder of a recurring crisis. These numbers reflect lives needlessly lost in a city and a country that has seen this before and failed to act.
He was a lovely and a jovial guy and a family man, who has been taken out of us in such an early age. We had so much plans. We'll sit as a family, wait for the kids to sleep, sit down, have discussions of our next plan. He was planning everything for everyone, and now it's my turn to do the same for him. Even with the kids' birthday, my birthday, any occasion, Eric will put his best. His best just to do the setup, go out of his way, and that's why, like, in this place, I'm so certain that I need to be there for him. But after that, honestly, William, I don't know how to take it. I won't lie, I won't make it. But I know somehow I'm gonna make it.
It is here in Oldonyo Sabuk, in Kenya's eastern region, that will be the final resting place for Eric Mutua. But some questions still linger. How many more families will perform such final rites for their loved ones? How much more allocation are those in authority require to put to a halt the loss of lives when floods occur across the country? There is a Swahili saying, maji hufuata mkondo wake. Water follows its course. The rivers Nairobi, Ngong, Mathare will follow their channels. What has changed is not the water, but the systems built around them. Riparian land has been encroached, drainage systems have been overwhelmed, and the law has been applied unevenly. When the rains come, as they always do, the water has nowhere to go. This is not just flooding, it is failure. And until that changes, every rain in Nairobi will continue to leave more families like Eric Mutua's in its wake.
Do you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard and the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa.
So guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
Medical practitioners have a duty of care.
Wakaanza kudunga miguu. Wakidunga hiyo miguu, sijui ati walikuwa wanatafuta line. Nilirealize miguu zake walidunga sana. Akaniambia hizo miguu siwezi kuwa manageable tena.
Kuandika report kama hii inahitajiwa 5,000. The requirement that one haina any other way.
Kufika reception kwa emergency, mguu ikaanguka.
It was a sad issue hata hutaki kuangalia.
Sijui kama ndai wasamea. Sijui kama ndai accept hiyo mambo na yenye walifanyia mtoto.
Hospitals are meant to be places for healing, but they can become sites of unimaginable pain in a single moment.
A family from Buhaya village, Balava constituency in Kakamega County, is demanding for justice after their 3-year-old son's fingers were amputated due to what the family claims was hospital negligence.
Negligence in a case that has left a woman who went in after a motorcycle accident with more complications.
Practitioners and Dentists Council has launched investigation into a case of alleged botched operation at St. Teresa Hospital in Kikuyu. The health facility is on the spot of a suspected medical negligence.
For Janet Chetambe, a visit to the hospital to get care for her 5-day-old baby quickly turned into a nightmare.
Venye nanishangaza, venye naona, venye natetemeka, nimeshindwa kuelewa shida inaweza kuwa wapi. Tukakimbia OC.
She hoped that her newborn daughter would get better.
Wakaanza kudunga miguu. Wakidunga hiyo miguu, sijui ati walikuwa wanatafuta line. Nilirealize miguu zake walidunga sana. Mbona wangeita orthopedic ya kuja angalia mtoto?
Delayed diagnosis is one instance of negligence.
Kufika reception kwa emergency, mguu ikaanguka.
It was a sad issue hata hutaki kuangalia.
For months, Africa Uncensored has followed Janet's story, trying to find out how a system meant to protect life has led to so much pain and suffering instead.
Medical practitioners have a duty of care to a patient.
Mimi ufikiria mambo mingi. Juu kama ndai accept hiyo mambo na yenye walifanyia mtoto.
For 9 months, a mother carries life within her with the hopes of a safe delivery. She dreams of her child's future, envisioning the joy and promise that a new life brings. In a world where healthcare is not always guaranteed and survival is uncertain, the birth of a healthy baby is a miracle, a victory, a blessing. But sometimes, that hope is shattered in cruel fashion. Janet Chetambe knows what it feels like to carry a baby to term. Every kick was a quiet promise and a tender reminder of the love growing inside her. On September 1st, 2024, days before she was due to deliver, Janet traveled to Uasin Gishu County to visit her sister. A trip that marks the beginning of this story.
Angel Favor nilimzaa Uasin Gishu County District. And then nilimzaa date 11 September 2024. Na wakati nilimzaa huyu mtoto, she was in a good condition. Ilikuwa tarehe 11, that was on Wednesday asubuhi. Na wakan discharge tarehe 12 mchana around saa 6 hapo. Na daktari akaona breastfeeding is okay.
Janet returned to her sister's house in Eldoret with her bundle of joy. But this joy would only last so long. On September 16, just 4 days after bringing baby Angel home, things took a worrying turn. Janet noticed something unusual. Her baby's eyes had started turning yellow. Alarmed, she called her cousin who had friends in the medical field for advice.
When you contact my cousin, akaniambia macho sikiwa yellow, ati inajiita jaundice.
According to the cousin, baby Angel was showing signs of neonatal jaundice, a common condition in newborns characterized by yellowing of the skin and eyes, caused by a buildup of bilirubin in the blood due to an immature liver. One way to manage this, as advised by pediatric specialists, is to expose babies to early morning sunlight, which can help break down excess bilirubin in the baby's body. Trusting this advice and desperate to help her daughter, Janet followed through, hoping the sun would work its magic.
Nikamweka kwa juu ya saa 3. Sasa nikimweka kwa juu ya saa 3 nikarealize nilikuwa nimemvalisha manguo kabisa mzito. Nikarealize ameanza kutetemeka. Alafu yenye alianza kutetemeka hivyo nikamrudisha kwa nyumba. Ni juu ilikuwa na ubaridi kidogo. At that time nikamrudisha kwa nyumba. Venye nilimrudisha kwa nyumba, nikaona hiyo kushiva haikuisha.
When the shivering persisted, her brother-in-law advised that since the child was only 5 days old, that she should rush her to the hospital.
Tukakimbia OC. Kufika hospitali, na tukifanya hivyo nimemrap kabisa juu alikuwa hiyo kutetemeka yani imeendelea kabisa. Nikaenda Shua Africa Eldoret.
Shua for Africa Children's Hospital was built in 2015. It is a public pediatric hospital and is a level 6 teaching and referral hospital operated under Moi University Teaching and Referral Hospital, which also owns the land on which it is built.
Sasa tukifika Shua Africa, nikaingia pale reception. Sasa sikuwa najua step by step unaingia wapi na wapi na wapi. Nikaulizia na nikasema yenyewe ni emergency, mtoto anatetemeka. Na huyo security akandirect emergency room. Nikampeleka emergency. Sasa nikimpeleka emergency hapo kwa Shua Africa tu. Nikafika hapo madaktari wakaniambia, mama mtoto venye yako nikao umekaa na mtoto sana. Unaona venye mtoto anatetemeka, shida iko wapi? Kamwambia venye mtoto amezaliwa na kila kitu. Nikaambia kitu yenye nimenotice kwake ni hiyo mambo na jaundice, macho zilikuwa zimetani yellow, na nikamweka kwa jua, nikaona hiyo akaanza kushiva. Ndio nikaambia venye ameshiva na hiyo kitu haitulii, wacha tukimbie hospitali. Sasa kwa ile harakati wakaanza kumhudumia, wakamweka kwa kitanda hapo, wakafungua hiyo hita. Madaktari waka coordinate na hao madaktari wengine wenye walikuwa tu hapo ndani na wenye walikuwa kwa hizo rooms zingine I think wakakuja. So wakawa madaktari wakapo karibu watu 4 kwanza wenye alianza naye.
Janet was explaining all this to a doctor she only remembers as John. This conversation was taking place as the medical team continued trying to find a vein.
Kwa ile harakati wakaanza kudunga miguu. Wakidunga hiyo miguu, sijui ati walikuwa wanatafuta line. Nilirealize miguu zake walidunga sana, wakadunga hii, wanadunga hii. Sasa unajua ni kitu experience sijai kwa naye mati. Nimeipeleka mtu hospitali nione kitu yenye huwa inaendelea. Unaona? Ilikuwa first time experience yangu juu ni mimi na mtoto, mimi ndo mama yake. Sasa nilikundua miguu walidunga sana masindano.
It was at this point, Janet, a first time mother, says she began questioning what was happening.
Nilikuwa najiuliza mbona hizo masindano. Sasa nilikuwa najiuliza ama inakuanga hivyo, unajua ni kitu new kwako. Lakini nilirealize masindano walidunga mingi sana kwa mguu. Wanadunga kwa hii, wanadunga ati walikuwa wanatafuta inaitwa aje? Walikuwa wanatafuta line. Sijui hiyo line ya nini. Lakini ile kwa ile harakati nilikuwa tunasikia wanasema millimand hydrate. Venye ili fail after kudunga kwa hiyo miguu imeshindikana, nikaona wakakuja kwa nywele ndo wakanyoa kichwa yake. Kwanza walikuja kwa mikono. Walikuja pia still kwa mikono. Sijui kwa mikono pia ilikataa kabisa, ndio wakanyoa sasa kichwa yake. Walikuja kuwekea line kwa kichwa ndio wakafanya hizo mambo na hizo vitu zote. Alafu wakamweka sasa kwa ile harakati wakamweka oxygen. Juu walikuwa anasema nini yake. Penye alikuwa anatetemeka. Sasa mimi kama ni mzazi utajua labda ni pneumonia. Juu ni kwa mtu mkubwa obvious ni kama pneumonia tu, juu baridi ndio ilimeingia tukiwa nje.
After this, baby Angel was to be transferred to the mother and baby unit at the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. Janet was informed that she would be staying at the hostel and would breastfeed her baby every 3 hours. Her baby was then handed over to Dr. Edwin Nyambane, but she says the feedback she got from him offered little comfort.
Niliniambia mtoto wako ako seriously sick. Na aliniambia ukikuja utampata mtoto huko ICU. Sasa nikaenda kwa hostel na nikapewa nguo ya kwenda juu kwa ICU. Huwezi enda na nguo yenye nilikuwa nimevaa kama hii.
She returned at around 2:30 p.m. for the first time for the nursing visits, and she was taken to the newborn unit.
Kitu ikanikujia tu kaniambia venye uko unadunga mtoto wako miguu sana, si uangalie. Nikaangalia. Nikishika hivi nini hiyo masaa 9 tu first visit. Nikiangalia miguu yake, unaona venye hii mkono yangu inakaa ndani. Sasa hiyo inakaa iko hivyo lakini ni kama balloon. Yaani ile nyepesi sana. Unaona sasa venye as much as mtoto ndo amezaliwa ni mdogo, lakini yani kuna kitu like una sense abnormalities. Ile softness ni kama balloon. Unaona unashika hivi ndani. Hiyo ndio kilikuwa first nini yangu kuangalia. Sasa nikaenda saa 9 hiyo nikaenda. Nikirudi kwa hostel baada ya akili yangu ilikuwa tu inaniambia mtoto as much as ni hiyo lumoni, lakini anaweza kuwa mbona mwili yake imefura hivyo.
According to Janet, she went back again and the situation was no better.
Nikaenda 6 nikapata hiyo miguu sasa si venye ilikuwa. Yaani kama inaenda ikichange. Sasa unasikia ni kama tena imekuwa moto kabisa, alafu unakaa ni kama damu, alafu yani hii kuganda sijinde kuexplain aje.
She states that her daughter's legs looked worse with each passing day. While photography inside the newborn unit was forbidden, Janet decided to record her baby's condition. But in a ward under constant watch, it didn't take long for the staff to notice.
Na aliniambia delete na nikamwambia nisha delete. But siku delete. Yani roho ilikuwa imepiga. Nikiona mdikusi yenye zina change nikasema acha nichukue kwanza. Yani at least nachukua picha yenye nikiona kuna some abnormality nachukua picha. Day 2, sasa that was day 19. Sasa hiyo day 19 nikaona hii miguu zimeanza kutani kama purple. Naona sasa hii kitu ni serious. Nikaa tena miguu zenyewe zinakaa ni kama umaikanyaka ni kama mafuta ama umekanyaka kama frying pan, yani kitu moto. So unaona venye miguu inaninia haraka. Yani miguu yake zilikuwa zimefura, juu ukiona zimefura na ndani zinakaa hiyo damu sasa imetani ikakuwa purplish. Yeye alikuja akaniongea na mimi na akaniambia your child is so sick, na akaniambia mtoto wako ati ni 50 chances of survive ni 50-50. Venye aliniambia your child is seriously sick. Na unajua mimi nikifanya hivyo akili yangu ni kama iko sawa juu nilishashtuka already hata usiku silali. Na akaniambia chances za yani sina tu chances za survive ni 50-50. Sasa akili ikachemka.
What began as a conversation quickly spiraled into an argument, with a doctor Janet only remembers being referred to as Cherop, now claiming the baby's legs were already in that condition when she was brought in.
Sasa mimi sikutaka kupingana naye. Mimi kesi yangu after kukombana naye nilimgombanisha, by the way, nilikombana of which si ati nilifanya nikipenda. Nilikuwa already nishakuwa depressed.
This was the point when Janet was assigned a counselor to help her cope. But she says their conversations only left her feeling even more disillusioned.
Kuru wakanibukia counselor wakuja kuniongelesha. Counselor anakuja kuniongelesha ananidiscourage, ni mwanaume. Alikuja akaniongelesha sasa. Akaniambia kwa atimuona kwa hiyo hospitali mzima your child is seriously sick. Mtoto wako ndio ni mgonjwa kwa watoto wote. Ananiambia do you know that? Sasa mimi nikajiuliza, yani kwa akili yangu, is this the real counselor mwenye walisema?
Janet says the failure to provide crucial information proved devastating for her baby. But could this lapse amount to medical negligence? Advocate Muridhi Kimathi, who has extensive experience in handling medical cases, weighs in.
Delayed diagnosis is one instance of negligence, because delayed diagnosis, misdiagnosis, improper procedure, all these things amount to negligence. Yes, because if something could have been captured early and the parent or the patient saw a medical practitioner early enough and a diagnosis should have been made, that's negligence. Medical practitioners have a duty of care to a patient.
Akaniambia huyo nurse akasema mtoto wako hizo miguu siwezi kuwa manageable tena, already ni worse, yani zimesha worse already. Sasa huyo orthopedic amesema inafaa tu, hakuna another alternative, inafaa amputate. Nilishtuka kwanza, sikujua the meaning of amputation. Nikasema nikarudia tena kumuulizia inafaa amputate yani aje? Akasema inafaa wakati mtoto wako miguu itabidi tupeleke tukubukie theater, na akasema official ni Friday. Na ananieleza kitu Wednesday, na anasema Friday inafaa mtoto aende theater. Inafaa ni sign at prepare yourself tomorrow, come and sign the consent ya theater. Hey,
Janet's experience reveals how easily consent can be mishandled. To understand how it should be done correctly, we speak to Dr. John Nanyul, who breaks down the elements of a proper consent process.
Well, at the center of healthcare provision is the patient. So whatever the patient decides usually takes precedence. We have 4 principles of medical ethics, but at the center of it is the patient. The patient has something we call autonomy. But autonomy is not just autonomy. We have to advise the patient so that the patient makes something we call informed consent if you want to perform a procedure, so that their choices, medical choices, are based on evidence after they've been advised by the medical practitioner.
After the conversation on amputation, Janet called her husband, Linus Juma, who was working in Nairobi. Shocked, he warned her not to sign the consent form with so many questions still unanswered.
Lakini sijaelewa hizo vitu venye zimeenda, unajua. Sasa utasaini aje kitu nielewe? Nikasema hakuna kitu ni sign kitu nifunge. Kapigia babangu simu nikamwambia kuja ujione hii maneno.
Nikakaribishwa vizuri sana na ile daktari. Yakaniongelesha ati walikuwa wameplan ayapelekwe Nairobi Kenyatta Hospital. Hiyo vitu yote hit me very hard. Nikaona hii mambo ya Kenyatta imekujaje? Akanionyesha makaratasi walikuwa wameandika. I wanted to pick even a copy ama ni photograph. Akasema hapana, these are their private things. Hawezi kunipatia.
Like many of his generation, Janet's father turned to his diary, carefully noting dates, events, and emotions during their time at the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital.
It was on October 3rd, Thursday, 2024. Without preparation, I was called to go to Moi Referral Hospital to give my opinion about operating my granddaughter of 3 weeks. My opinion, I was against operation.
Tena kenye nishtua, daktari aliniambia huyo nurse, in case mtoto wako aende theater atoke akiwa sawa, utaenda naye nyumbani. In case, what's the meaning of that?
He was ready to release. I signed for the kid to be released from there. But not that there was alikuwa anakuja kama ako all right. No, walikuwa wamemharibu tayari.
Mimi nikajaribu nikatafuta watu wa Red Cross na wenye nilijaribu, kuna mwenye nilikuwa najua saka akanirifaa kwa mwingine, akanisea namba, nikawapigia na vizuri wakaniambia wako karibu, then wakakuja. Walikuja wakiwa wawili.
Janet and her family worked tirelessly to get an ambulance because
walisema wanataka tuende na gari ya ambulance yenye iko na madaktari wa hospitali yenye watatupeleka, na lazima ikuwe na oxygen.
However,
tukaitumia mpaka wenye tulifika huko.
With oxygen secured and hope in hand, Janet and her family set out for Bungoma County Referral Hospital, 97 kilometers away, a place they hoped would offer answers.
Tukafika huko Bungoma, watu wa Red Cross ndio walikuwa wanaongelesha hao madaktari. Pia wakashangaa mbona tumetoka referral ni kubwa tunaenda huko. Nilikuwa nawaelezea venye iko, venye najua. Hata hiyo discharge summary si kwa ipe mwenyewe ni bebe. Hata siwezi kudanganya ati nimeisoma nikajua nini iliendelea. Si kwa isoma. Lakini baadaye akaniambia uliambiwa aje? Already unajua ashajua. Niliambiwa aje, nikaambiwa venye niliambiwa mtoto afanywe amputation, na akasema the rest of the story at ni gangrenous.
Gangrene literally is just you're not perfusing your tissues, and it can be caused by simple things like infections, diabetes, especially in adults, and in this case medical misadventures.
Kasema I don't know what led to that. Kile referral ndio wanajua penye umetoka na mtoto wao, ndio unaweza jua nini relate to that, but yakaniambia sasa the best thing ni amputation.
The next day, a doctor, Juma, came to her asking the distraught mother to give her consent for her baby's tiny legs to be amputated.
Nikamwambia siwezi kudanganya, bado unakaa kushtuka kidogo, acha tu niende na mtoto nyumbani. Nikamwambia bado sijakuwa, hiyo mambo venye ili transform sijaelewa vizuri. Nikamwambia naomba kama naweza discharge na mtoto niende, alafu ndakuwa nimeleta kliniki wakicheck.
She went back home and sought help from other facilities, unable to come to terms with the fact that her baby's little legs needed to be amputated.
Nikaenda nikakaa naye. Si tumetoka date 6. Imagine nilikaa mpaka date 22. Nikaona date 23 mtoto miguu sasa imeoza yote. Ukiona hii unaona ndani kabisa na uona hapa kuna kukula. Ilishaoza yenye mtoto miguu inanuka kabisa. Nikasema yenyewe sasa nikaanza kukubali kwa kichwa. Hapa kweli no alternative ni kukata venye walisema. Sasa nikaanza akili nika switch tu nikasema wacha waambitate. So walikuwa wamesema waambitate wacha wakati tu. Fika reception kwa emergency, mguu ikaanguka. Mguu hii moja ilijiambitate hapo ambitatiwa. Ikaanguka. Ilikuwa imeoza imefika mwisho, kajiangusha. Tulikuwa na mamangu. Nguvu sina. Na nafikiria venye watatu harasi bona nilienda na mtoto na walikuwa wameniambia ambitate mtoto. Yaani nilikuwa nafikiri labda kuna venye atakuwa manager mpaka isiambitatiwe. Yaani nilikuwa najaribu kufikiria situation ni mtoto kukaa bila miguu atakaje. Najaribu kufikiria nilionanga tu kwa picha nikiona watoto wengine wanakuanga vilema. Si kwa jua siku moja labda wangu ataisapiti kitu kama hiyo. Yaani those doctors the way they treated me wa Bungoma, at least I was so much encouraged, nikasema at least yani hata kama umefika mwisho lakini wanakupea moyo. But referral will do it. Ni kama walikuwa wameni-worried kama niko mzima. Sasa wakafanya hiyo process wakaambitate na tena wakaniita vizuri nichukue mtoto. Nikashukuru Mungu ametoka kwa theater akiwa sawa. Wakaambitate after 2 days wakaniambia utaona mtoto na akiwa sawa watamdischarge. Wakamdischarge date 15 mwezi wa 11.
Recovery was supposed to bring healing. Instead, it carried the pain forward and the struggle with it.
Care period haikuwa rahisi, but nilijaribu venye iwezekanavyo. After every 1 day, kwenda dressing. Na hiyo dressing, nilianzia tu hiyo Bungoma juu wameambitate huko. Though safari ilikuwa refu lakini nilijaribu. Day 1 nikaenda wakafanya dressing nikarudi nyumbani. Day 2 nikasema sister yangu anakaa huko Bungoma acha nimtafute. Nikaenda kwake. Sasa during that period ya care period nilienda dressing. Bungoma ilikuwa free, ilikuwa mbali. Sasa nikarudi Webuye kila hospitali nalipa. Nikaenda private nalipa, nikaenda district nalipa, nikaona ni cost juu 200 na sasa zingine sina. Sasa ndio nikaona acha nikuje huko Nairobi. Kwenda hapa kwa hiyo health center ya Mkuru. Imagine ni free tu, ukainilipisha pesa. Na madaktari ni wazuri, waniuliza pia chenye endelee na mtoto lakini walihudumia mtoto vizuri sana mpaka venye miguu zake zimekuja tu sikapona hivyo.
My name is Salome Ndeto. I am a clinical officer. I practice here in Ruben Health Center. Our patient is Angel, baby Angel. Currently, she's 4 months old. I came to know about them in the month of December last year, 2024. Of course, the first time I saw her, I got curious and I asked her what really happened. And I remember that day, immediately she started crying. And I could tell that, of course, she was having a lot of questions. She was also a bit stressed of not sleeping. And even after checking on her signs and symptoms, I realized that she had developed depression. And I remember I actually referred her to a psychologist where they came, talked, discussed. The mother was coming to seek dressing services. The reason why we needed to do the dressing is because number one, the amputee wound was actually very septic, especially the right knee. The right amputation, which is just below the knee, it was having pus and also some gangrenous tissues. So we were able to do the cleaning, the dressing, and also give her the appropriate instructions on what to do at home and when to come back.
As her daughter recovered, Janet says she couldn't shake the feeling that negligence had cost her baby her limbs. She gathered every document she got from the hospital, hoping to piece together the truth. But what she had was far from enough.
And in this particular case, we might not be privy to all, the information because, the medical evidence that we have reviewed is a bit scanty. So it would be a bit difficult to associate, the primary, reason for admission and the end result, which is the amputation. A lot of other things could have happened in between. So unless we get all that detail, unless we are privy to all that information, it would be difficult.
This became painfully clear to Janet. And so, citing the need for prosthetic feet, she requested for her baby's medical report. But instead of help, she was met with endless frustration. We accompanied her on one such attempt where she was told she would have to pay to access her own baby's medical records.
So kuandika report kama hii inaweza Alichajiwa 5,000. 5,000.
Na hiyo
The requirement that one haina any other way. Ni policy issue ambayo concerning all the medical reports in 5,000. You have to pay it through e-citizen, inaenda inalipa, unaandikiwa daktari, tunakutuma kwa daktari, sasa anaenda na kuandikia report based on the last experience ulikuwa.
Hello sir. Yes. You're well. Yes, we'd like to pay for a medical report.
Ulipa hapa?
Nimetoka pale akatuambia tuje hapa.
How much?
Unaweza nipunguzia, niambie ile bei ya chini. Anasema 5,000.
5,000 shillings for your own child's medical report.
No. And especially in this instance, from what I'm getting, these are county government. One is a MTRH, is a level referral hospital. The other one is a county referral hospital. These are government institutions, even in private institutions. Your medical information is your information. No one should refuse with it. You have a right to access to information, and there's the Access to Information Act. So immediately a patient requests his medical information, they should get the medical information. Immediately. That's your personal information.
This is a heartbreaking case. One among many where suspected medical negligence left a cheerful little girl without her limbs. But how can such cases be avoided?
Every medical procedure carries with it some risks. And what is important is, what do you do after something bad happens? You should always follow protocol, procedure, existing policies. If, a misadventure happens, you should be able to escalate to someone who has much more knowledge than you, so that you rescue, don't let it go that downward slope where you have catastrophic consequences.
After our interview with Advocate Muredi, he was moved by Janet's struggles.
I will follow through for her, yes. And with the time you will come here again, probably a year from today, we will sit down and see what is going on. Yes, but I'm going to help her.
Even with a lawyer, the struggle continues. Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital was served with a demand letter to give baby Angel's medical report. Yet, they refused, citing the Data Protection Act. How ironic, because the request came from the child's own mother through her lawyer. But with the hospital yet to release the medical report, it remains impossible to fully establish the truth. What is undeniable, however, is the outcome. In all this, a child was left scarred for life. To this day, the family is left searching for answers. Was it the injections, as Janet and her loved ones believe, or something else buried in a report the hospital seems unwilling to release? Baby Angel has now received her prosthetic legs from Kijabe Hospital and is learning how to walk at Ruben Health Center, guided by the doctors there. But the journey ahead will not be easy.
Mama aliona mtoto na akakuwa akiona mtoto analia, mamangu. Then alikuwa anasema, huyu mtoto hata Mungu angemchukua tu kuliko ateseke.
Sio kama dai accept hiyo mambo na yenye walifanyia mtoto.
It was a sad issue, hata utaki kufuatilia kuangalia, ni kitu natokezea tu once in a lifetime. I never come across that.
Walijaribu kuhide my evidence hapa, vitu zenye walifanya wenyewe wanajua. Inafaa waongee hiyo kitu tu ndani ya roho yangu, mimi sijui kama nitakuja kuhili. Hiyo kitu ni kunisumbua sana. Sijui kama dai accept hiyo mambo na yenye walifanyia mtoto. Sijui kama dai wasamea. Niko na hiyo machungu kabisa. As much as mtoto wangu alipoona, but mimi ufikiria mambo mingi. Najaribu kufikiria mengi artificial, ndai pata pesa.
you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives,
then the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard and the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa.
So guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
healthcare in Kenya is complex.
A hospital can set aside 100,000 shillings aimed at meeting 10 ambulance providers.
Nilipojifungua huyo mtoto nikaona kuna shida, walikuwa wanajua si Kenyatta wanaenda. Tulijipata simu hospitali inaitwa Abia.
Are you part of the team? Maybe. Which team? Of misleading patients.
No. After 14 days ndio tunaambiwa tunafaa kulipa. Imefika 1 million. Kumaliza 1 week tulitoa bili ya 1.3 million. Akasema malipo iko ya aina nyingi. Tunaweza andikiana title ama tuandikiane logbook ya gari ya V8.
It is the outcome of human beings. Lack of appreciation.
Healthcare in Kenya is complex, with plenty of unknowns. It is not just a straightforward matter of healing the sick. Getting healthcare can be a matter of life or death. Far too often, it becomes a battle against systems, against greed, against those who are meant to save you, but who are only interested in helping themselves.
The child was referred, but the ambulance transferring the child from Kajiado diverted them to the private facility, Abian Hospital in Isli.
Sheria yenu yenye nasema hakuna kuona mtoto bila kutoa pesa.
3 months ago, these words shook the nation. This is Esther Olavu, a young mother who claims her baby was detained when she could not pay the bills. But to understand Vikram's story, we must go back to where it all began. I must caution you though, baby Vikram's story is far more complex than one family's pain.
A hospital can set aside 100,000 shillings aimed at meeting 10 ambulance providers. Then a meeting is called and a discussion is held with the aim of forming a partnership that will end up with these ambulances taking referred patients to that particular hospital.
This is Vikram King, once full of life, full of promise. Born in 2024 in Loitoktok, Kajiado County, his family knew him as a playful, innocent child. He was the joy and pride of the family, brightening a homestead with his everyday jovial mood. However, a complication had been detected shortly after birth.
Nilipojifungua huyo mtoto ilikuwa date 16 June 2024. Baada ya kumwangalia nikaona kuna shida katika sehemu yake ya kukojoa. Nikaona hayuko kama boy wengine wenye wanakuaga. Na sasa akaniambia tutampeleka kwa daktari wa surgery, tutampeleka aende akamwangalie, atuambie nini tatizo. Daktari akamwangalia akasema hiyo ni kawaida, huwa wanazaliwa hivyo. But wakifikisha 1 year wanapelekwa operation, wanafanywa surgery.
Haswa shida ilikuwa nini uliona tofauti?
Niliona tofauti kozi watoto vijana wakizaliwa wanazaliwagwa hiyo ngozi na kuwa imefunika ile nini kabisa. Yeye ngozi yake ilikuwa wazi hapa mbele, haijafunika. Daktari akamwangalia akaniambia unaona hata shimo yake. Baada ya kuwa hapa mbele iko na hapa hivi chini, so ilikuwa itahamishwa hapa chini iwekwe hapa mbele. Hiyo tu ndio ilikuwa shida, but mtoto alikuwa anakojoa vizuri, hakuwa na shida yoyote, hakuwa isumbuka kukojoa. Ni ile tu nasema wacha juu daktari amesema inarekebishwa, wacha tu nitapeleka aende akarekebishwe.
Ulavu was advised to wait for a year and she was patient. In July 2025, baby Vikram turned 1 and doctors at Loitoktok Sub-County Hospital gave the go-ahead for him to undergo a corrective procedure for a condition he was born with. However, something had gone wrong. As hours passed, Ulavu's worry grew. No one was telling her what was happening. Doctors at Loitoktok Sub-County Hospital needed to operate on baby Vikram. He was diagnosed with hypospadias, a birth defect where the opening of the urethra is on the underside of the penis rather than at the tip. Normally, if left untreated, it can lead to complications later in life. This condition needs surgery to correct it. The routine surgical procedure initially went well, but there were serious complications. The doctor's notes pointed to a reaction to the anesthesia used during the operation, which left Vikram unstable and struggling to regain consciousness, where his body struggled to stabilize, his breathing became weak, and he failed to wake up as expected. The report stated his condition was still pathological, meaning he had not regained consciousness and needed urgent specialized care. Doctors referred him to Kenyatta National Hospital, a level 6 facility equipped to handle complex cases like Vikram's. He needed advanced care to stay alive.
Au madaktari walisema, mama tafuta 50,000 tupeleke mtoto Kenyatta, ama utafute 100,000 tupeleke mtoto KU. Itabidi tu nitafute hiyo 50, 100,000 ni ngumu kupata. Wacha nitafute hiyo 50,000 tuende Kenyatta. Ndio akasema KU ni mzuri sana, si uongezee tu hiyo 50 tuende huko KU. Nikamwambia nimekataa peleke KU kwa sababu sina pesa.
Although the referral letter from Loitoktok Hospital directed the patient to Kenyatta National Hospital for advanced care, instead, Vikram and his mother were taken to Abian Hospital, a private hospital in Isili. Vikram's mother believes that what happened to her son was not an isolated incident, but rather points to deeper systemic gaps within the medical fraternity.
Mtoto alikuwa ameshachoka, hewa ilikuwa inaenda ikikata, imefika 75, mapigo ya moyo imeshuka, imefika 75. Sasa sikawa tu sina namna, mtoto ashuke aingie. Kwa nini aingizwe ICU haraka? Wale wa madaktari walituambia mtoto akifika ICU atachukua 3 hours amke na mrudi na hiyo ambulance. Hata dereva wa ambulance alikuwa anasema hataenda, atuache mpaka mtoto amke turudi na yeye.
According to the Kenya Health Facility Master Registry, Abian Hospital in Nairobi's Isili area was established in June 2023 and was registered in December 2024. It is a modest facility with 1 operating theatre and 12 inpatient beds. The incident with baby Vikram was not the only one involving Abian. Another family in Kariobangi South was fighting a similar battle.
Kwa majina naitwa Cynthia Gonya Ningu. Mimi ni mkaji wa Kariobangi South. 3rd of June mama alikuwa vibaya sana. Tulita hadi Uber ingeza mbeba juu. Angeza jiweza. Familia ikajikaza ikatuitia ambulance. So ambulance ikakuja, okoa ambulance. Wakuja wakachukua mama.
The ambulance was supposed to take her to Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital, but the emergency medical technicians had other plans.
Tukafika hapo kwa njia wakatuambia kuna hospitali nzuri Isili. Tukishafungua SHA tunalipa 7,800 ya SHA. Ikishatufungulia inalipa 28,000 kila siku. Na tukitoka huko hata tutakuwa na wasiwasi, ni SHA italipa. Nikaongea na familia ikasema ni sawa. Beta huko itatoa 28k, hiyo at least itatusaidia na mzigo zingine. Na tutatoka huko na SHA. Tukamwambia ni sawa, tupeleke huko. Hata kuwa kutuambia tusaini, hao ndo walifanya kila kitu, hao ndo walimuadmit, hao ndo walifanya kila kitu. Sisi tulikuwa tumekaa. Hata tukusaini commitment nini, hatukusaini. Wakatupeleka, wakaadmit mama akastabiliziwa kila kitu nini.
While Beatrice was being admitted at Abian, something sinister was unraveling. On her daughter's phone, a string of text messages between Cynthia and a member of the very ambulance team that had taken her mother to Abian Hospital. At a first glance, it seemed like casual follow-up from a concerned person. But one detail stood out. Over and over, the same question. Not only about Beatrice's recovery, but about money. Specifically, whether the family had settled the full deposit required for her treatment. The repeated focus on payment rather than treatment raised suspicion. Why would an emergency medical technician, whose role ends once the patient is admitted, be disinvested in whether the patient has made the necessary payments? Desperate and unable to afford treatment, Beatrice's family was hit with a massive bill that they could not afford.
After 14 days, ndo tunaambiwa tunafai kulipa. Imefika 1 million. 1,100 and something thousand. Tunafai kulipa. Hapo ndo saa kizungumkuti ikaanza. Sinijua tulikuwa tunakaa tukidhani SHA italipa kila kitu. Sasa nikarudi kwa simu nikauliza hao watu. Si mtuambia SHA ndo itatoa mamu hiyo hospitali atufai kulipata bili yote.
14 days later, the medical bill rose to more than 3 million shillings. The family turned to the Milimani Law Courts in Nairobi, to which the presiding judge, Justice Lawrence Mugambi, directed that Beatrice's family be allowed to see their loved one and take her to another facility. When they finally saw her, the damage was already done.
Ilifika hiyo 1 point, wakakataa tuone mama. Juu bili imesonga, atulipi. Tukamwambia SHA tulidhani SHA italipa kila kitu 28,000. Ni venye tulielezea venye ambulance amesema. Akasema hapana, au kuna pesa yenye wanalipa.
But she was not the only one. Winter, not her real name, requested to remain anonymous and declined to appear on camera for this documentary. However, she shared details of her alleged horrifying experience at Abian Hospital, claiming that she was detained and abused for 4 months because she could not pay her medical bill. Different women, same story. Allegations of a hospital where patients are not treated, they are detained. At the heart of this story is a woman who says she was trapped with her baby within these walls. For Esther Olavu, Vikram's mother, it was not just about the medical bill. No, it was about the well-being of her son. It was about the recovery of Vikram. Esther had arrived at Abian, not by choice, but allegedly by diversion. She carried with her a referral letter to Kenyatta National Hospital. Yet, she and Vikram were locked inside Abian's ward.
Mwanzo walipomaliza 1 week, tulitoa bili ya 1.3 million. Walipoona hatuna pesa, wakatuambia kuingia hapa ingieni kama visitors wengine. Hakuna kuingia kila time. Tukaanza kuingia kama visitors. Mtoto si alikuwa anakula, wao hawa provide food ya mtoto. Ni sisi ndo tunanunua chakula mtoto. Kienda asubuhi saa 1 asubuhi ndo time ya visit, saa 1 mpaka saa 2. Kienda asubuhi hiyo saa 1, unaenda wanahakikisha unanunua food ya mtoto mpaka hiyo asubuhi.
Instead of getting better, Vikram's condition worsened. His mother says nurses ignored her cries to properly attend to her son.
Tukienda kuangalia mtoto, tunakuta mtoto wetu anazidi kukauka. Shingo ishaka hivi, hairudi hivi. Mikono haikunjiki hivi. Vidole zimekunja hivi. Kinyosha azinyauki. Ukimguza hapa kwa mgongo kumeshakauka, mabega imekauka, yani anakaa kama amekauka tu karibu mwili yote. Miguu ndo hazikuwa zimekauka, but zilikuwa zimeanza na zenyewe.
The bill soared past 1 million shillings. Esther had no way to pay. According to the medical bill provided to the mother, Vikram was receiving intensive care services, oxygen, nurses at his watch day and night, among other critical services.
Kiuliza kwa nini mtoto afanyiwe mazoezi, na mwanzo tulipokuja alifanyiwa siku kadhaa. Walipoona hatuna pesa, wakaona hawataendelea kumfanyia mtoto matibabu vizuri, ndo akatuita akatuambia, si mliambiwa mtoto atakaa muda mrefu bila kuamka, so mnaweza tafuta hospitali nyingine kama yenye mnaona mnawezana na yenyewe mpeleke, mnaweza tafuta hospitali ya serikali. Tukamwambia tutatafuta hospitali ndio, na pesa tutatoa wapi ya kukulipa ndo tuchukue mtoto. Akasema malipo iko ya aina nyingi, tunaweza andikiana title, na hiyo title iko ya Nairobi, ama tuandikiane logbook, na hiyo logbook iko ya gari ya V8.
The child was referred to Kenyatta National Hospital, but the ambulance transferring the child from Kajiado diverted.
It was only after the media raised an alarm that Esther's story came to light.
Now the child is fighting for his life in ICU without parental care, as the hospital has barred the parents from seeing the child until they pay a bill of 3 million shillings.
Under public pressure, the Kenya Medical Dentist Practitioners Council KMPDC became involved in the baby Vikram matter, and the baby was released. An ambulance rushed Vikram and his mother to Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital. The ordeal had already taken its toll. This case forces us to ask how many more families allege they have faced a similar situation at Abian Hospital, raising questions about the conduct of some medical practitioners. Article 43 of the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, guarantees that every person has the right to the highest attainable standard of health, which includes the right to healthcare services. But is this the case? At first, it was impossible to get answers from Abian Hospital how Vikram ended up in their facility. However, behind the veil of silence, we knew there was something more sinister, so we kept digging. To understand how referrals are meant to work in Kenya's health system, we saw the insights of Dr. Boniface Opondo, a general medical practitioner.
Picking my patient, there are normally two ways. Number one, it's either we have an ambulance as a referring facility, which will dispatch to the receiving facility, and they're going to go with the referral note, plus the person that I was in contact with. So that's a proper referral process, but it all just lies in documentation and information.
Dr. Opondo's highlights are backed by official records which indicate Abian Hospital is a level 3 health facility, while Loitoktok Hospital is classified as a level 4 by the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentist Council. The regulator of medical practice and health facilities in Kenya confirms it. Vikram was diverted downwards from a higher level hospital to a lower one, a move that defies both logic and policy. One source after another confirmed the story, but it was one insider who shared with us how some facilities incentivize the practice to redirecting patients against the established policy.
These upcoming hospitals have agreement with EMTs that if you pick a patient, you transfer or you convince the patient to come to us. So when the patient comes to our hospital, they appreciate you. They give you a token. So the patient who was supposed to move from hospital A to B, as an EMT, I convince the patient or a family member to go to the hospital that I will get a token.
A system built on commissions, on lies, on holding patients hostage.
The agreement is we get a call. Yeah, the discussion will be, hu tutampeleka wapi? Unaona, where will we take this patient? And then you assess the financial situation of the family. Can they buy to our story? Can they listen to us? You look at the one that is emotionally connected to the patient. Then this is the person you target and keep talking to. In the process, if I come with a patient, it is either we split the token 50-50 between the EMT and the driver. There are different traits. ICU, HDU have different traits.
Meanwhile, we get an update from Ulavu on baby Vikram's prognosis, and the news was heartbreaking.
Tulipokuja KU tulikaa 3 days. Daktari akatuita meeting. Sema tumeangalia, tumeona hiyo injury ni kubwa kwa brain, ambapo imesha pahali pa kuona pamekufa, mtoto ataona. Pahali pa kusikia pamekufa, hata sikia. Pahali pa kupumua pamekufa, ndio maana tunaona hapumui na lungs zake ziko sawa na hawezi pumua mwenyewe. Pia kupumua hataweza, imepata injury. Pahali pa kutembea, pahali pa kukula, hataweza kukula huyo mtoto. Yaani hakuna chochote kile kwa mwili yake kitafanya.
Listening to Lavu, I could tell that the mother of 3 was pained by the revelations. We sought to speak to the individuals mentioned in Beatrice's case, who allegedly redirected her to Abian Hospital where she was mistreated.
So Cynthia shared a contact of one of the individuals that she says misled them from going from the hospital of their choice to Abian Hospital, which is in Isili. So I'm going to call the individual just to hear her side of the story. I'm calling to ask about an incident back in June 3rd this year.
Yes.
Where you picked a patient in Kariobangi by the name Beatrice.
The patient was taken to a facility called Abian Hospital in Pangani.
Abian Hospital?
Yes.
According to the family and the details I have, they had requested to be taken to a different hospital. So
yes.
How did they end up in Abian?
They were to go to Mbagathi.
Mm-hmm.
I called Mbagathi.
Yes.
With their daughter as my witness, and Mbagathi, they say they cannot handle the patient.
Mm-hmm.
Called KNH because the patient was to go for a procedure at KNH.
Mm-hmm.
KNH, they say they have their ICU beds full because according to my assessment, the patient was not to go to the hospital and then go back home. She was to be admitted for an ICU.
Okay.
Then they had a relative that was working at KU.
Mm-hmm.
The relative told us to proceed to KU without calling. We are going to find him there.
Yes.
When we started going to KU,
mm-hmm.
on our way to KU, the gentleman called back
mm-hmm.
and told us to go to Abian Hospital themselves. I have no idea of that.
Are you part of the team? Maybe.
Which team?
Of misleading patients?
No. We take patients where they want to go.
That is unprofessional if it happened. That is not our policy. That is not, we don't do such things. If you pick a patient from home, these patients have the right, they give the hospital of choice. You want to go to KU and they will take you to Abian? No.
It pains me to see vulnerable families being exploited in the hands of professionals, and I think this is something that needs to be worked into. We need to review or revise our oath when we came from training, so at least we know we are there for the patient and the patient relies on us 100%.
The Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council announced a move to regulate emergency services. All EMTs and ambulance providers, public and private, were ordered to register with the council with a deadline set for 15th September 2025 to act. The KMPDC statement explains that the move was meant to standardize, support, and enhance the quality of pre-hospital healthcare. A new directive in place, already some families remained unprotected. And for Esther and Cynthia, the damage was already done. After weeks of tracing families, piecing testimonies together and uncovering the practice of diversions and detentions, we sought answers from the hospital at the heart of it all, Abian Hospital in Isili. On paper, this should be a well-established facility, and given the cases of patients being diverted there, we expected to find a proper, well-equipped hospital. However, this level 3 hospital is located within a rented space.
How many days
The hospital's management agreed to an on-camera interview, saying it was time to clear the air surrounding the allegations, which they claim have deeply damaged the facility's reputation.
Before this incident, we were level 4 and still we are. But because of the ongoing investigations, the facility has been downgraded.
The management of the hospital insisted the facility does not detain patients, neither does it influence ambulance diversions, and that every admission follows legitimate medical channels.
We receive a call. Can you offer these services? Yes. Is bed available? Yes. Proceed. If I may take an example again, you found yourself in Abian Hospital. Day 1, day 2, day 3. If you're not contented with the services, number 1, we offer bills daily. That's the regulation. If you're not contented with the services, if you're not contented with the billing, there's an option for referral.
Maybe you could watch that clip. Showing Omar the video clip of one of the patients allegedly assaulted inside a Abian, he had this response on the issue.
It is self-inflicted because ni mimi nilikuwa hapa.
And as for the mounting allegations of diversion, collusion and patient detention, the management dismissed it all as part of a bigger business rivalry.
And still as a facility, and every mfanyikazi wa hapa ndani, every worker is 100% aware that this is more of political than the fact.
Concerning alleged exaggerated medical bills, the facility's management said the following as a response.
The client is under treatment, ABCD, but we give the client the bill. There is an agreement form that they sign. Do you want to pay the bill daily? Do you want to pay it weekly? Do you want to pay it monthly? Or do you want to pay it upon discharge? So most clients choose upon discharge. Okay? And we are not, it is not something sikitu mgeni kwetu. It is the outcome of human beings. Lack of appreciation.
I'm sure Loitoktok would not have referred this baby if there was something that they could manage conservatively without using a machine. They could have just retained the baby because nobody likes to refer their complication, by the way. Because you see, a head CT scan was done here at KU that said hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy. You see.
What does that mean?
And it just means the brain was lacking oxygen.
There was more to interpret from the medical reports.
I'm saying from the complaint, it's also being captured that actually this baby had a cardiac arrest. Like the baby literally died twice.
When we first met Esther, it was here in Nairobi. She had left her home in Kajiado, clinging to hope that her son Vikram could be saved. But despite doctors' efforts, despite her prayers, despite the public outcry, Vikram succumbed while undergoing treatment after suffering a cardiac arrest. After our visit to Esther, we reached out to Cynthia via WhatsApp yet again. Another devastating message. After weeks of alleged abuse, neglect and mounting bills at Abian, her mother was finally transferred to Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital. But her body gave up and she passed away. At the center of this expose are two hospitals, Abian Hospital and Loitoktok Sub-County Hospital. It has been months since the incident of baby Vikram happened. I want to call the management of Loitoktok Sub-County Hospital and just to hear from them if any investigation or a follow-up has been made on this particular matter.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is William. Yes, I am following up on the issue of baby Vikram.
If you need information about a patient, you have to come to the hospital.
Yes.
And that is the only way you can get information for patients.
So in light to our conversation with the Med Superintendent of Loitoktok Sub-County Hospital, I'm going to write him a text message to request for a formal and an on-camera interview and to see if he will agree to it and respond to some of the questions that we have. We are here to get a feedback from Loitoktok Medical Superintendent. Further, in pursuit of accountability, we reached out to all key authorities entrusted with Kenya's healthcare oversight, including the Ministry of Health, the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentist Council, and through detailed letters, we sought clarity into Abian Hospital and the case of baby Vikram King. While the Ministry of Health remained silent on our request, the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentist Council responded, confirming that they had launched a comprehensive investigation into the referral and treatment of baby Vikram at Loitoktok Hospital and the alleged diversion from Kenyatta National Hospital to Abian Hospital. The council termed such diversion as a grave ethical violation and confirmed that both facilities remain under active investigation. It further reaffirmed that detaining patients of unpaid bills is illegal, unethical, and unconstitutional.
2 lives lost. Despite these serious allegations, Abian Hospital remains opened.
Vikram succumbed while undergoing treatment after suffering a cardiac arrest. Months later, we traveled by road to Kajiado, to a mother's home, now filled with silence.
Alikuwa tu sawa, maana nikamchange paka diaper, nikamuomba nurse hiyo siku juu hakuwa na ruhusu tumchange, mama amchange diaper, ni alikuwa anamchange. Sasa tukwenda home kesho sasa 6 asubuhi. Nasi akapiga simu. Inaweza kuwa ni hali ya mtoto kweli ama kuna habari nyingine. Tukajitayarisha tukatoka hiyo 6:30 tukatoka. Mzee akaingia kwanza akaniacha mimi nje. Alipoingia sasa ndo akakuta hiyo taarifa kwamba mtoto amepumzika. Akitoka hapa nyumbani Vikram alikuwa ni mtoto mzuri mwenye afya zake, hakuwa na shida yote ya mwili. Hata kama ningejua kuna hii kitu ingeenda kutokea, ningemwacha tu. Sasa angekuwa tu sawa. Alitoka akiwa vizuri, anaongea vizuri, amechangamka vizuri. Kurudi ndo amerudi akiwa kwa jeneza.
Ibada hii fupi kwa maombi. Wewe jipe tu moyo, maana hii ndio njia ya kila mmoja. Sawa sawa Hivyo ni vizuri kujipatia moyo na kujiuliza, mimi nimejipanga aje siku yangu ikifika? Labda nitaondoka namna gani?
At the beginning of this documentary, we said that in Kenya, healing has become a privilege and how costly that privilege can be. But it does not have to remain this way. Healthcare is not a favor, it is a right. It is time the government invests and strengthens public healthcare, where every Kenyan, rich or poor, can access all essential services under one roof without fear of death or detention. The question now is not who failed, but who will fix what's broken, where mothers bury their children and where children bury their mothers. Hi, my name is Moige William, a reporter and producer at Africa Uncensored. Thank you for watching this documentary. You are our #1 supporter. To maintain our independence, in-depth and balanced documentaries, we request for your invaluable financial support. You can become a member on all our platforms or even our patron on patreon.com or send us money via M-Pesa Direct. Thank you.
We are a very, very rich country. We have so many natural resources.
That one's section 6, this one's section 4.
Temos detonações maciças.
Não se preocupam conosco, eles só estão preocupados com a exploração do carvão.
Fui medicando, estive no estado de gravidez e acabei tendo um aborto. Timbarega mari mareunia unkania malasha tukubonea na pfumbi akuristali shintu.
But the fact is that people are still getting sick every day. They're dying.
A lot of the benefits go first to the investor and then later comes to us.
When you have a father which does not take care of you, you become a rebel.
Located in Tete district of Mozambique, the Vulcan mine in Moitis and the Chirodze mine in Marara are owned by the Indian conglomerate Jindal. In January 2025, a Mozambican court ordered halting of operations for 90 days at the Vulcan mine because it exceeded the acceptable pollution levels. The Chirodze mine, officially known as JSPL Mozambique Minerals LDA, was inaugurated in 2013 by the then Mozambican president Armando Guebuza. At the time, there were people living in the mining area who were not relocated before the operation started. For investors, this is just the cost of doing business, collateral damage that they don't really care about. But for the residents living around these mines, this is a living hell. A Mozambican government minister admitted that Vulcan was putting communities at extreme risk. Yet, months later, the earth still shudders with their blasts. The air is thick with coal dust, and every surface you touch is covered with coal particles. For years, I have been tracking the dubious activities of Indian conglomerates in India and now also across different parts in the world. This is a transnational playbook. As an Indian journalist, seeing an Indian company causing all kinds of problems so far from home forces a reckoning. This isn't just their story, it's ours too, of our possible complicity and ignorance. With Africa Uncensored, we are here to trace these lines of exploitation, crimes, and impunity, so that accountability can not only be demanded, but fought for. And this needs to happen not just here in Mozambique, but also in India and around the world, where corporate greed goes unchecked. Indian companies entered Africa in the name of development. In Ethiopia, Karaturi Global and Ruchi Soya took control of more than 100,000 and 150,000 hectares of fertile land for industrial farming at throwaway prices.
What Karaturi is doing is, I believe, what Africa needs, wants, and deserves.
Across Ghana, Senegal, Mozambique, and Tanzania, Gravita India Limited operates lead battery recycling plants where investigations documented severe lead contamination around the facilities, putting communities at risk. In Cameroon and the Republic of Congo, Metsa Trading runs lead smelting operations in areas where soil and residential zones have been severely contaminated. Another lead battery recycling plant in Mombasa, Kenya is linked to over 100 deaths in 2012 due to lead poisoning, with many others still suffering from chronic illness including kidney failures, skin diseases, infertility, even after a decade and a half. In Nigeria and Ghana, Avio Pharmaceuticals exported unlicensed opioid combinations that fueled a growing drug crisis. Mining giant Vedanta polluted waters and land in Zambia, where local communities won a lawsuit against the company. Protests and backlash swept across Kenya as the government handed over key airport and power transmission contracts to India's Adani Group. From land grabs to toxic metals to polluted rivers to exploitative minings and corrupt contracts. These are not isolated incidents. These are patterns of exploitation and extraction, This is one such story of an investigation into a multi-billion-dollar mining giant in Mozambique.
When we look at what type of projects come to Africa and what options are given to Africa, so it is usually just supplying raw materials. And even the infrastructure that's built is usually to extract and move these resources out. It's not for the people.
The promise of development often masks a harsher reality, where the wealth extracted from African soil fuels distant economies, leaving behind a legacy of debt, dependency, and poverty. The huge coal mining boom was supposed to transform Mozambique, but decades later, it has only worsened the situation. People's lives are at risk, their health and future uncertain, as coal dust and smoke fills the skies and lungs. For generations, communities in Tete province have lived off this very land. Now it is carved up by coal concessions dominated by a few international players, who interestingly are all Indian, including the steel giant Jindal and its subsidiary Vulcan. An Indian government-owned company, ICVL, also has a mine here. Jindal is well known in Tete, and locals claim that the Mozambican president is also taken care of by the company. He allegedly stays in Jindal's properties when in India and is likely to side with Jindal in case of any disputes. This is Mozambique's coal curse, courtesy of India.
That one is section 6, this one's section 4.
Para começar, somos vizinhos da mina. Nós vivemos esse cenário já desde 2014 até então. Nós vivenciamos um cenário muito crítico, onde o Estado não quer intervir e nós como povo já estamos cansados. De facto, como as imagens ilustram, nós temos só uma diferença de 10 metros da mineradora à população. Como podem ver, as imagens ilustram por si, numa primeira fase, mesmo a Vulcan não nos trouxe consequências benéficas, tanto como a Vale também deixou o problema e a Vulcan está a dar continuidade dos mesmos problemas que a Vale deixou. Porque se a Vale tivesse resolvido, eu espero que estaríamos numa boa. A situação piora no tempo em que já entra a Vulcan, porque a Vale conseguia controlar as detonações. Quando entra a Vulcan, já o controle da detonação não tem sido aquele anterior. Temos detonações maciças. É pena que hoje é sábado e vocês vão sair um pouco mais cedo. Teriam presenciado o impacto do tremor da terra. O que mais piorou é a situação das nossas casas. Devido a detonações, temos inúmeras casas com rachas graves, que não se explica. Podemos mostrar isso com evidência, porque tem algumas casas por aqui que podemos dar imagem como evidência. De lá para cá também, fora da poluição, temos as chuvas de pedras, que afetam a zona ribeirinha ainda da mineração.
The mine operates 24/7. Blasts shake homes and rattle the lives of those living here. Edgar tells us how this is a constant threat for the 800 houses bordering the mine. This fence, meant to separate them from the mine, is a cruel joke. However, life goes on.
Meu nome é Jamal Eugênio Esteves, estou cá neste bairro Chipanga e daqui até a mina eu acho que não passa mais de 500 metros. Temos uma mina bem aqui perto. Depois de alguns meses, acho que quando eu já tinha uns 4 meses, 3 a 4 meses, ela já começava, 4 meses, ela já mostrava problemas respiratórios, ela tossia com frequência e até hoje. Quando fomos no hospital com a criança, por causa mesmo dessa tosse, uma das questões que eles colocaram é o baile. O que eu posso dizer é que a empresa não nos respeita, nós como moradores, como nativo. Esse é o primeiro ponto. Parece que eles fazem das suas, né? não se preocupam conosco, eles só estão preocupados com a exploração do carvão. Os tribunais, por exemplo. Porque normalmente as organizações que trabalham conosco, como a Justiça Ambiental, eles poderão melhor saber encaminhar esse caso para os tribunais, caso seja necessário.
Vivo neste bairro da Liberdade desde 2007. Mas o que eu sei é que quando em 2007, quando eu estava a viver aqui, já havia problema desse de carvão. Acusou tuberculose, fiz a medicação, passou naquela altura. E este ano também, em janeiro, também tive este problema. Fui medicando, estive no estado de gravidez e acabei tendo um aborto. Eu comecei a ter problemas. Porque nesse tempo eu tossia muito. Quando fui para o hospital, eles deram medicamento lá, fui tomando e eu já não estava a aguentar. E solução no hospital disseram que devia ter um aborto, tinham que me abortar. Isso foi já lá no hospital provincial. O governo anda devagar em canas ancenes, mas gostica muito. Só que vai mexer com gostica. Timbaregala mareunia nkani amalasha tukubonera na pfumbi akuristali shintu. Ara às vezes ambana marunemba madzina kada muntu kada nyumba mpatambira tejimiri majitikana kudzona dzimwepo. Neo meregala anaruri yabo yari.
Liberation 12 is a village situated between Vulcan's mine and Jindal's coal storage. Despite its name, Liberation, the residents here are anything but free. They are forced to live with constant noise from Jindal's train nearby and surrounded by coal dust. Touching the leaves of any trees that are still standing will turn your hands black. This is not normal. This should not be normal. The people living here have to deal with multiple health issues: tuberculosis, miscarriages, chronic coughing. For these communities, it's a daily reality. We attempted to speak to a doctor at the local hospital. After a 2.5 hours wait, we were told that he was instructed by his boss not to talk on camera. Off camera, he told us that they could not confirm whether these issues are due to coal and mining, as they don't have advanced equipment and scientific evidence to back it.
Because we need X-ray, for example. X-ray. You make the X-ray before and the X-ray after.
The time I was working here, Valley, it was heavy, good condition. But now, if it is safety, telling something, you say fuck all, can fire your job. Pollution is 100%. Vulcan, don't have time for not anyone. You are working there inside. You've got the call, dusting, one mask using one day. It's impossible. Not possible. Valley was have respect for the people, but the Vulcan he don't have. He want the production.
2.5 hours away from Vulcan mine, another older Jindal operation in Marara tells a different yet equally grim story. Near the Chirodzi mine, communities were resettled to make way not just for coal but also gold, which locals were living off. The company promised a new beginning. However, the reality is a landscape of broken promises.
So something that we notice when these big transnational companies come in, when these big investments come in with this narrative of development, they fail to understand the connection that people have with the land, right? So everything becomes about a monetary compensation or about an improved house. And it seems like they really can't grasp the connection that people have for living for generations in that piece of land. You know, it's not something that can be transferred elsewhere, you know, because you have ties with the land, you depend on the land, you preserve that ecosystem as well, you know, you're interdependent with that ecosystem.
As mentioned earlier, this mine was inaugurated in 2013 by the then president. This was done while people were still living in the mining area and resettlement conversation had not even started. It took a court case and a long battle for the community to be finally resettled in 2019. The chairman of the mine wanted to show our head of camera the hospital, school and football field, the great work Jindal had done. But when we visited the area on our own, what we found painted a starkly different picture.
seems like there's a price to put on everything, and that is fundamentally contradictory to the way that people live here, because you have a connection, you know that land, you don't want to be resettled elsewhere. The resettlements are also not done in accordance with traditions, with culture, so they are building houses that make no sense for people.
Jina langu ndimwenda leo alidi Luvanisi Bola kakhala kukasoka dikakhala dikalima minda kalima chimanga kalima mapira mashwere dapfumbire kubonera naso tikubonera na nyotayo na madzi kulibe mkhani ngati iwo adatuza tukumangira nyumbazo adamanga koma lakita zinango zilibe kumala chinthu asadondolitenga kule tichikwaya kudzakhala tibe kule amatidabvuma panango ambwera kudzatikonzera asina lero uno nyumba zimwezo atingimiza sife tikadalamba kwatukule tinchokai kumukule tikalima kwenekwene kwatukule agwabza kumanikiziwa tikubwera nikuda amanikiziwa tingachiteta dabweradi.
The houses looked fine. Boxes in a row, modern housing if you may call it. But this is not what people asked for. They have electricity, but they have to pay for it. No water, and 75% of the money promised to them for finding alternative land is still pending. One cannot uproot people from their ancestral homes, the land they made a living from, and justify it by giving them decent-looking houses in exchange. It may look good on CSR reports, but reality isn't as good for those who are living it.
Silveira José Joaquim. Estou aqui já há 5 anos neste lugar aqui. Então, lá onde estávamos, fazíamos negócio e o trabalho de garimpo. Exploram carvão e mina, e ouro.
O governo sabe?
Sabe. Isso até tenho fatura dele, a licença dele já. Como eu estava a trabalhar lá dentro, tenho a cópia da licença deles que eles tiraram lá. Não foi forçado, não foi a minha vontade. Sim, acordado com o governo, tudo. Não temos onde recorrer porque reclamávamos, prenderam pessoas aqui, nós fizemos greve. Então exigir nosso direito, então prenderam-nos. Até agora já não temos onde queixar, porque há uma parte que o governo comeu esse dinheiro. Veio que o administrador confirmou que esse outro dinheiro gastamos, mas já vamos de dar. Até agora não temos, já vão já nos 6 anos que não nos dão nada. Quer dizer, dividiram nosso dinheiro, comeram nosso dinheiro. E por isso que já o governo já não quer que... Temos prova. Até eu fui preso uma vez quando estava a reclamar a questão de energia. Primeiro eles prometeram que iam nos dar todas as casas a energia. Então não vamos pagar. A gente vai pagar. Então quando nós reclamamos, veio que a EDM fez instalações, por fim a EDM.
While Jindal is primarily known for coal, they have also been exploring for gold in Marara, a fact many locals were unaware of. Marara, which lies at the border of Mozambique, Zambia and Zimbabwe, has had a history of artisanal mining for gold and informal markets trading in gold. Due to the Chirodzi mine, people living in the area were forcibly moved to an arid region unsuitable for agriculture, robbing them of their livelihood.
However, in the international space, it is a space where companies have rights and people and countries don't. So companies, transnationals, have these structures that we can't use and don't exist. So there's an imbalance in power on that aspect as well. But also because a lot of these sectors, especially fossil fuels, are becoming very high risk with stranded assets as a problem. There's a lot of uncertainty, funding more complicated. They're transferring these investment risks to African countries. So you have the contracts becoming even more predatory to compensate for these risks. And things like, for example, in Mozambique, a lot of the benefits go first to the investor and then later comes to us.
This model of development that the government has been pursuing, which is not really about development, it's about creating this wealthy political and economic elites that are colluding with transnational capital. So these big, large-scale investments come to our country and they co-opt and corrupt local political elites to make sure that these kind of extractive projects move forward. And this is the context we're seeing from the south to the north of the country, to the point that we even have armed conflict, insurgency, and what some call terrorism in the north of the country, which is also very linked to the impact of extractive industries. We are a very, very rich country. We have so many natural resources. We have a lot of biodiversity and very rich ecosystems. Basically, we are skeptical to say that Vale was better, because it was not. They were really disrespectful in the way that they treated the people and communities, in terms of assuming that everyone can be bought with a compensation, with a monetary compensation. They did a whole lot of corporate social responsibility programs, giving bicycles to people, or giving trainings for employment, but people still continue to be unemployed even with the trainings. So they did do a lot of attempts to greenwash their image, but ultimately the impacts on the ground that we could see were really, really bad from Vale time. What we could see after Vale left, so basically when Vulcan took over, the same problems persisted, now with an added irresponsibility, because they, many times they said that these problems were created by our predecessor, by Vale, and so we're not responsible. So we know this narrative, it's not legally, they're legally bound to still fulfill their responsibilities. What we do notice is that Vulcan does less of an attempt to communicate and to engage with the local community, so they've been mostly ignoring the pleas of local communities. There's a lot of issues around pollution that seem to have gotten much worse after Vulcan took over, because some of the environmental requirements and some of the environmental procedures that Vale was carrying out, Vulcan is not doing anymore. So the intensity of the blasts, the proximity of the blasts in terms of the surrounding area and the neighborhoods got much worse.
Erika explains that the narrative of development often pushed by these companies like Jindal, wanting to showcase schools and football fields, clashes starkly with the lived realities of displacement, lost livelihood and environmental ruin.
Nós temos temos processos vários, né? Na justiça, em que acabou tendo uma decisão de paralisação da mina para efeitos de melhorias ou correções, mas ficou evidente para nós, comunidade, ou seja, a mina nunca parou, a mineradora nunca parou, continuou a operar, e entendemos nós que o governo, como quem regula, em vez de estar do lado da comunidade, está do lado da mineradora e protege a mineradora. Então não há uma decisão. Começa a ficar claro aqui que temos que levar a luta para outros trâmites, para outros caminhos, levarmos a nossa queixa a nível internacional, porque aqui a nível nacional está cada dia mais claro que não teremos grandes resultados. Mandamos diversas cartas para as Nações Unidas, para a Embaixada dos Estados Unidos, a Embaixada da Índia, mandamos uma carta para a própria Vulcan, onde inicialmente nossa intenção era conversar de forma amigável e buscarmos soluções de forma amigável, mas também pouco feedback tivemos dessas entidades.
The story of Jindal's operations in Mozambique, both at Moitis and Chirodzi, is one of impunity. Court orders are defied, communities are ignored, and those who speak out face intimidation. Journalists like Estacio say that government officials are allegedly co-opted through contracts and other benefits, creating a system where corporate interests are prioritized over citizen welfare.
The politician is a small number of greedy people which are benefit not only from this mine but from mining in general, where for them the most important thing is the profit. But the fact is that people are still getting sick every day, they're dying. The people will take direct action with their hands because they've been waiting for the government to take action and the government's not doing enough. When you have a father which does not take care of you, you become a rebel because you are expecting the government to protect you and they're not doing it. So end up creating violence, and the violence creates more violence. And what's going to happen? The people will start burning all those machines. And then the government will start shooting the people. with real bullets.
What Vulcan is doing in Moatize, it's just a continuation of the same pattern we've been seeing, elsewhere, even in Mozambique. The Jindal group that Vulcan is part of also has a mine in Marara, in another district from Tete province. As our law says that the companies or the investors need to resettle the families entirely, completely, complete the resettlement before any operation can start. So we had almost 300 families living inside the concession area. The mine being inaugurated by a president, we had families living less than 1 kilometer from the blasts, living under the clouds of dust, and even having to have authorization to transit from inside to outside of the concession area. We've even had a case of a woman that went out to give birth and then she couldn't come back in with the baby, the newborn. So we had lots of incidents happening because they were a fenced community, It was like they were prisoners of the mine. We see that it's the same pattern of reckless behavior, of complete disrespect by the local communities, and complete disregard even for the environment and the pollution.
The problem with corporate impunity is that it doesn't exist by itself. It is fueled by the constantly shrinking civic space. Anti-terror laws, money laundering regulations, often framed for national security, are increasingly used to control NGOs and stifle dissent, making it harder for communities and organizations to organize and seek justice.
It's not only about challenging the coal and Jindal coal mining in Tete province, it's also about challenging Jindal's abuses in South Africa, in Botswana, and in India itself. And it's about building our coalitions across countries, across continents. And the modern tools are giving us the ability to be able to do that and to confront this global monster, which is, coming to eat all of our peoples alive. We need to fight back, and we need to fight back with our movement organizing and with South-South organizing, not the way that our leaders in India and China have the narrative, have the rhetoric, we are going to Africa and we are going to be giving to development projects there. These are not development projects for here. This is mal-development. The same thing that was happening in India. Now these models are being exported to other places. This is not what is nourishing life and livelihoods of people in Africa. It's taking away that. It's taking away lands. It's destroying a huge amount of forests. It's taking away the ability for Mozambicans to construct a country and a life that they desire.
The fight between communities in Tete and Jindal is not unique. Around the world, we are seeing the front lines of a global struggle taking shape against extractive model that prioritizes profit over people and planet. These groups learn from other groups fighting elsewhere. The geographies, companies might change, but the fight remains the same. Imagine living day in and day out, breathing coal dust, as Marcella has been since 1995. Imagine your child's laughter replaced by persistent cough, your land taken, your water gone, your voice silenced. This is the human cost of coal in Tete.
At a community level, our communities need to carry on raising the voice and raising the impact, because these have costs. The cost on health, the cost on livelihoods. If you start adding these costs and finding ways to transfer this economic responsibility to the project, you can make the project not feasible. So you're going to have to add the economic costs to this project until the economic equation doesn't add up anymore.
In a recent development, another Indian company, this time a Government of India public sector undertaking, ICVL, International Coal Ventures Limited, which has been operating a mine in Tete for a decade, announced that it will double its mining capacity. We saw the mine of ICVL that is scarily close to the river. While people are fighting, environment being destroyed, lives put at risk, Jindal continues. A conglomerate worth almost $12 billion charges on. Even with the fluctuation in global coal trade and demands, both of Jindal's mines are overperforming their extraction. For the Chirodzi mine, in the fourth quarter of 2021, the output was up by 31%. Even the 2024 report shows a 14% increase in production over earlier quarters. Vulcan in 2022 produced over 11 million tons of coal, surpassing the 8.5 million tons produced in 2021. In 2023, it more than tripled production to almost 36 million. In 2024, it jumped to almost 52 million tons to become one of the world's largest metallurgical coal mining company. Vulcan was declared the biggest Mozambican company consecutively in 2022, 23 and 24. When we looked at the financial documents of JSPL, Jindal's parent company in India, we found that for the purchase of coal, JSPL paid Jindal Mozambique LDA $65 million in 2021, $206 million in 2022, and $168 million in 2023. JSPL also paid Vulcan $29 million in 2023 for the same purpose. In 2022, JSPL Mozambique Minerals LDA formed 3% of the Jindal Group's profit. By 2023, at 10%. With the lack of transparency in Mozambique and only consolidated filings in India, it is difficult to figure out the real profits these companies are making. But if Jindal Mozambique LDA forms 3% of the profit of the entire conglomerate globally at $23.7 million in 2022 and 5 times, that is at $118.5 million in 2023, imagine the profit coming out of Vulcan, given that Vulcan is a much bigger operation. Though there are no financials available for Mozambique, thanks to the biggest companies of Mozambique report by KPMG, we have some numbers that reveal the scale of the operation. The 2023 KPMG report states Vulcan's revenue at $2.28 billion in 2022 and $1.2 billion in 2021. That is a massive 86% increase in revenue in just 1 year. While the Jindal Group continues to make substantial profits from Mozambique, the country continues to slip into poverty. In the 2022 Human Development Index, it ranked 185 out of 191 countries, with over 65% of the population living below poverty line. We sent several emails to both Jindal and Mozambique government for their response. While Jindal didn't respond, even after receiving the emails, reaching Mozambique government turned out to be really tricky. All the emails to the Ministries of Mines and Environment bounced back. As we wanted to be fair and give them a chance to respond, we printed the questions and hand-delivered them to both the ministries. That finally prompted an email from the Ministry of Mineral Resources asking for a WhatsApp number for a conversation. We responded with a number and also stressed them to answer the questions via email so there is no miscommunication or any gaps. After several reminders, we neither received a message or a call or any response from the Mozambique government. With the staggering profits of Jindal, one would assume that the face of Tete has changed. It has, but for the worse. These mines, this land, these lives represent a small glimpse of what's at stake. The people of Tete deserve more than cracked homes, poisoned air, resettlement that doesn't make sense, and lurking debt in their future. They deserve their land, their health, their children's future. But the question is, who will listen? Who will act? In all this, one thing is clear. Though the fight is long and hard, it is not a lonely one.
Do you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard and the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa.
So, guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
In Kenya, someone is always watching.
I think we are all being watched. If they need me, they'll still get me.
Kenya has seen an increase in abductions, disappearances, arrests, and killings.
Now to a top story. Concern is mounting over the discovery of dead bodies of missing persons in the wake of increasing cases of abduction in the country.
Last year, after people broke into parliament, there was a lot of death and element of sadness and the realization that it could have been any one of us.
State surveillance is a complex task with far-reaching implications. Its actors are agents working in the shadows, drawn from the intelligence service or the police, but working in secret.
In the intelligence world, mobile phone is vulnerable to ubiquitous surveillance.
We ask the question, what does the state do when nobody's watching? In Kenya, someone is always watching. Your phone, your street, and even your silence leaves a trace. Surveillance, defined as the systemic observation and monitoring of a person, population, or location with the purpose of gathering information. Surveillance does have its place for the purposes of law enforcement and national security. But it could also look like this. The unwarranted gathering of information where the justification is flimsy at best or malicious at worst. Intelligence agents can track activists, citizens, journalists, or political dissidents to silence them, or trail them before an abduction, with some of them turning up dead.
Now to a top story. Concern is mounting over the discovery of dead bodies of missing persons in the wake of increasing cases of abduction in the country.
State surveillance is a complex task with far-reaching implications. Its actors are agents working in the shadows, drawn from the intelligence service or the police, but working in secret.
In the intelligence world, mobile phone is vulnerable to ubiquitous surveillance.
We ask the question, what does the state do when nobody's watching? Do they know where you are, what you're doing, and who you're talking to? The answer may be closer than you think.
I think we are all being watched. If they need me, they'll still get me.
Kenya has seen an increase in abductions, disappearances, arrests, and killings. According to the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, by December 2024, there had been 82 cases of abductions and enforced disappearances, all recorded since June 2024 when the country had nationwide protests led by the Gen Z. 29 of the abductees were still missing. A year later, in 2025, the situation remained the same.
Rose Tunguru is 35-year-old mother of two. I run a business that does branding and software development. I don't to say I was an activist before, but I was aware. In that sense, I move around people who are more vocal, more involved in activism, more than I am. Last year, after people broke into parliament, there was a lot of death and element of sadness and the realization that it could have been any one of us. So it affected me in a way that it made me more active in this activism circles. If there was an event, and attend.
These moments lit a spark in Rose, but her biggest contribution was to come a year later.
Honorable members, I now propose the question
which is that the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2025 be now read a third time.
Someone online commented on something and said, this is what this bill is saying. We need that email from last year. And if you check the
Rose got to work. Using her programming skills, she built a platform to help Kenyans participate in the debate around the 2025 Finance Bill by sending emails to Parliament. The link to Rose's tool spread like wildfire, leading to this viral moment.
She's recording them because she has her right to record as well.
Rose was arrested by the police and charged with, quote, unauthorized interference with a computer system in violation of Section 16 of the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act. In June, a report submitted by the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning pointed out what they called interference with the official email addresses, which caused, quote, many emails to be received. Rose even became the subject of a discussion in Parliament.
Enable Parliament as an institution to be able to engage more meaningfully with Kenyans. Unlike the other lady, Honorable Speaker, who was arrested, can't remember her name, for creating a platform that was one disinforming Kenyans.
One of the first things I said was, my child, I need to pick my child. It's almost time yake kutoka shule. Let me make sure my child is okay. Sema haya, tutakupeleka basi. So now they come from Enterprise Road to here where I live. I did not give them direction. I thought now pale kwa junction they'd go to school because see tunaenda kuchukua mtoto. But now they came just directly to the house. Everything just conspired to have me arrested that day, yeah.
How did the police know where she was at the time? Rose was attending a professional event at Baraza Media Lab on that fateful afternoon. How were they sure where she would be? Rose says she noticed some unusual activity on her phone hours before her arrest, messages from a popular digital lender. With that information, we sought expert opinion on whether those spam messages could have led the police to Rose.
I could think of one or two instances where this happened. One, I may not have the background as to whether there was a court order detailing that she should be tracked, found, and presented to the nearest police station.
Tyrus Kamau is a cybersecurity professional with over 15 years' experience working in telecommunication and financial technology companies.
It's social engineering. And so long as you're on the phone call, they're able to locate exactly where it is that you are. They may have figured out Kenyans, especially young Kenyans, are taking up these microloans, and we've seen incidences of them being called to pay and receiving numerous calls. So this must have been one of the attack vectors that could have been implemented.
Mobile phones are how most of us communicate. However, they have vulnerabilities that we may be completely oblivious to. These devices that we carry with us everywhere contain crucial details about our lives, who we talk to, the places we frequent, and even where we shop and what we buy.
So surveillance can be done in three forms. So we have human intelligence, which is known as HIMINT. We have signaling intelligence that is done through technology. And then we also have OSINT, which is open source intelligence, means that they can get a general description and brief overview of who you are as a person. Then if they need targeted surveillance about you, they will now deploy tools that will try and identify where it is that you live, the kind of device you're using.
According to Tyrus, after agents establish the target, the next stage is human intelligence, where someone is sent where you live.
So signaling intelligence is deployed in various forms. One, it can be deployed during wartime. So for instance, you have tools that are set in vehicles. So they'll probably be stationed closer to enemy territory where they're trying to intercept communications.
In 2014, news emerged of Finn Fisher, an invasive spyware tool that, according to Citizen Lab, was exclusively sold to governments for intelligence and law enforcement purposes, but has since been used for widespread surveillance.
This was the first time they were able to analyze an actual copy.
It just sits there silently. It's able to record Skype calls, it's able to steal credentials for social networks. It's even able to turn on the webcam and the microphone and record everything that you say and that you do.
The spyware was reportedly used to target human rights defenders such as activists, journalists, and dissidents from countries like Bahrain and Ethiopia. Finfisher was hacked, and a customer list was leaked. One of the users identified was Kenya's National Security Intelligence. Kenya's intelligence agency was using spyware in its operations. There are two sides to the surveillance operations in Kenya. According to a report by the Kenya ICT Action Network KICTANET, whereas terrorism incidents were on the rise in the past decade, communication interception and surveillance have created an environment for abuse to target activists, bloggers, journalists, and political opposition. Aside from spyware, another method allegedly used in state surveillance is through back-end access enabled by telecommunication companies.
We're speaking with Namir Shabibi, an investigative journalist who's exposed the intersection between state surveillance in Kenya and telecommunication companies.
One of the most important findings is that the police and intelligence services in Kenya were, since 2012, granted access to the Safaricom network within Safaricom headquarters, and they established a law enforcement liaison office. Now, that sounds very formal and within the letter of the law, except through interviews with officers working in that department and others associated, we found that those officers systematically access data on Kenyan Safaricom subscribers without use of court orders, without obtaining judicial warrants to access that sensitive data.
As of 2024, Safaricom had over 44.67 million customers countrywide. That's virtually every Kenyan adult. All these customers generate data points every second that Safaricom collects.
And that data is particularly sensitive because when you use your phone, when you communicate with the network, when you make a phone call, when you send a message, when you have an internet connection, every time you interact with that network, you're generating a data point on the back end of the telecommunications system, which is known as a call data record. The site of the mast that you have connected to is logged.
Namir's findings point to possible collusion between Kenya's biggest telecommunications company and the government of Kenya, which has been accused of grave human rights violations, among them extrajudicial killings and enforced disappearances.
Imagine that you are a suspect in the Kenyan police's books, whether it be DCI or NIS, and they want to establish who you're in communication with. They can search your Safaricom call data records in order to see who you've been in communication with and where you were when you were making those communications. And very often that data is used by Kenyan police to prosecute individuals in, I would say, a very questionable way.
In our investigation, we found numerous High Court cases in which the law enforcement liaison officers at Safaricom have been involved as prosecution witnesses in court. In one instance, a Directorate of Criminal Investigation officer attached to Safaricom's law enforcement liaison office in Nairobi testified in a double homicide case after he was permitted by a court order. The officer, who was named and labeled Prosecution Witness 8, stated that his duties include data extraction on the suspect's phone numbers. In a separate murder case, a DCI superintendent requested data from a Safaricom law enforcement liaison officer relating to suspects' telephone numbers. 9 days later, the liaison at Safaricom provided it. No mention of a court order. More recently, a law enforcement liaison officer testified in a case against Ian Mokaya, who was accused of violating the Cybercrimes and Computer Misuse Act after sharing an AI-generated image of President Ruto. During cross-examination, the officer admitted to sharing call data records and geographical location of the suspect without a court order.
Your Honor, my name is Daniel Hamisi, currently working in Safaricom Security Department, a team member under Law Enforcement Liaison Office.
Were you provided with a court order by the DCI or any other investigation officer, as far as this case is concerned, for you to provide that data that you have read out to this court that you suddenly reduced? Were you given a court order?
The order is not there. The requirements were that we provide subscriber details and call data from 13th September 2024 to 13th November 2024. And the item number 4 is on call geographical location.
This is the first on-record admission since Safaricom denied these accusations in October, saying that they do not share customer data unless explicitly required of us via a court order. These revelations are corroborated by a 2017 Privacy International report titled Track, Capture, Kill on surveillance by Kenya's intelligence and security apparatus. Speaking anonymously, a Recce officer confirmed that one way the NIS conducts surveillance is by using equipment to approximate the location of a suspect. And I quote, depending on the signal, they can tell we are like 10 meters from the guy. So that is the time now the guys can disembark and manually cordon the area. End of quote. Another anonymous NIS agent quoted in the report also stated that they, quote, analyze and listen to live calls both regionally and in Nairobi, adding that NIS is also passively connected to Kenya's telecommunications backbone. End of quote. Safaricom denied the accusations in the report, saying that it believes customers have a fundamental right to privacy as is enshrined in international human rights laws and standards. However, among the conditions for a telecommunications license to be issued by the Communications Authority of Kenya is for the government to get unfettered access to data that these companies hold. It states that the licensee will allow access, and I quote, to the Communications Authority or any person authorized by the authority to inspect its files, records, and other data, including what is considered confidential data. Call data records were consequential in the outcome of the case against Kenya's fourth president, Uhuru Kenyatta, who was accused by the International Criminal Court of crimes against humanity.
President Kenyatta heading to the Netherlands to attend the International Criminal Court in The Hague.
In 2014, the International Criminal Court's legal representative accused the government of obstructing access to cell phone data crucial to the prosecution's case. Kenyatta had been indicted by the court following the 2007-2008 post-election violence.
Your Honours, if you could imagine for a moment that you did have the requested telephone data, then Your Honours would know exactly where Mr. Kenyatta was during the period of the crimes alleged, and you would know exactly who he was speaking to. The fact that that information is being withheld from Your Honours is a matter of extremely great concern.
Those numbers that are disclosed by the evidence, give them to us, we will do a search on the numbers. But you cannot tell us to find documents that the regulator says have never existed in Kenya. And that is not obstructionist, that is common sense.
While arguing before the court, Fagol Gaynor, the legal representative for the victims, mentions government's influence over Safaricom's participation in the case. Gaynor said, and I quote, Safaricom, for example, is in fact the biggest taxpayer in the country. Their licenses are subject to renewal by the government. It is, I suggest, unlikely that any Kenyan mobile telephone company would act in such an obstructive manner to the prosecution of its own volition without receiving instructions from elsewhere. End of quote. Consequently, the obstruction of evidence led to the withdrawal of the case against Uhuru Kenyatta, and later his then Deputy President and current President, William Ruto.
On the 3rd of December 2014, the judges of Trial Chamber 5B of the International Criminal Court declined to further adjourn the trial of Mr. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Accordingly, given the state of the evidence in this case, I have no alternative but to withdraw the charges against Mr. Kenyatta. Several people who may have provided important evidence regarding Mr. Kenyatta's actions have died, while others were too terrified to testify for the prosecution.
Anybody who will threaten the peace and the stability of Kenya for political ends will face the full force of the law.
Safaricom's cozy relationship with the state raises questions. Once a subsidiary of the Kenya Post and Telecommunications Company, the corporation has grown to become the biggest telecommunications service provider in Kenya. Out of 10 phone calls in Kenya, 6 are done through Safaricom's network. And out of 10 text messages sent, almost 9 of them are sent through Safaricom. M-Pesa, the company's most successful product, was used by over 33 million Kenyans as of 2024. M-Pesa is deeply ingrained into Kenyan culture. In addition to owning 35% of Safaricom shares, Treasury also has a seat on the Safaricom board. No decision is made without the input of the government. Safaricom's dominant position, particularly in the financial space, has seen it engage in key government projects either actively as a partner or indirectly as a payment gateway provider. Over 20,000 government workflows lay on M-Pesa's infrastructure.
We collaborated with Safaricom to develop and deploy the fertilizer e-forger system to administer the fertilizer subsidy transparently, accurately, and efficiently.
The questionable relationship between Safaricom and the government is much bigger than the arrangement at the Law Enforcement Liaison Department. But that particular relationship lends itself to abuse.
There are so many misconceptions about what Safaricom does or doesn't do. Partly because potentially we are owned partly by government, partly because we are seen to work with government. But we will always, as a large organization, we'll always support the public sector in the same way we support the private sector if they are providing service to the public.
Rose's ordeal mirrors a wider regional pattern. In neighboring Uganda and Tanzania, cases of abductions targeting activists and government critics have been reported repeatedly over the years. In January 2025, Tanzanian activist Maria Sarungi was abducted in Nairobi and held for several hours by armed unidentified men. 57 days before Maria's ordeal, Ugandan opposition leader Kizza Besigye flew from Kampala to Nairobi for the launch of Kenyan politician and lawyer Martha Karua's book, Against the Tide. Unbeknownst to him, he was being watched and tracked from the time he boarded the plane. Hours later, he was abducted at an apartment in a suburb just outside Nairobi's central business district.
He was driven nearly 9 hours to the border with Uganda and into the hands of the military in Uganda.
Why would the governments of Kenya and Uganda surveil people?
These are all governments desperate to prolong their stay in power. Besigye is one of the main opposition people in Uganda, and Uganda is holding its general elections in January next year. Maybe the government of Museveni wanted some drama to start a crackdown on the opposition, and hence the accusation that he was trying to overthrow the government. 3 pistols is what they claim he had. Which government gets overthrown with 3 pistols?
In a rare cross-border legal move, Martha Karua took up the role of lead counsel for Kizza Besigye, who was facing treason charges before a military court. Her intervention came as Uganda prepared for yet another high-stakes presidential election in January 2026, a contest already clouded by allegations of intimidation and state surveillance.
Will the perception of the reasonable man be that justice can be done in your court?
But why don't you just admit that Kenya handed over Dr. Kizza Besigye to the Ugandan authorities?
Kenya cooperated with the Ugandan authorities.
Besigye's fight for justice drags on in Uganda, but in Kenya, the case against Rose collapsed under scrutiny. After being held by the police for 4 days, Rose was presented before a court full of supporters. The principal magistrate declined to admit the charges filed by the Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecutions, ruling that they lacked clarity and substance.
I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone who raised their voice in any way regarding my illegal arrest. For me also, it's like setting in. It's like, okay, this really happened, and people are being really kind about it, but still, I really slept on the floor for nothing, and I think it's affected them, yeah. My son, if I go to the shop, he wants to go there with me. I didn't realize he was there. Even now, when we were doing the interview, I didn't want to go. But I didn't realize it was that obvious. For me, I was just like, relax, we are fine. I think that's what it's like. Take that SIM on there. Trying to get in, but yeah, I think, yeah, it's affected that.
This is deadly. As you have seen, it's leading to death. It is leading to torture. It's leading to disappearance. And very many young people have disappeared this way. It is something to condemn, and we must demand that it ceases. And action should be taken against the telcos, both in court and even business-wise, by boycott. Once people identify the telcos, and in Kenya, people keep on naming the dominant one, Safaricom, they will have to come clean and tell us that our data is safe with them. The onus is on them.
I think one of the areas I think there needs to be improvement, though it was passed as a law a few years ago, is the cybercrime bill that has constantly been abused to charge people who either have a different opinion or they're posting things that are within their freedom of expression.
Across East Africa, as states expand their surveillance networks, a new generation of citizens is pushing back, using technology not only to connect, but also to demand accountability. For Rose, efforts to silence her have only strengthened her resolve. In a region defined by fear and control, her code now stands as a form of protest and a statement of resilience.
The next time they abduct someone, utaniona hapa. I'm going to be a much more active citizen, much more deliberate in my activism. Because this, you cannot infringe on people's rights and just, it's business as usual. There has to be a stop to this. And I think those are my people that side.
In recent times, the state has shown its hand, leaving just enough evidence to connect the dots that something more sinister is at play. Much of Kenya's surveillance network remains hidden in plain sight, masked by bureaucracy and silence. But one thing is certain: the watchers are no longer invisible. We sent requests for comment letters to both Safaricom and the Directorate of Criminal Investigations on the facts as presented in this documentary. Neither of them had responded by the time this documentary was published.
Do you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard and the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa.
So, guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
We always say citizenship is the mother of all rights.
Kila jambo lazima uwe na kitambulisho.
It starts with a birth certificate, to ID, to passport and all that.
Niko na 25. Kienda pale unataka 18 years. Na una birth certificate, unaongeza shida tupu.
That we are not Kenyans, we don't have a right to own lands.
Kuanzia voting, job, kama sisi hatuna, imeinda nini progress yetu umeona.
We will be able to launch digital ID.
On registration of Kenyans onto a digital platform.
Is this your mother? Are you sure this is your mother? And the mother is also asked, are you sure this is your child?
Why I'm saying this should concern Kenyans because who even had access to the system? What would they do? There is so much power in the digital. That is something to think about and to be concerned about. We should at least own the digital public infrastructure that is being developed for Africa.
Me still na go back to kwa ID venye tundapata tu. Hiyo ndo kenye tu na set my target on mona. Imeniinda mitu mingi mpaka hata kuna watu wamingi discriminate ati huyu jamaa na ID.
Nubians wanted to be returned back to Egypt. The British refused. So you see, we were left here at a limbo. Not Kenyan citizens and not British citizens, and we are not being taken back.
Digital public infrastructure rests on three core pillars: digital identity, digital payments, and ICT infrastructure. It enables equitable access to public and private services. Kenya's implementation of digital public infrastructure aligns with Africa Union's digital transformation strategy and Kenya National Digital Master Plan. Kenya's fourth president, Uhuru Kenyatta, on 31st December 2018, assented to the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Act No. 18 of 2018, amending the 1947 Registrations of Persons Act.
I am pleased to confirm to this House that the rollout of the unique personal identification number, Huduma number, is now fully on course.
The amendment established a National Integrated Identity Management System, NIMS, as a single source of truth. It built upon the progress made by the Integrated Population Registration System, IPRS, by getting information from the source, Kenyans. The rollout of Kenya's third-generation ID, Maisha number, is set to streamline government services and digitize personal data, addressing the challenges of fragmentation and compatibility. However, despite Kenya's promise of digital transformation and its commitment to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 16.9, providing legality for all by 2030, a troubling paradox persists. Kenya's DPI implementation faces major challenges, including poor public awareness and trust deficits, weak data privacy protection, and persistent urban-rural equity gaps. This documentary examines legal battles, human impact, and systemic flaws. It exposes how a system framed as a digital public good risks entrenching long-standing colonial injustices.
When Huduma number came, why we went to court is that we felt that our one and always grievances has always been the people who lack documents. A lot of people will be left behind. There will be no inclusivity.
Article 6 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that everybody has the right to a legal identity and personhood.
My name is Maka Yusuf. I'm a paralegal working with the Nubian Rights Forum. We assist the community members in application of citizenship documents. In this field of citizenship, we always say citizenship is the mother of all rights. It starts with a birth certificate, then to ID, to passport and all that. Without an ID, you will not get a birth certificate. Without a birth certificate, you will not go to school. Without an ID, you will not access healthcare. Like everything you'll be like done.
I was born in Kibra. Tangu nigro hadi hapa, nimelelewa huko tu ghetto. Nimereziwa na single mom kuanzia class 8 My dad passed nikiwa class 8. Unaona? Mimi kenye niliambiwa huko kwa office registration ID lazima ikuwe family member mwenye ana carry that name yenye mimi na carry, unaona? Lazima kuwe yake that print. Na yeye pia akuwe na ID. Pia yeye wachukue details zake, waweke print ndio nikubaliwe iende through.
In Kenya, most people take their nationality for granted until they apply for an identity card and it is questioned. Quickly, they realize that ethnic identity is a better determinant of vetting than their place of residence. As in Aaron's case, he describes his first visit to the registration office and how he found out he was supposed to undergo vetting.
My dad was a Kenyan, alikuwa Mjaluo, but my mom alitoka Tanzania kuja huku, they met wakanipata. So mi juzi before hata Ruta kuwa so nilienda kuchukua ID. Hiyo ni like 4 years ama 5 years ago hapo. Kwenda kuchukua nikaambiwa my dad anatoka Migori, place inaitwa Suba. Na watu wanatoka huko Suba ni nasikia ni border ya Kenya na Tanzania. Wakaniambia nitafanyiwa vetting.
He describes the vetting process as disruptive.
Now vetting ilikaa, nikaambiwa date. Sasa tangu hiyo date nimekuwa tu nikiambiwa napatiwa date, kuja napatiwa date. So at some time nakuwa tiresome, tena nachoka, tena narudi tena naanza tena.
After prolonged frustration,
leo nimesema hiyo maneno ya vetting iondolewe.
Hope emerged for Aaron.
Ndio vijana wote wa Kenya wapate vitambulisho.
Juzi ndo nimesikia vetting imetolewa. Nikijua vetting hakuna, ita go through this time. Kufika kule wakaniambia nao lazima kuwa na mwenye atakokea fingerprint wa familia.
The renewed hope was short-lived. Under Kenya's current constitution, citizenship by birth follows the principle of nationality law, where a person's citizenship is determined by their parents' nationality, unlike birthright citizenship, which grants citizenship by the virtue of where one is born. This may be automatic for anyone whose mother or father is Kenyan, even if the child is born outside the country. Aaron explains why in his case, his mother cannot be the one to do so.
Now the issue is my mom hajawahi pata ID. Amejaribu, ndio amekaa Kenya so many years. Hajawahi pata ID. My relative nikijaribu ku approach wanekea the fingerprint, ni kama wataki. Maybe kuna kitu inainda family issues. Sometimes inaniharibia hata mimi job, napatanga job, naenda naambiwa uko na ID, nikisema ID sina, naambiwa job imepita hivyo. Nikienda job nyingine naambiwa I must kuwa na ID. Job mingi sana nimeenda ID na niweka nje.
Chris Bomu, a legal researcher on digital economies and policy at the University of Nairobi, weighs in on Aaron's case, noting that his vetting stems from his father's origin in the Suba border, nestled along Kenya-Tanzania border.
One is that whole thing of how borders are very artificial, you know. We are here in Kajiado County, you know, less than 200 kilometers away from Tanzania. And before colonialists told us that this part is now called Kenya and this is now called Tanzania, there was a community and people used to interact.
The Nubian community has long endured vetting and discrimination, notably during the mass screening of Somalis under President Daniel Moi in the 1990s. Maka provides historical and legal context through a court battle that exposed systemic discrimination and risk of statelessness.
All these discrimination aspects was once highlighted by an elder called Ali, Mzee Ali. He's still alive. He went to court to petition the government, seeking redress as to why a Nubian child is subjected to challenges when acquiring documents.
In response, the Kenyan court asked community elders to produce 100,000 signatures for the petition to proceed. The troubling question that followed was,
where do you get 100,000 signatures from the people who don't even have IDs? For you to sign a petition, you must have an ID. It was impossible. And then he was advised to seek more redress at the Gambia. Yeah, that's where he filed another petition seeking the same in 2008. The African Courts on the Rights of a Child, and judgment came in 2011, ruling that the children, the Nubian children should not only Nubian children, no child should be subjected to discrimination. Every child has a right to a name, to a country, and all that.
She explains how Nubians ended up lumped together with ethnic Somalis in the 1990 vetting process.
The fact that we share the Islamic name, the Muslim name, the Arabic name, that's when they subject us to that in that security measures. They won't be able to determine if this Muhammad is Muhammad Nubian or Muhammad Somalian or Muhammad Arabian.
After President Ruto's order in February, stopping vetting in border regions, the process shifted to digital vetting from manual checks.
When we went digital, you had to have all the required documents. If you lack one, there was no way you could move forward. I think they realized that, and then they went manually. So now manual, the only thing that I can tell you about the manual vetting is that the sitting is not there. But every other document is subjected to scrutiny. Because you find that a Nubian child, their birth certificate has to be verified.
The Kenyan Constitution defines citizenship as an individual right, primarily through birth, Article 14, registration, Article 15, or naturalization, explicitly independent of ethnic identity. Kenyan leaders have a track record of granting citizenship to historically marginalized groups as ethnic groups rather than through legal reforms.
Members of the Shona community will now be able to access basic rights in the country after President Uhuru Kenyatta recognized and gave them citizenship.
We are according citizenship to 1,670 members of the Shona community.
Members of the Pemba community who can now rest easy after they were awarded citizenship, ending their long-standing push for recognition.
Wapemba hoye!
Kilichotufanya kufika mahali hapa ni kitambulisho. Kila jambo lazima uwe na kitambulisho.
Yangu ni kuomba radhi kwa sababu imechukua muda mrefu.
Ethnicity shapes voting patterns in Kenya, as seen in consistent ethnic block voting. This makes it advantageous for politicians to adopt group-based strategies to mobilize ethnic communities.
One problem I know they faced, which should concern every Kenyan, is that for the communities that got IDs, they got the document, the physical document, but then the document was not digitalized. So they could not use, for a while, they could not use their documents on eCitizen. Why I'm saying this should concern Kenyans, because it shows us that there is so much power in the digital, meaning that somebody can put in code that either activates or deactivates your ID and your access to services.
Well, local and presidential leaders back these communities without legal grounding, such support risks fading if they don't serve electoral benefits. Ethnic codes lack official status. It is not a guarantee for citizenship and resources. Maka notes the progress Nubians have had since their quest for citizenship started.
The Nubian Rights Forum started with the community, came up with a petition addressing challenges of documentation and recognition. After which the report was taken to Matiang'i, the then Interior Minister, and that's when we got the code 50. You know, each tribe in Kenya has a code. Each tribe in Kenya has a code. So Nubians were others.
On September 5th, 2019, Nubian Rights Forum, Kenyan Human Rights Commission, and Kenya National Commission on Human Rights filed a petition against Huduma Number implementation. Grace explains how the 1919 Kipande system has its effect felt more than a century later.
There are many reasons for the petition, and there were several petitioners, and I appeared as an expert for one of the petitioners. But basically, the thing is, because of our history as Kenya, you know, we started having identification documents from as far back as 1920 under the Native Registration Ordinance.
In 1920, Kenya's earliest registration of individuals primarily served the settler colonial states. The Kipande system operated as a colonial identity tool to control and monitor African men, enforcing labor and tax compliance. Civil society organizations and academic groups have proposed eliminating ethnicity from ID requirements to simplify access and reduce barriers for marginalized communities.
So they were very surprised to learn that instead of coming up with a new framework on IDs, the government had just decided to amend a colonial law called the Registration of Persons Act. It is a law that was made in 1947.
It's okay to go digital. We are not fighting the government, but we are saying, why doesn't the government just address this issue first? Let's all move together. Ensure that these people that don't have get the document and they're captured somewhere. And then we move together as a country instead of leaving other people behind.
Huduma Number, meaning service number in Swahili, started its mass registration on March 2019. NIM centralizes personal data by assigning unique identifiers to all citizens and foreigners, accessible by ministries, departments, agencies, and approved stakeholders.
What the government did in 2018, they simply amended the colonial era law by just inserting a new section saying, now we also have the National Integrated Identity Management System, or NIMS, which they were marketing as Huduma Number.
The NIMS Act was introduced in Parliament on 18th April 2018 in the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill. The Omnibus Bill contained multiple unrelated changes, creating barrier from public scrutiny.
The question was, what is this NIMS? Where did you buy it from, the system? How much data will it take about us? So, who even had access to the system? What would they do with the data? And they were trying to collect very granular data, like they wanted DNA data. And they were saying they wanted DNA data so that every child can know its father.
Despite these risks, Huduma Number mass registration captured approximately 38 million people compared to Kenya's estimated population of 47 million. Grace outlines the court's response to the NIMS case.
And so the court said, we cannot interfere with a government project because it's up to the executive to set out its agenda, but we have to protect human rights. So the court said, asked the government to make frameworks to ensure that rights are protected, to ensure that there is privacy. Some issues the court outrightly said no. For example, on collection of DNA, the court just said, we don't believe that we have the framework to collect such granular data, so that one, please, no. Also with GPS data, the court completely stopped that.
The government responded to court orders by providing the legal framework for NIMS database, Huduma Number. It gazetted Registrations of Persons Rules 2020 and the Data Protection Regulations 2020. These regulations were preferred to Huduma Bill since it required Parliament approval. 2 years later, on November 1st, 2023, President Ruto launched Maisha Number as Huduma Number's successor, pledging to correct the structural flaws that undermine the original digital identity initiative.
By December, we will be able to launch digital ID where every Kenyan don't have to carry any paper, plastic or otherwise as an ID, that they should be able to be identified digitally using their iris or their fingerprints.
The Maisha Number system integrates Maisha Number, Maisha Card, Digital ID, and the National Population Master Register to streamline online government requests and payments.
The government will embark on registration of Kenyans onto a digital platform similar to the Huduma Number.
When someone is given that number at birth, that is the same number which will be their school identification number, it will be their university identification number, it will be their ID number when they turn 18, it will be their PIN number for KRA, it will be their number all through their lifetime. Until when they die, it becomes their death certificate number.
The third generation ID, Maisha Card, is made of durable polycarbonate material embedded with a microprocessor chip holding encrypted biometric data. The microchip expires after 10 years. Proof of identity is a basic requirement when accessing Kenya's digital public infrastructure. Unfortunately for Toma, who doesn't have a birth certificate and thus cannot access government services. Her story shows digitization alone cannot fix unequal access to these foundational documents. We asked Tom about Maisha Namba, and her response speaks exclusion.
Siwezi register juu sina birth certificate. Si huduma namba ulikuwa na register na birth certificate ama?
Her case highlights how strict ID documentation create barriers to social services. The lack of a birth certificate has blocked ID acquisition and now barring her son's education.
Venye nimegrow hivi, niko hivi mkubwa. At least nilikuwa nataka ID but nikifika pale ID wananiambia birth certificate na give up. Mimi naenda shughuli zangu na sawa hizo maneno. So sasa unajua niko na mkidi. Kuna mkidi mwenye anaenda class 4. So sasa ndio nimechukulia iko serious juu anataka hizo vitu za shule nini na lazima ID yangu ikuwe. Nemisi yake imesimama sasa hii juu mimi sina ID. Unaona? So ana repeat. Ata repeat grade 3 mpaka siku nitapata ID. Hiyo mambo ya birth certificate ndio imeniletea shida yote. Juu huyu venye alinichukua akini-raise hakuwa anajua kama kuna venye nafaa nipate birth certificate juu pia mimi unaona niliachwa. Sasa hakujua hata nimezaliwa nini hivyo. Mimi nilienda tukuzaa nikapatiana ID ya baba. Ndio wakamjaza kama next of kin. Lakini hata hivyo si yuko na babake na sijui sasa pale nitapata huyo babake nimuitisha ID twende tuchukue birth. Na ukiendea hiyo birth lazima wanataka ID ya mama first.
Her ID application involved persistent rejections until politics happened at Kamukunji, enabling her to get a waiting card.
Usijui kama kuna mtu alikuwa anataka MP ama nini ndio alikuwa na nini umeona. So nilikuwa kwa hao watu.
Biometrics are highly sensitive data which Maisha Namba is using as unique identifiers.
Biometrics is not like an ATM card. If somebody has a database of all these biometrics, if this database is breached, I can't go and say now I'm going to get new biometrics. Yeah. So biometrics are very, very sensitive, and the way NIMS or Huduma Namba was designed to centralize everything just makes it a honeypot for like cybercrime. So what happens is that if you measure me now, if you take a picture now and then you take a picture 7 seconds later, you use some mathematics of probability and compare the two pictures to see whether they are likely to belong to the same person. Why? Because I said my finger keeps growing, my eyes keep changing, like cells are ever reproducing. So you can't use biometrics alone because you're using probability. And so a big question even during the case was, how are you going to determine? And there's a big popular picture, a viral picture of the late President Kibaki trying to get his fingerprints identification on an IBC biometric reader. And, the guy was even, really pressing even his own face because the biometrics were not being read. The probability was not working.
Grace critiques government's modernization rationale, noting external pressures from Europe to drive Africa digital biometrics adoption.
There were some rationales around what the people who gave us money for this project were seeking, because digital ID is not only about internal issues or your Kenyanness, it also has an aspect of it's internationalized. How? Because with this biometric identity systems, and I think a good example is the biometric passport. Yeah, it can be read and your information can easily be shared even with other agencies, including international bodies. So, for example, if you think about Europe, where they're really worried about migration, and the US, this kind of systems, digital ID, allow them to even know people before people come to their borders.
Research shows foreign technology firms dominate Africa's biometric ecosystem, with 35 out of 54 countries on the continent using biometrics in their election processes. Companies such as Udemia provide the core technology, hardware and algorithms that underpin these systems.
Biometric readers we were having, the fingerprint readers were procured from Udemia, but then later the contract was given to another company. But these NGOs were concerned about the data. It is true the contract went away, but what happened to the data? Were they still keeping Kenyan data? What were they using for? Were they using it to train algorithms?
The National Assembly voted to block the company providing the technology, that is IDEMIA.
In Kenya's case, IDEMIA's involvement has left Kenyans with costly failed system and loss of sovereign data. Grace compares Kenya's Maisha number to India's Aadhaar. In 2018, the world's biggest database of 1.1 billion people was breached and unrestricted access could be purchased for $7 to $8.
And again, comparing with India, where it was their own companies that were doing their own digital ID, as problematic as it was, at least in India, there was proper skills and knowledge transfer. And, it was local companies that were doing the work, which is not the case with Africa, where the different levels of, whether it's infrastructure, the algorithms, the software and hardware, it's all being done majorly by foreign companies. And that is something to think about and to be concerned about, because we should at least, own the digital public infrastructure that is being developed for Africa.
Maisha number enrollment significantly impacts Kenyans, yet minimal details exist on its design, purpose, or risk to rights. For Huduma number, no official disclosure confirms data destruction, migration, or reuse, prompting privacy concerns amid fresh biometric enrollments. Article 35 of the Kenyan Constitution guarantees citizen access to information and officials to publish and publicize vital national matters. When Huduma number project stalled, the government had processed 11.2 million cards and spent $6 billion on the project.
Biometrics promise unique and efficient identification, but often demand escalating data layers to compensate for probabilistic matching flows.
Biometrics, which are supposed to make life easier by making it more unique, still requires to give more and more data, which raises even more privacy questions.
The interoperable unauthorized cross-sector data access of Maisha numbers design may enable banking staff to view health records for loan decisions, or doctors to pick at financials, breaching confidentiality. The centralization of Kenyans' data, giving the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration the allowance to dictate rules and guidance on ID processes, could lead to new justifications known as function creep, exposing citizens to surveillance and identity theft.
Ukienda hata kununua kitu kwa supermarket ama wapi, unaulizwa wapi ID ama benki, unatoa tu ile code yake. Inaonyesha tu hivi, inaonyesha ni wewe, tunaonyesha sura yako, inatokea. Si lazima ubebane na ID ile physically. Unatoa simu yako, unaonyesha ID yako kwa simu yako.
Kama sisi hatuna, imeinda many progress yetu, umeona. Kuanzia tu kwa vitu mingi tu, kuanzia voting, job, healthcare. Sometimes unaangalia uache vitu venye ziko, na sometimes you give up, but ku give up mimi ndo inaniumiza. Siumizi mtu mwingine, ni mimi tu.
The thing about IDs, they are intergenerational, because your ID is also tied to your parents' ID. It is your parents who sponsor you to get an ID. If your parents do not have an ID, it means you don't get an ID, and then over time, there's a generation of people who just lack identity documents.
Recognition under Kenya's immigration and citizenship laws demand costly lawyers. For Aaron's case, this turns affidavits and evidence into financial barriers.
For example, the case you were talking about, where somebody's father passed away and the mother is not a Kenyan citizen, surely it should be as easy as the person swearing that this is what they know to be the truth. And there are laws that criminalize lying under oath. So you take an oath, swear an affidavit as to what is true, provide all the documents you have to support your case, and the government should be able to resolve your issue and give you an ID, as opposed to taking you round and round, and always, because it also has a psychological effect, always making you doubt whether you actually belong to this country, also delaying your useful in society, because you can't get useful employment, you can't go to university or even to college without an ID.
Maka shares her plea addressing the government on implementation of digital public infrastructure.
Number one will be for the government to handle the current challenges that we have of the same people who don't have documents before moving digital. And then number two, I would urge the government now to sensitize the community members by having an impactful public participation whereby communities understands why they need